Good evening, I'm Tom Brokaw in New York. It's been a long campaign. It appears it will be a long and exciting evening before we know who is the next president of the United States. Polls have just now closed in 6 additional states representing 66 electoral votes. Let's take you through them now. First of all, in South Carolina, NBC News projects that Texas Governor George W. Bush is the winner of those 8 electoral votes. In Virginia, solid Republican territory. Again, Governor Bush the projected winner there. In New England, in Vermont, 3 electoral votes. Vice President Al Gore, the projected winner there. But look at this. States that are too close to call, even though the polls have closed now. Here we are in Georgia with 13 electoral votes, New Hampshire with 4, and the big prize, the brass ring for this evening, to start everything off, the state of Florida, 25 electoral votes. It's been the most hotly contested race in this election so far. We'll know before this night is out whether Governor Jeb Bush in Florida is his brother's keeper or not. So we light up the states on our map. Red for Governor Bush, blue for the vice president. Governor Bush has already won Indiana and Kentucky. We'll add it all up for you throughout the evening. We'll take you through what it all means. First man to 270 electoral votes wins. Stay with us. We're about to take you on an exciting and bumpy ride.
From NBC News, Decision 2000, Election Night. Live from our election headquarters in New York, here is Tom Brokaw.
Good evening, everyone. It was not a false promise when we told you yesterday and the day before and all last week this promises to be one of the closest races in American presidential history. It is shaping up as just that tonight. Let's begin with NBC's Washington Bureau Chief, moderator of Meet the Press, Tim Russert. All eyes on Florida at this hour, Tim. Both campaigns made an enormous investment there. The governor is another Bush, Jeb Bush, but at 4 o'clock this morning, Al Gore was still in Florida.
Because George W. Bush knew, Tom, that he had to win Texas and Florida at his linchpins, because all along Gore had been suggesting he could win New York and California. With Florida a battleground, Gore believes if he can beat Bush there, he can change the whole dynamic of the race. We've been talking to the voters all day in Florida. And quite striking, Tom, everyone assumed it was going to be Social Security, the big issue. In fact, those 65 and older split evenly amongst the candidates. What we're looking at are the younger voters. The younger voters appear to have been much more favorably disposed to Al Gore. Why? Because of the economy. The race too close to call. We don't know yet about the African-American turnout in Florida. You also mentioned Georgia, too close to call. Suggestions that perhaps African Americans are turning out a little bit larger than we thought. Virginia, we say that George Bush will win by about 5 or 6 points. A little closer than anticipated, perhaps a big turnout in Richmond with African Americans. We must keep our eye on that.
All right, Tim, let's take a look at the map now. We have colored in some of those states red that are going to be for the Texas governor and blue for Vice President Gore tonight. For those of you who are Gore partisans, we've just gotten these returns. We've just had 2 poll closings. It will change, of course, in color and tone and shape. But what do we want to watch for next? Florida, obviously, we want to make a call there. Right, and then at 8 o'clock tonight, it starts to get big.
Right here in Pennsylvania and right here in Michigan. And, Tom, then we bounce over, and we have Wisconsin and Minnesota and Iowa and Missouri. All those states within the next couple hours begins to take shape. We have a pretty good sense if there's any kind of movement or trend. Right now, it's very hard to see any specific trend. I looked at Georgia. Bob Dole won that vote by 1% in 96. George Bush won it in 92 by 2%. That's a battleground state. But George Bush assumed he had it locked this year. Quite interesting that it's still in play. And that's why I think we have to look at North Carolina, Tom. That's a pretty good indicator, a state that is highly industrialized, a lot of new voters, a lot of more Democratic voters moving in there. We have to take a really close look at that, how that begins to break in the next couple hours.
Okay, we want to remind everybody that the number they want to keep their eye on, as we will be as well tonight, is 270 electoral votes. There is the possibility, of course, that we'll have that split between the popular vote and the electoral vote, that one candidate could win more votes in terms of the popular election, but still lose the electoral vote. And the electoral vote is the vote that, of course, gets somebody to 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. It happened 3 times in the 19th century, but it has not happened in the 20th century. Does it happen at the beginning of the 21st century? Stay tuned. Out on 30 Rockefeller Plaza tonight, working outside, on the outside looking in, as opposed to what she does in the morning, is NBC's Katie Couric, who has been looking at these exit polls as well. Katie, how are you?
Hi, Tom. Fine, thanks. And of course, we are out here in the middle of Rockefeller Center in the heart of New York City. We've attracted quite a crowd, a little like the Today Show, but I'm saying good evening instead of good morning. Many folks coming up to us, asking us what's going on, who's winning, and what's going to happen. The same questions we all have. There's a great deal of interest out here anyway. These folks also have a great deal of interest in the New York Senate race between First Lady Hillary Clinton and Congressman Rick Blasio. Can Clinton become the First Lady to win elective office? It's been a nasty race on both sides. The polls are still open in New York, will be until 9 o'clock Eastern time, so we don't have a grip on that one yet, but we will be talking about it throughout the night. Probably the one race with the most interest outside the presidential contest. Out here, we'll also be watching the exit polls, and we'll come back in just a few minutes to tell you about that. So, Tom, back inside to you, where I know it's nice and warm, although I have to tell you, it's a beautiful night out here.
We'll try to send down some hot soup and hot chocolate before the night is out,
Thanks,
Katie.
Tom.
All right, thanks very much. 2 veterans of the long march of this campaign are with us now. That's NBC's David Gregory, who's covering Governor Bush in Texas, and Claire Shipman, who's with the Vice President in Tennessee tonight. Claire, let's begin with you. What's the mood there in Nashville?
Well, a lot of mixed emotions, as you can imagine, Tom. They're looking at these exit poll results, and in some ways they feel confident, they feel good about what they see. They're also, though, nervous. It's very hard, and we've been talking about this for the last few days, to piece together exactly how Al Gore wins this. It's possible, but again, it's tricky with the combination of states he needs, and they're looking at all of that right now, and they're still trying to get out the vote. Gore himself doing some satellite interviews, radio interviews now. They have politicians around the country out, Jesse Jackson out stumping in Philadelphia. They're hoping they can boost turnout at the last minute, and they think that could still make a difference. Tom?
How do they size up the map down there in Austin, Texas?
Well, Tom, they're looking at it very carefully, as you can imagine, looking at all of these exit polling data that we're pouring over as well. But they're looking at it. They are encouraged, but still extremely, extremely tense. They have been saying all along Florida and Pennsylvania, vitally important, but they're also hoping that their final strategy to go through states that they weren't supposed to win, that Democrats carried in the past, like Tennessee, like Arkansas, like those Wisconsin, Minnesota, other Dukakis 6 states that they went to yesterday, including Iowa and Missouri and Wisconsin. They hope that those break their way too and prove them right in terms of going there right at the end.
All right, thanks very much, NBC. David Gregory. We've got a late and unexpected development, Tim, that only adds to the drama of this evening. In Missouri, which has voted correctly, that is with a winner in every presidential contest in the 20th century, with the exception of Dwight David Eisenhower. It's a state with a lot of attention being paid to it this year because it is a battleground state. The governor who was running for the Senate was killed in a plane crash. The governor that succeeded him said that he would appoint Mrs. Carnahan, Jean Carnahan, to the Senate seat if Mel Carnahan, now deceased, wins against the incumbent John Ashcroft. I'm saying all of this as a preface because I'm leading up to something. They've just decided that they're going to have to keep the polls open until 10 o'clock tonight, Central Time, 11 Eastern Time in Missouri, because of some problems at the polls. The judge made that decision. So, Tim, when we're looking at Missouri, we're going to have to wait a while, and that could be another pivotal state for us.
The show me state, the look at me state. And Tom, people were pouring out in droves all day in Missouri today. So much about this notion of apathetic voters. Those are 3 great races in Missouri: the president, the governor, and the Senate seat. That's pretty interesting news.
New Hampshire is one of those states that we've been talking about. It all began there. New Hampshire has changed its political DNA in recent years, obviously. It was a state that the Republicans could take for granted, but it is the beginning of the primary process, and Democrats have been able to have some success there in recent presidential cycles.
Bill Clinton won New Hampshire by 10 points in 1996, and it's a state that hasn't been kind to the Bushes. Pat Buchanan shocked President Bush. John McCain shocked George W. here this last year. It's a state that Democrats thought they could lock up the Northeast, Tom. Still too close to call. Al Gore running some 10 points worse than Bill Clinton ran in '96. He wishes he had a little stronger support amongst Democrats in New Hampshire tonight.
All right, Tim Russert, the number that we'll be talking about all evening long is 270. That's the Electoral College magic number. We want to remind you that Georgia, New Hampshire, and Florida are simply too close to call at this hour. All of them are states that will be critical to this process before the evening is over. A lot of people have been saying, present company included, this is the closest presidential election since 1960. John F. Kennedy and Richard Nixon, two men who represented a new generation at that time running for president. Doris Kearns Goodwin, who is our resident historian and the preeminent historian, of course, at Harvard, has been looking at that race and that night as well. Doris, this is almost a mirror image because in that race, it was Richard Nixon who closed fast at the end. In this race, it does appear that Al Gore has been closing some at the end.
Absolutely. In fact, John Kennedy was so nervous all that day because they could feel it slipping away in the days before the election. In fact, he was so nervous that he couldn't sleep. He started having a talk with somebody and tried to put some perspective on his anxiety. And so he said to himself, well, at least this isn't how the soldiers felt on D-Day. It's not of that dimension. He had that humor ability in him. But on the other hand, Nixon, what's incredible about Nixon, what does he do on that day? He gets in a car with a driver from Los Angeles Police Department, just drives aimlessly down the Pacific Coast Highway all the way to Tijuana, makes it back in time to finally listen to the returns. But the anxiety is hard to imagine when it's so close like this.
It is so much different now, too, Doris, because we live in a different universe with 24-hour cable news, all news radio going all the time. As I remember when Harry Truman went back to Independence, Missouri, they awoke him and told him that he had won the race, and his Secret Service agents were there with him, and he went back to sleep.
He's the most wonderful example. He went to his hotel suite, evidently, had a ham and cheese sandwich with milk, listened to the radio. They kept saying, well, he's doing all right, but he's certainly going to lose. Went promptly to sleep, woke up at midnight, heard that he was still ahead in the popular vote, but all the radio commentators were saying, but of course he's going to lose because they thought he would. Went back to sleep, and exactly as you say, Secret Service guys come in at 4 and they say, we think you've won. So he said, let's get in a car. And he finally goes to Independence. They hadn't even prepared a victory ceremony because they were so sure he'd lose. Suddenly, sirens and horns, everyone came out in the street. They declared the day off, and they had a great holiday.
All right, Doris, and it's also worth pointing out, in those days, they didn't have exit polls. They had to actually count the votes at that time, and the Chicago Tribune had that embarrassing headline that Dewey wins. There are a number of other races around the country tonight as well. We have both the House and the Senate. Control of those two chambers are at stake. We have some Senate seats that we can share with you now. Let's begin in the state of Florida. The projected winner there is Bill Nelson, who served in the House, then became the state insurance commissioner. He is a Democrat, and that's a gain for the Democrats. He replaces the retiring Republican Connie Mack. Now, let's go to the state of Georgia. The projected winner is Zell Miller, former Democratic governor, a very popular figure in that state. Paul Coverdale died while in office. Zell Miller was appointed to the job, and now he has won a full term on his own. In Vermont, the Republican incumbent is James Jeffords. NBC News projects tonight that he will be elected to another term in Vermont. Before the night is out, we'll be looking to see whether and in Indiana, we have been talking about Richard Lugar, of course, who is a very powerful figure and highly regarded in the United States Senate, former mayor of Indianapolis. He is reelected as well. It's in Virginia. It's too close to call. That's going to be one of the key states that we'll want to watch tonight. That's the race between the incumbent Chuck Robb, the Democrat, and George Allen, the son of the former football coach, who has also been the governor of Virginia. In fact, both Chuck Robb and George Allen are former governors of the Old Dominion. That state could give us an indication tonight of what happens to control of the United States Senate. It's 54-46 at this time. Democrats obviously hope to pick up at least 4, perhaps 5 seats. Tim, that's a pretty big reach for them.
It is. Nelson winning in Florida means +1 Dems. But as you mentioned, Tom, Chuck Robb fighting for his life in Virginia. It's very, very hard to see the Democrats winning that many seats and holding the seats they have to in places like Virginia or in Nevada, and certainly in New York and New Jersey, and in the state of Washington, a real battleground state as well. But we have to, in fact, make note of the fact that in Florida, Bill Nelson beat Bill McCollum, who was one of the House managers of impeachment, and who didn't mention impeachment but 1 or 2 times during the entire campaign. Mr. Nelson tried to use that issue effectively against Mr. McCollum in a state by saying Florida should be concerned about things other than investigations.
One of the many issues that wasn't mentioned this time, also law and order. Bill McCollum has been a big law and order candidate. He didn't talk about that much down in Florida either, Tim.
It's a sign of the new Florida. McCollum tried to move very much towards the center, mainstream Republican, as opposed to the hard-driving conservative he was in his early House years.
Tim, we want to take a look at the map again, as we will all night long. How do you get to 270 votes? We now know that this is early in the evening, that it has gone so far as predicted, but a number of those states still too close to call, including Georgia and New Hampshire and Florida.
And Tom, the more I look at these numbers, the more confusing it gets. If you look at Florida right here, if Al Gore won Florida, George W. Bush would try to overcome or compensate for that by winning Pennsylvania. 25 electoral votes for Florida, 23 for Pennsylvania. Whether he can do that is anyone's guess. He's made a very interesting strategy by finishing his campaign in Tennessee and Arkansas. 2 states, home of Bill Clinton, home of Al Gore. If he can steal those states away, he can put him in his column and be on his way towards 270. But then we go back to what we talked about earlier, the key states of Missouri and Wisconsin. Can Bush get those? They've been trending Democratic the last couple campaigns. And what about in the West? Washington State and Oregon and Nevada and Arizona and New Mexico and Colorado. Can Bush do better than Republicans have done there in the past? It is very, very dicey for George W. Bush to win this election without Florida. To win it without Florida and Pennsylvania or Michigan becomes a real reach, and it allows him to get maybe 272 electoral votes, if at all. Same with Al Gore. If Al Gore doesn't win Florida, Pennsylvania, Michigan, mathematically it just is not there for him.
Yeah, at the moment it's 41-3, but we want to remind you that they often say that campaigning is about poetry and governing is about prose. Election night is all about the numbers and arithmetic. 41-3, as expected, the votes that have come in so far. But before the night is out, they'll be playing a lot of games of roulette, trying to decide who gets to go red and who gets to go blue here before this night is out. They've been talking about firewalls in the Bush campaign. In the Gore campaign, they've been using phrases like thread the needle, inside straight, run the table. But tonight, they still have the possibility of doing just that.
Absolutely. As long as Florida, Pennsylvania, Michigan stay in play, there's a lot of electoral votes to add to what Gore assumes will be victories in New York and California. Gore's is a little bit more exact, a little more precise, but again, there are states that have tended to go Democratic the last couple election cycles. Race too close to call. Our viewers should see a lot more red, and they'll say, oh, that means Bush is going to win. Not necessarily. You don't have to win a majority of the states to win the Electoral College, Tom. In fact, you can win the Electoral College by winning simply 18 states. You can get enough votes and put it up on the board, 270. A long night ahead.
And they're already out there, they're still out there, I should say, trying to get out the vote in places like Philadelphia. We're told by Al Gore's campaign that they're in the streets of Philadelphia right now trying to drum up the vote. They shipped in Jesse Jackson early this evening to try to get out the vote in the African-American neighborhoods as well. Katie Couric is back there at 30 Rockefeller Plaza. She has been looking at those exit polls tell us about how these voters today made some decisions about personal qualities. And we did hear a lot about that during the course of the campaign, Katie.
Well, you know, Tom, we're going to be talking about the exit polls all night. So let's start with a little explanation of what exactly an exit poll is. There are 1,400 workers at polling places all across the country getting information from voters as they leave their voting places, thus the name exit poll. Here's what the actual form looks like. It's pretty short, just 1 or 2 pages. Poll workers randomly select voters as they walk outside. For example, every 10th person might be stopped and asked to fill out the poll questionnaire. The voter answers the questions in private, anonymously, and the forms are collected and put in, as Al Gore might call it, a lockbox. Throughout the day, the results have been tabulated and phoned in for us to analyze. At the end of the day, as many as 50,000 people will have filled out questionnaires. So why is the exit poll important? Well, it tells us many things election results just can't. How different groups voted, what issues were on voters' minds, and how people really felt about the candidates. Perhaps the most important thing about the exit poll, after a long season of predictions and speculation by all the experts, in the exit poll we finally get to hear what real voters actually think. We're analyzing the early exit polls right now. We found some very interesting things that voters had to say about the candidates' personal qualities. For example, all through the campaign, we've heard a lot about the personal shortcomings of both candidates, what qualities actually matter to voters this year, and how did the two candidates measure up? Well, according to the exit poll, neither candidate was the complete package voters really wanted. 4 personal qualities scored highest with voters. Honesty topped the list. More than a quarter named it as most important. Rounding out the list, experience, strong leadership skills, and ability to understand complex issues. Well, as it turns out, voters who were most concerned about honesty and strong leadership went heavily for Bush, while those who favored experience and ability backed Gore. We also asked voters a specific question about how honest and trustworthy they feel the candidates are. 61% of voters called Bush honest, this despite the last-minute report of the drunk driving arrests, while only a bare majority called Gore honest. Well, just as Gore has been unable to overcome doubts about his honesty, Bush has left many voters with questions about his competence. 2/3 of voters feel Gore has the knowledge to serve as president, while a smaller majority feel Bush is knowledgeable enough. As for the issue of what matters more, morality or competence, an interesting question in the post-Clinton era, of course. 6 in 10 voters said the ability to manage the government matters more than moral leadership. Tom, back to you.
Thank you very much, Katie Couric. We want to remind you that we've got still more polls closing at 7:30 tonight Eastern Time, including the important states of Ohio and North Carolina and West Virginia. What will they hold for these two candidates? It's 41-3 in the electoral count right now. All the states that we have on the map so far are states that have gone the way that we expected them to, but there are some important too close to call states at this hour, beginning with Florida, also the state of Georgia and the state of New Hampshire. So we'll be back with more on Decision 2000 right after this.
This is a special edition of the Channel 4 News, Decision 2000.
You are now looking at people voting in the Southland today, casting their vote in some of the tightest races around here in recent memory. It is down to the wire, but our polls out here are still open for more than 3 hours. Good afternoon, everybody. It is now 4:22 on Election Day, and I'm Paul Moyer.
And I'm Colleen Williams, and this is Decision 2000 election coverage right here on NBC4.
You know, it's going to be a long night, isn't it?
I better get it together.
You got lots of time. Live team coverage from all over key locations. Let's begin now with Channel 4's Conan Nolan live at Bush headquarters in Austin. Conan, they got to be sweating Florida big time down there.
You know, they certainly are. I have to tell you, it is a bitter cold night here in Austin. They're hoping to warm up for this victory celebration. But, Paul, this Florida thing could be giving them fits. They were cautiously optimistic that if they won Florida, it would bode extremely well. They would think, quite frankly, that this race wouldn't be nearly as close as all the polls said it would be. That doesn't seem to be the case. It is too close to call, and it actually looks very good for the Gore people. If they win Michigan and Pennsylvania, Gore may end up winning this race. And believe it or not, if Gore and the Al Gore campaign does win those 3 states, it could all end up in California. The Bush people in California say their internal polls have them up 2 points in the Golden State, and if that holds, then you could have a major upset in California. But right now, the Bush people are cautiously optimistic it won't get that far, but we could have, for the first time in history, waiting until California reports and the Golden State determining who the next president will be. Paul, Colleen, back to you.
All right, Conan, and of course there's so many absentee ballots, we may be a while before we know how the California vote turns out. Channel 4's Laurel Erickson has been covering the Gore campaign all year long. She's live right now in Nashville, Tennessee with more. Laurel?
Well, Colleen, the California scenario is just one of the scenarios. Al Gore talking about momentum all along today, a heavy voter turnout from coast to coast. That should be good news for Democrats. But you got to figure the Gore campaign, especially the candidate, could be nail-biting in a Nashville hotel. Al Gore, his wife and family voted in the central Tennessee near the family farm this morning. That wrapped up a all-nighter for him, calling the campaign an end in Tampa, Florida this morning. The fierce Get Out the Vote effort was launched from the national headquarters here in Nashville. Millions of emails, phone calls, door to door, state to state, voter to voter. They need the votes. There you see Al Gore. He's at the elementary school. He's talking to the kids. And then the vote-getting effort in Nashville. Celebrities, special interest groups, Jesse Jackson in Philadelphia. And a win is the goal.
There are still a host of states, even though we've seen a trend towards Al, that are still, one could argue, are within the margin of error. So I think it really is an election that people will not know until actual votes begin to get counted.
And we won't know when Al Gore and Joe Lieberman come here to the War Memorial Plaza in Nashville. We do know it's opening up to the public at 8 o'clock time here, and there will be entertainment afterwards. But a result, we're all waiting. Reporting live from Nashville, Laurel Erickson, Channel 4 News. Back to you.
All right, Laurel, we'll be back in just a minute with a look at our live chats and how you can take part in them.
My name is Master Chief Billy Sunday, and I am God. Diving is the most dangerous job in the Navy.
I'm not just good at it. I was born for it.
If it's lost underwater, he finds it. If it's sunk, he brings it up. Got a man dying down there. Stand fast, Chief Sunday. He'll be dead before you get to him.
I'm ready. Let me go.
If he's lucky, he'll die young 200 feet beneath the waves, for that is the closest he'll ever get to being a hero.
What makes you try so hard? Because they said I couldn't have it.
Men of Honor. Rated R. Friday, only in theaters.
Andy! Hey, I know we're busy, but we still make all of our pizzas by hand.
At Domino's, our pizzas are made by hand and delivered hot to your door. Domino's, bad Andy, good pizza.
Call Domino's and get 2 medium pizzas with up to 3 toppings for only $13.99. And now Domino's delivers dessert. Try our new Cinnasticks with sweet creamy icing for just $2.99.
Ross presents Home Week. Incredible savings on everything for your home.
Shopping at Ross. Glasses, dishes, crystal frames, the best brand name. Shopping at Ross. Sheets, comforters, towels too. So much in store for you. Shopping at Ross.
Save 30 to 50% off department store sale prices. Home Week at Ross. Don't miss it.
Shopping at Ross.
Tomorrow at 11 on the Channel 4 News. For many abused and neglected children in the Southland, foster care is the last stop. But is the system that's designed to save them doing more harm than good?
Animals are being treated better than some of these kids.
The facts are heartbreaking, but the future of foster care may have a new hero.
I was one of those children.
Channel 4's Fernell Chapman talks to the child advocates, the parents, and those in search of a safe place to call home. Watch Foster Care Crisis tomorrow at 11 on the Channel 4 News.
Welcome back to our local election update. Got something interesting going on, a live political chat room going on all night on our website, and you can take part.
There you can see our veteran news correspondent, Jess Marlowe, at the computer. He's participating in a chat right now. Jess, can you wave at us? There you are, talking to somebody. You can log on, www.nbc4.tv.
Back to the network. Next big state to fall, Ohio. We'll see you in about a half.
The rhythm that is found in the voice of a people. The melody that is found in a cascade of dancing feet. The song that is found in the dreams that will never die. Gumboots, a smash hit musical. A story, a festival, a party. Gumboots, the international music sensation.
At the Wilshire Theater, November 21st through December 10th. Get your tickets now at all Ticketmaster outlets or by phone.
Johnny? Here. Juan? Here. Maria? Maria?
Today, more kids are in school and fewer kids are homesick. That's because more kids, like Maria,
Need glasses, Maria?
are getting the preventive care they need to help them stay healthy and ready for school. Introducing California's new low-cost and no-cost medical, dental, and vision plans for kids. For more information, call toll-free 1-888-747-1222.
Wednesday, after you've cast your vote on Election Day.
Can I tell you something, honestly?
Watch the show that has the one president we all agree on.
The day is over, Toby. We'll live to fight another one.
Then, all new Law & Order, a revenge murder. The police aren't talking. Now, it's one DA.
Excuse me.
Versus every officer in the city.
You son of a...
Could the cops be outgunned?
I'd say it's a distinct possibility.
An all-new Law & Order after the Emmy-winning West Wing. NBC Wednesday.
From NBC News, Decision 2000 Election Night continues. Live from our election headquarters in New York, here again is Tom Brokaw.
Good evening once again, and it's already clear here at 7:30 Eastern Time in New York that the road to 270 electoral votes for either George W. Bush or Al Gore will be long and torturous before this evening is out. More states now have closed their polls. Let us tell you what is going on in them. In North Carolina, Ohio, and West Virginia, it is simply too close to call in all three of those states. Two of them, Bill Clinton won in the last two election cycles, Ohio and West Virginia. The idea that North Carolina is still too close to call does come as a surprise this evening. They are joined by these other critical states too close to call: Florida, New Hampshire, and Georgia. All of those states too close to call as well. Polls have been closed there for more than a half an hour now. We make these decisions based on interviews that we conduct with the voters as they leave the polls, but we have to be absolutely certain that they match up with the actual returns as well, that they fit the models that have worked so well for us over the years. And as we say, in a half a dozen states at this hour, it's still too close to call. Here's the national vote return so far in terms of the raw vote. This will be changing throughout the evening, of course. We want to share that with you now. The raw vote, of course, is the popular vote. The electoral vote is the one that gets you to 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. Just 2% of the vote has been counted thus far. George Bush has a lead there, as you can see, of about 12 points, but that is likely to change before the evening is out. To what degree, we cannot say at this hour. We also want to tell you that on the electoral map, we have been able to color in some of the states thus far. Remember, tonight, the key colors are red for Texas Governor George W. Bush and blue for Al Gore. They stay fixed in place. They're in Kentucky and Indiana, also in Virginia and South Carolina for the Texas governor, and the state of Vermont for the vice president. But those key states that we cannot fill in are still out there, Tim, and that could very well prove to be the story of the night.
Tom, let's go through them. Ohio. The Bush people had created scenarios where they could win the election without winning Florida, without winning Pennsylvania, without winning Michigan. There is no scenario they can win this election without winning Ohio. Nail-biting time in Austin, Texas. West Virginia, a state that Clinton Gore won by 15 points in 96, 13 points in 92, should be a loyal Democratic state for Al Gore. But he got in trouble with the coal miners down there. They didn't like some of his environmental policies. And it looks as if George Bush is giving him a real run for his money in a state that the Democrats had practically owned. And Robert C. Byrd went around the state just last week with a key endorsement for Al Gore. And lastly,
Tim, before you go on, we're able to take one of those states out of the too close to call column now and put it in the column for Texas Governor George W. Bush, and that is the state of Georgia. NBC News projects that the governor will win that state, and that's important to him. Obviously, the state of Georgia is a nice, nifty electoral prize of 13 electoral votes altogether. We color that red. That had been on the governor's map all along, so that's important to him, Tim, to have won there.
He wants the solid South, a lock, and that's why Georgia, Tennessee, Arkansas was key to this strategy. And the other state town we were talking about, North Carolina, as you know, that state has changed dramatically. A very popular Democratic governor, a young senator named John Edwards, and a conservative senator named Jesse Helms. But North Carolina is the kind of state Bob Dole won by just 5 points in 1996. George W. Bush having a little tougher time than he expected in North Carolina.
Someone who's watching Florida tonight and that too close to call projection that we're all making at this hour is the Democratic senator, now the senior Democratic senator from that state, and that's Bob Graham, who joins us now. And you do have a new Democratic colleague because NBC News has projected that Bill McCollum is going to be the new Democratic senator from Florida, Senator Graham. Why do you think it is so close in Florida?
Well, first, Tom, it's very good news that Bill Nelson has been elected to the United States Senate. He'll be a good senator. It also closes by one the gap between the Democrats and Republicans in terms of control of the Senate, and it's a harbinger of what might happen at the presidential level.
I was going to say, Senator Graham, I gave both the Nelson family and the McCollum family heart palpitations there for just a moment. It was Bill Nelson, obviously, the state insurance commissioner who was elected tonight in the state of Florida. No doubt I'll be making that kind of a mistake in some nature before the end of the evening. But again, in Florida, where Al Gore spent so much time, why is it so close now, especially given the thumping that he gave to Governor Bush's Social Security plan?
Because Florida is a microcosm of the nation, and the nation is going to be that close. There are areas in the state where George Bush will run very strong, particularly in the northern parts of the state, states that have large military bases. Then there are areas where there are large retirement areas in which Al Gore will carry by more than 10 points.
All right, thank you very much. Senator Bob Graham will be checking in with you again during the course of this evening. And to former Congressman Bill Nelson, my apologies. To Congressman McCollum, even though I said you were the newly elected senator from Florida, it has no bearing, sorry to say, on your behalf. We want to tell you about a couple of other Senate races that are going on right now. Let's begin in the state of Ohio, our projected winner there, no surprise. The Republicans hold the seat. Mike DeWine will be going back to Washington for another 6-year term. In West Virginia, 82-year-old Bobby Byrd, as he is known in the United States Senate, the official historian of that chamber, has been elected to his 8th term. 48 years he will have served at the end of his 8th term. He has been such a champion of West Virginia and federal projects that they have named everything down there except the Appalachian Mountains after Bobby Byrd. So he'll be going back, and the state of Virginia, West Virginia, can they will have a sigh of relief tonight because they know that they've got a great champion of West Virginia. But a big surprise, Tim, if Al Gore can't win West Virginia. His senior people were telling me just the other day, we're going to win that. Bobby Byrd's going to get it for us.
And it has gone Democratic the last 4 elections. Tom, it's only 5 electoral votes, but it's an indication of the difference between Al Gore and Bill Clinton in trying to win a presidential race. And tonight, 5 electoral votes are 5 precious diamonds. In order to get to 270, every little vote counts so much. The other thing that I think is important to note, you mentioned Robert Byrd and his age. And Strom Thurmond in South Carolina is 97. Whoever is governor in a state like West Virginia, we have a race tonight, or in South Carolina, it's important because if those gentlemen happen to leave the earth, God bless them, the governor would appoint them. And with the Senate in the balance, you could tip the Senate from one party to the other over the next couple of years, as we learned very sadly with Paul Coverdell of Georgia or Mel Carnahan in Missouri. It's quite important to watch all these races, both president, Senate, and governor.
If there is one national Senate race tonight, Tim, it's going on here in the state of New York where Hillary Clinton is running against Rick Lazio. The polls don't close until 9 Eastern time. That's almost 90 minutes away from now. We'll know then probably who has won that Senate race. But in the meantime, based on our interviews with some New York voters, we have an idea of what they thought about that race. Let's go to NBC's Katie Couric again. Katie, what have you been learning about it?
Well, Tom, right now, Andrea Mitchell and NBC's David Bloom are here to chat with us about this incredibly fascinating and very closely watched Senate race, probably almost as fascinating as the presidential contest. Andrea, this got very nasty and contentious. The gloves came off early on, didn't they?
They certainly did. First of all, the very first debate, Rick Lazio crosses the stage and marches over into Hillary Clinton's space. And women throughout the state, according to people who were talking to them, pollsters, felt that it was like their husband saying, why haven't you paid this bill? He was waving this paper and saying, sign this pledge to not use soft money. And a lot of people thought at that point that he should have been more positive, less negative, because all he had to do was run against Hillary Clinton. She has so many people who are angry about her, who don't think she's a real New Yorker, that if he had rallied those people, that could have been a more effective campaign strategy. We'll have to see. The polls are still open until 9 o'clock. But already tonight, you're seeing some real blame game being played. The wife of the Republican governor, Libby Pataki, has already said that she feels if Rudy Giuliani, the popular New York City mayor, had gotten out of the race sooner, Katie, and cleared the field for Lazio, that he would have had an easier time against Hillary Clinton.
Right, but she apologized for that comment later, right?
Yeah, but it's a little too late. And as you say, people are still going to the polls here in New York.
Meanwhile, David, I know you talked to a Republican operative here in New York State who said that Rick Lazio really never was able to convince people why they should vote for him rather than vote against Hillary Clinton.
Well, it's sort of what Andrea was talking about, in that there is a defined group in New York that was always going to vote against Hillary Clinton, the First Lady. And what this Republican top state official told me earlier today was, look, if you ask people, why are you voting for Rick Lazio, their first answer is, and this is a direct quote, so forgive me, I hate Hillary Clinton. Ask them their second answer, it's, I hate Bill Clinton. By that point, he said, they didn't have a pro-Lazio reason for voting for Rick Lazio. One other factor important here, the president came in, made a big effort to get out the African-American vote in New York. That could prove decisive. These exit polls that you were talking about earlier have the African-American vote above 10%. That could be the decisive factor in this race.
And we should point out that she is the one candidate who really wanted Bill Clinton campaigning for her. So if he was feeling at all having a hard time going to the poll today, left out, the first time in 26 years when he went to vote today in Chappaqua, his new home, that he was not on the ballot. But he said he was at peace with himself, but then he went right home and started calling radio talk shows around the country to get out the vote for Democrats, often without having been asked to. Unsolicited calls from the president to these talk show hosts.
And of course, a lot of people will be asking whether he should have been used to a greater extent in the presidential race, and I'm sure that's going to be a point for discussion in the next couple of days. Andrea
Seems as
Mitchell.
though he's effective here in New York, at least.
That's right. We'll obviously be checking in with you both throughout the evening. Thanks so much. Tom, back to you.
Thanks, Katie. Well, he is still the president of the United States, so we keep track of his every move. We're told now that he has gone from their home in Chappaqua to get on the Marine One helicopter and come to Midtown Manhattan for what he obviously hopes will be a victory celebration tonight. It's worth pointing out that Hillary Clinton, when she first began to run in New York, a lot of skepticism in upstate New York, which is traditional Republican territory. In fact, there was a bumper sticker that read, Hillary, not here, not now, not ever. But if, in fact, she gets to the United States Senate, it will be with the help of upstate Republicans. We do have another Senate race that we can call for you now. This is a pickup for the Republicans. The state of Virginia, George Allen, the former governor of that state, has defeated Chuck Robb, another former governor who had served for 2 terms, a 61-year-old Marine who served in Vietnam, and of course he is married to the eldest daughter of Lyndon and Lady Bird Johnson. Chuck Robb defeated tonight. It had been a very difficult fight in Virginia for both of these candidates. They battled each other across the state. A lot of people thought that Chuck Robb didn't have a chance at the beginning, but he stayed in the fray and stuck by a lot of the principles that he believed so strongly in. But Governor Allen has been a very popular figure in that state. He'll be going to the United States Senate now, so that offsets Bill Nelson, who picked up a Democratic seat in the state of Florida tonight. Now we're 1-1 in the Senate matchup. Let's take a look at the map once again, because this is going to be critical throughout the evening. We simply can't say it often enough. The states that remain too close to call, we want to show them to you. We have, as you can see, 69 electoral votes that are too close to call. Florida, North Carolina, West Virginia, Ohio, we have now colored, and also New Hampshire, which is tough to see up there in the right-hand corner, because it's a small state, but it plays big, as they say, in presidential politics. Those are the states that are too close to call. The road to 270, George Bush has 54 at this hour. Al Gore has 3. No surprises thus far, except in those states that we thought we could probably make some kind of a projected winner in. We've not been able to do that. We'll be back with more on Decision 2000 right after this.
Decision 2000 election night coverage is brought to you in part by NBCI.com. One site with everything you need.
Welcome to NBCI.com. One site with everything you need. All right, the holidays are here and it's time to shop. Whether you're looking for computers, books, electronics, or more. NBCI's product reviews and search technology ensure you find the right gift at the right price. Sorry. So this holiday season, do all your shopping at NBCI.com. One site with everything you need.
I'm so excited about this. You know how easy it is to take your home videos and turn them into movies? Listen to this. You get an iMac, of course, get your digital video camera, hook it up, and start iMovie. They've got effects in there now. You can, make it real fast, or get slow motion, make it dramatic. Or you can take a piece of music, put it under your footage, and all of a sudden, people are laughing, crying. I don't know, whatever you want. I've got cheesy ideas, but you'll do something creative that'll make you want to go, ooh, let's watch that again and again and again and again.
I'm doing what I have to do, officer.
Wednesday, all new Law and Order. A revenge murder. The police aren't talking.
They've circled the wagons.
Now it's one DA.
Excuse me.
Versus every officer in the city.
You son of a...
Could the cops be outgunned?
I'd say it's a distinct possibility.
All new Law and Order, NBC Wednesday.
We're back. The goal tonight is 270 electoral votes for either George W. Bush or for Vice President Al Gore, both well short of that at this hour. And, of course, both campaigns and their chief strategists are trying to play chess with that map that you see before you, trying to get all of their pieces in place. So far, it's breaking just about as we had predicted, although, as we have been saying throughout the night, a lot of those states that are still too close to call are a bit of a surprise, causing probably some anxiety in the campaigns of both Governor Bush and Vice President Al Gore. We want to remind you that in just 15 minutes from now, we're going to have a whole lot of states that will be coming in, 202 electoral votes altogether, that will take us over 300 electoral votes, 328, and those include the important states of Massachusetts and Michigan and Missouri and Mississippi and New Jersey and Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania and Michigan are going to be critical to this election. What happens if both candidates get to just 269 electoral votes? That is one short. Mark Siegel of American University is an authority on the Electoral College and what happens after all that. Mr. Siegel, this happened in the 19th century, but it didn't happen in the 20th century. What do you think the chances are tonight that it's going to happen in the first election of the 21st century?
Well, I think looking at these numbers, we've moved from a hypothetical scenario to a real possibility that we could have a 269 Electoral College tie.
We have talked about this a great deal during the course of our coverage, but do you think that there will be a rebellion in the ranks of American voters if they wake up tomorrow morning and find out that their votes ultimately were replaced by electors, people that they don't know much about?
Well, I think the American people understand the process. It hasn't been put to the test in 112 years, but this would be a valid and legal election. I think there will be serious questions about whether it should be changed in the future, but no doubt the person who won the Electoral College would be inaugurated on January 20th.
Well, what's your judgment? As you know, a lot of critics of the Electoral College say, look, we elect dog catcher by popular vote in this country. We ought to elect the most powerful office in the land, the person who gets the most votes.
Well, I think there were very, very good reasons that our forefathers established this system. The system has generally worked well, but if the popular vote winner and the electoral vote winner diverge today and over the next few days, I think there will be serious calls for a change, either for direct election by the people or for proportional representation in the Electoral College, as we have in the states of Maine and Nebraska today.
Tim?
Tom, you know, it's quite interesting in looking at all this, and I'd be interested in Mr. Siegel's view. Walter Dellinger, who worked in the Justice Department and is a scholar on these things, wrote, and he said, you know, these candidates knew the rules. And the reason they campaigned in all the battleground states for the last month of the campaign was because they counted the Electoral College. So there can't be any sour grapes or second guessing. They played with 270 in mind. Otherwise, they would have gone to New York and California and played the popular vote game. So let's not have anyone suggest that the election in any way is illegitimate if someone wins the Electoral College but loses the popular vote.
We ought to go through this, I think, Mr. Siegel, just for viewers who are still slightly confused. Here's how it could happen. For example, George W. Bush could pile up an enormous popular vote majority in, say, a state like Texas, where he is very popular. But then it could be very close, as it appears that it is tonight, in Florida. Al Gore could get a huge popular vote majority in the state of New York. And then in the final analysis, in those states across the country, they could split the vote. And then finally, it means that one could have a greater number of votes, but a fewer number of electoral votes.
It looks like we're seeing a very close popular vote election, but an even closer Electoral College election tonight.
We're going to take you to the map now and tell you about what we've got on that map so far. As you look at it with your expert eye, what are the states that you're going to be watching to check in? I'm sorry, Mr. Siegel, we're going to now project an important win for Vice President Al Gore. NBC News projects that he wins the 25 electoral votes in the state of Florida. It turns out that Governor Jeb Bush was not his brother's keeper. The family had been joking, and seriously, that it could be a cold Thanksgiving. Tim Russert, that's great news in Nashville tonight.
That is a very, very, very important state for Al Gore. And now the pressure is on George W. Bush in Pennsylvania and Michigan. And those polls close in about 10 minutes, Tom. All along, George W. Bush had been telling everybody, I'm going to carry Florida. I already have Texas. I'm going to carry Florida and then move up north. Without Florida now in his pocket, he really has to win those battleground Midwest states. Pennsylvania has 23 electoral votes. If he trades that for Florida, it's only a net loss of 2. If he loses Pennsylvania and Michigan, it gets very difficult to reach 270. Still doable, but very, very difficult. It means winning 10 of the 12 remaining battleground states, 5 of which have gone Democratic the last 3 times.
You know, there was a surprise in terms of why Al Gore did so well in Florida. We all assumed conventionally it was because of Social Security and the presence of the first Jewish vice presidential candidate on the ticket, and that's Joe Lieberman, the senator from Connecticut. But in fact, as you looked at those exit polls, people were making judgments based on other issues.
Like the economy. Economy. Elderly voters seem to tilt a bit to Bush, but it's the young people who've moved into Florida, in the Tampa and Orlando areas, who began to take hold and say, all right, I want to stay with this economy, and gave the vote to Al Gore.
Tim, in 10 minutes, we're going to take a look at polls closing in states like, as you just pointed out, Michigan and Pennsylvania. It's going to be critical, but also in Tennessee, where the Bush campaign has made a real stand in Al Gore's home state. We'll be back with all of that and more. Long and exciting night, getting more exciting with every passing moment, right after this on Decision 2000.
I'm so excited about this. You know how easy it is to take your home videos and turn them into movies? Listen to this. You get an iMac, of course, get your digital video camera, hook it up, and start iMovie. They've got effects in there now. You can, make it real fast, or get slow motion, make it dramatic. Or you can take a piece of music, put it under your footage, and all of a sudden, people are laughing, crying. I don't know, whatever you want. I've got cheesy ideas, but you'll do something creative that'll make you want to go, ooh, let's watch that again and again and again and again.
Thursday. In the blink of an eye, a world can come apart.
Mark, can you hear me?
I love you. All new ER, NBC.
This is a special edition of the Channel 4 News, Decision 2000.
It has been leading to this. Decision Day is finally here. America going to the polls, including millions right here in the Southland. Some very big races here being decided right now at the ballot box. Good evening, everybody. It's election night here in the Southland, and I'm Paul Moyer.
And I'm Colleen Williams, and this is election headquarters for our Channel 4 News team. This is Decision 2000.
Yes, it is. Of course, the big race for president. We just heard NBC call Florida for Al Gore, but another big contest is for the Senate right here in California. Incumbent Dianne Feinstein being challenged by Republican Tom Campbell. Let's get you right out there now to Chuck Henry. He's following this race for us live in San Francisco. Chuck?
Thanks very much, Paul. Actually, she hopes to be celebrating Dianne Feinstein here in the Substance Abuse Rehabilitation Center. They're just a few blocks from the new stadium here in San Francisco. If California has a better than expected voter turnout today, they're forecasting at above 76%. The weather in Northern California surely has to be a part of it. A glorious day in San Francisco. In fact, this morning, a funny thing happened. People showed up to vote at one polling place, which happened to be a bank. The bank didn't open till 9 this morning, but the people showed up at 7, so they let them actually vote out on the street. You can see about 25 people there. There have been long lines at polling stations throughout the San Francisco Bay Area. Senator Dianne Feinstein voting this morning here in San Francisco. Her Republican challenger, Tom Campbell, voting down in the San Jose area. So we're expecting a big party here or in San Jose. Either way, we'll be here to cover it for you. I'm Chuck Henry reporting live in San Francisco. Back to you in Burbank.
All right, Chuck, long lines here in the Southland as well. Now, we want to take you live right now to Channel 4's David Cruz. He's at the local Democratic headquarters in downtown L.A., where we understand we see Governor Gray Davis has just arrived. Hi, David. Hi, Governor.
Indeed, Colleen. He has just arrived. Governor Colleen says, welcome to Los Angeles.
Thank you, Colleen.
Your reconnoitering of the state today has shown what?
There's going to be a very big turnout, and California is going to go for Al Gore between 5 and 9 points.
Sure, long night, early night, what do you think?
Well, I think it'll be a long night because the entire West Coast will matter, California, Oregon, and Washington. I just want to encourage everyone, no matter their partisan affiliation, please vote, participate in this election. Obviously, I'd like you to vote for Al Gore.
What about the minority vote turnout? Is it what you expected, and how crucial is it?
It looks like we have a very strong participation from the Latino and the African American communities. Everyone has benefited from the Clinton-Gore policies. I think people want to stay the course by electing Al Gore.
You just saw Florida go into your column. How do you feel about that?
I feel that's terrific. I think it's a very good sign, and wait for Michigan to weigh in, wait for Minnesota, New York, New Jersey. You're going to see some of the big Midwest states go our way.
Governor, we'll be with you this evening. Thank you very much. Governor Gray Davis, back to you now in Burbank.
All right, David, of course, the Bush polling internally has California going the other way, but we're just going to have to wait and see. Coming right back with a look at how you can get involved in our coverage. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
Thanks for calling Domino's. Andy! May I take your order? Hey, I know we're busy, but we still make all of our pizzas by hand.
At Domino's, our pizzas are made by hand and delivered hot to your door. Domino's, bad Andy, good pizza.
Call Domino's and get 2 medium pizzas with up to 3 toppings for only $13.99. And now Domino's delivers dessert. Try our new Cinna Sticks with sweet creamy icing for just $2.99.
Introducing the all-new Chevy Tahoe. Now offering a 3rd row of seats that's light and easier to handle than anything else out there. It's nowhere near anything. The new Chevy Tahoe, like a rock.
Remember how Las Vegas used to be before it turned into New York? Whatever happened to the friendly service, great atmosphere at low prices you used to get in Las Vegas? It's all gone south, 90 miles south, to Don Laughlin's Riverside Resort Hotel and Casino in Laughlin, Nevada. Adults of all ages can enjoy their favorite games, the best in food, good times, and rooms are just $19 per night midweek when you stay 2 nights or more at Don Laughlin's Riverside Resort Hotel and Casino, because the best of Las Vegas has gone south.
Tomorrow at 5 on the Channel 4 News. It was a hate crime that shocked the nation. An angry gunman opened fire on a group of Southland children. Now, a year after the Jewish Community Center shooting, a 6-year-old survivor and his family speak out for the very first time.
I kept screaming. I said, is he okay? Is he okay? Is he alive? Is he alive?
Hear about his struggle for survival.
I was trying to crawl, but I keep falling down.
And how his life has changed. Watch Where Are They Now tomorrow at 5 on the Channel 4 News.
All right, welcome back to our continuing local election coverage. We want to let you know that you can take part in our political chat room, which is going on right now. In fact, this is what it looks like live. Channel 4's veteran news correspondent, Jess Marlowe, at the computer right now. He's chatting live with our viewers on the internet.
That chat room's going to be active all night long. Take a look at who'll be available to chat with. Just log on to our website at www.nbc4.tv. We'll have guests from Rock the Vote as well as political consultants. Log on. Join Jess, join us.
You're right. A reminder, you can also get more information at our website, which once again is www.nbc4.tv. We'll be back in about 30 minutes with a live report from the Bush camp in Texas.
I feel like a computer up here with www. this and that. Pennsylvania and Michigan next to fall. We'll be back in about 30 minutes. We'll see you then.
NBC4.tv. New features, new address, new look.
Here we are in Spokane. And here we are in Boca Raton. And this is Eugene. As you can see, this is a new unit. Check out that install. And here we are in San Francisco. Sorry, I couldn't get the bridge out of the shot. And here is Salt Lake.
Wow.
Compared to this, our trip to Egypt totally bites.
Let Washington Mutual make a fan out of you. Washington Mutual. Join the club.
Hello, I'm Edward James Olmos, inviting you to the upcoming Latino Book and Family Festival. There will be more authors, more fun, more food for the entire family, and I'll be there too.
The Latino Book and Family Festival, December 2nd and 3rd in San Bernardino at the National Orange Show. Admission is free.
KZLA's looking for the Dixie Chicks' biggest fan. Listen to KZLA weekday mornings or log on NBC4.tv to win VIP concert tickets. Only from Country 93.9 KZLA.
Tomorrow at 6 on the Channel 4 News. You stop, you pop, but do you really know what's on the top of your soda can?
No.
Here's what we found under a microscope. Still thirsty? What you need to know before you commit your lips. Watch Pop Culture tomorrow at 6 on the Channel 4 News. Coverage you can count on.
It is 8 o'clock on the East Coast. 16 states, the polls have closed, the District of Columbia, and we have an important call to make in the state of Michigan. But we're showing you Texas. No surprise there, George Bush wins. The stunner at this hour is that we can call Al Gore the winner in the Wolverine state.
This is the state where Reagan Democrats were born, working class people who went Republican on values issues and then on the economy and then on strength. Clinton got them back in 92 and 96. A bitterly contested state. Al Gore takes it, and the map for George Bush gets even tougher.
In the state of Pennsylvania, the Keystone State, too close to call at this hour, still being battled out by the Vice President and Governor Bush.
Another one, this one Bush, it looks like is going to have to win to build his margin.
In Illinois, Missouri, too close to call. This one and we're skipping ahead to Illinois. Al Gore, the winner there.
These Midwest battleground states, which George Bush's campaign thought they were going to be very competitive in, they haven't won one yet. And with Michigan and Illinois and Pennsylvania too close to call, but you add Michigan and Illinois to Florida, and Al Gore's people must be feeling very good about now.
And again, in the state of Missouri, it's 11 electoral votes still being fought out. This is a state where the governor running for the Senate, Mel Carnahan, killed tragically in a plane crash. Through this whole election in this state, really upside down for some time.
And again, this is one of those states we always point to because except for 1956, it has gone with the winner in every election since 1900.
In New Jersey, CNN able to say that Al Gore is the winner. George Bush was in there campaigning this very weekend. But it appears that Al Gore has won New Jersey in its 15 electoral votes. Massachusetts, no surprise, a state the Democrats can count on in just about every election you can think of. Al Gore winning and taking its 12 electoral votes. The state of Tennessee, it's Al Gore's home state, but he is not able to count on it. Jeff Greenfield, it's too close to call.
But again, in the Bush calculation, when they told us, well, we can win without Florida, a state like Tennessee was one of the states they had in mind. He went there, kind of drew a line in the sand, said Al Gore may win Washington, D.C., but he's not winning Tennessee. We can't say one way or the other, but if this one doesn't fall for Bush, it's trouble.
Maryland, the free state, reliably Democratic, and Al Gore wins that, takes its 10 electoral votes. Alabama, a state I guess we thought George Bush we'd be able to say at this hour, another one too close to call. Connecticut, Al Gore, the winner in the Constitution state, and its 8 electoral votes. Oklahoma, its 8 electoral votes go to Texas Governor George W. Bush, the governor of the neighboring state of Texas. Mississippi, another win for the Texas governor, and its 7 electoral votes. Kansas, Bob Dole's home state, we just heard from him, solidly in George Bush's corner, and its 6 electoral votes. Up in the far northeastern corner of the United States, Maine, its 4 electoral votes still up for grabs, still being battled out between Gore and Bush. And finally, the nation's capital, the District of Columbia, no surprise at all, Al Gore the winner. And finally, Delaware in this 8 o'clock count, Al Gore the winner. That is a state where George Bush had been making threatening noises, but it looks like Al Gore has called it. Here is how, and we want to add that we are able at this hour to say the state of North Carolina is in George Bush's corner. This is a poll that closed about half an hour ago in North Carolina, and its 14 electoral votes go to George Bush. Looking at the map, the national map at this hour, you need 270 to win to become president. At this hour, it couldn't be any closer. I guess it could be by 2 votes. But Bush has 121, Al Gore at 119. It is a cliffhanger, gentlemen.
Very much so. Just a quick observation. Before that observation, exit polling from you, Bill Schneider?
Well, we do. We have some exit polling from the state of Michigan. The AFL-CIO endorsed Al Gore back in October, and that was a critical factor in his victory in Michigan. I should add, by the way, that some of those... All right, well, here we have the vote among union household voters in Michigan, and as you can see, the unions delivered big time. 2-1 for Al Gore over George W. Bush, and union households made up 42% of the voters in Michigan. Gore's big victory in Michigan was a union victory. Sweet victory for Al Gore, sweet victory for John Sweeney and the AFL-CIO. Now, what happened in Florida? Well, there we had a lot of new residents move there, getting new jobs. We found that among voters in Florida, that those who said their family finances were better voted very heavily for Al Gore. They were crucial in Gore's carrying the state of Florida because 54% of the voters of Florida said their finances had improved over the last 4 years. So clearly, the improvement in the economy in Florida, the fact that they came there, those new residents looking for jobs paid off big time for Al Gore.
And remember early tonight, one of the keys we asked is, was it the economy, stupid? I think what you're telling us, I mean, you can speak for yourself, is that in Florida and Michigan, those union members that had been lost to the Democratic Party all through the 80s and came back hoping that Clinton would make things better for them, it seems that it was the economy, stupid or intelligent. But at any event, in both those states, the union members and people who thought their incomes were better went solidly for Gore, may help to make the difference.
Observation about the Midwest, staying in the Midwest, Illinois, my home state. With the Vice President taking Illinois, the simple headline is that the brothers Daley came through for Al Gore. William Daley, the Vice President's national campaign manager, Richard J. Daley, Richard M. Daley, the mayor of Chicago, they came through. There was some concern as recently as a month ago, but obviously the machine turned out.
And apparently all these voters were alive.
Yes,
that's right.
It wasn't always the case in Chicago.
Well, usually from Chicago we vote early and often. But
the brothers Daley came through for Al Gore. The brother Bush did not come through for his brother, George W. Florida did not hold for his brother.
It's interesting we talk about the unions, and you both have talked about the union vote. All this happening while union membership is declining in this country. So whatever the organized labor has to turn out in the United States these days, it has to work even harder. Because as a percentage of the workforce, organized labor is a smaller percentage than ever in history.
And that's why John Sweeney may be one of the people to whom Al Gore owes a great debt of gratitude. As was mentioned, he's the head of the AFL-CIO, committed to Gore when Bradley was still a threat last October, poured millions upon millions of dollars into mail voter turnout. And if Al Gore were to win tonight, that's a long way away, John Sweeney is someone who's going to be at that table in January.
Can you think of the agony and the anguish unfurling in the Bush camp and the Bush family? I can recall interviewing Prescott Bush, Jeb Bush's son, on Inside Politics, and I asked him, what happens? What happens if your dad does not deliver for your uncle? And he said, well, we've told him that we're going to read him out of the party. He said, that's a joke. And we had Governor Bush over the past couple days referring to my little brother, saying that he's assured me that when it's all said and done, we're going to win in Florida. But this is a deep embarrassment.
Well, I think the question we have to ask now, with Florida gone, we've given Florida to Gore, we've given Michigan to Gore, Illinois we knew was going to happen. What is it that the Texas governor needs to do to put a victory together? And I think it gets much more problematical for him now that we know the numbers or the states are falling the way they are. In fact, Jeff Greenfield, do some quick calculating. I mean, what would George W. Bush have to do now, assuming these calls stay as they are, to put 270 together?
Well, Pennsylvania looms very large as one of the big battleground states that he has a shot in. And then you have to go down the middle of the country and pick up Arkansas, pick up Tennessee, pick up Missouri, later pick up Wisconsin, try for something in the Pacific Northwest, because that 270 electoral vote
Which
total
is not out of the realm of possibility.
It is not out of the realm of possibility. It just gets tougher.
And Judy, let me add that the Nader factor could loom large here, because in some of those states that are left that Al Gore hopes to pick up, like Wisconsin and Minnesota and Oregon and Washington, the Nader vote could be absolutely crucial. If he takes enough Democrats away from Al Gore, they could go for Bush.
And while we talk about the presidency, the Senate is up for grabs, and we have some calls to make, if you want to call them calls. Some of these calls are telling you that they're not calls. In Michigan, where Spencer Abraham is battling Congresswoman Debbie Stabenow, we say that race is too close to call. In New Jersey, where John Corzine, the Goldman Sachs executive who dumped $60 million of his own money into this race against Congressman Bob Franks, we are saying at this moment that race is too close to call. Probably one of the most watched Senate races, Senator John Ashcroft running against Governor Mel Carnahan, who died a couple of weeks ago in his plane crash. In a plane crash, his widow Jean says she would take the seat if Mel Carnahan gets more votes. That one is too close to call. Now, we are calling Joe Lieberman the winner in Connecticut. But of course, if Al Gore wins, Joe Lieberman will have to resign the Senate. But if not, he at least has a day job. Now, here is a pickup. In Delaware, Governor Thomas Carper has unseated Senator William Roth, a 30-year veteran of the United States Senate, chairman of the inevitably described powerful Senate Finance Committee. Age was a real issue in this race. Senator Roth had the misfortune to collapse while a TV camera was running. That is a pickup for the Democrats. Roth is out. One of the lions of the Senate gone.
All right, while we're looking at the Senate and some of these other very, very important elections taking place, let's go over to the man who's keeping a close eye on all this, our Wolf Blitzer. He's over there with Stu Rothenberg. Wolf?
Judy, with that pickup, that Democratic pickup in Delaware, the new balance of power in the Senate, let's take a look at where it stands right now. There were 35 Republican holdovers, 31 Democrats, 9 Republican winners tonight, 7 Democratic winners. That brings the new number now 44 in the Republican camp in the Senate. 38 Democrats will be in the Senate, at least 18 races still undecided. We have some other Senate races we're ready to call right now, all as predicted. Senator Kay Bailey Hutchison easily reelected in Texas. In Pennsylvania, Rick Santorum, the incumbent, easily reelected, defeating Ron Klink, the Democrat. In the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, Senator Edward Kennedy easily defeats Jack E. Robinson as expected. In Tennessee, Bill Frist, Dr. Bill Frist, the incumbent, he is reelected in Tennessee. In Maryland, another easy race for Paul Sarbanes, the longtime incumbent, beating Paul Rappaport. In the state of Mississippi, the Senate Majority Leader Trent Lott, once again easily reelected. And in Maine, Senator Olympia Snowe, the Republican, moderate Republican, reelected once again. Stuart Rothenberg, there is a change, though, that we're seeing some changes in the U.S. Senate.
Yeah, we sure are, Wolf. Roth, as Jeff mentioned, a 5-term U.S. Senator, chairman of the Senate Finance Committee, a powerful political figure. Roth IRAs, many people know that, named after him. Tom Carper, however, was also a very established figure, is an established figure, much younger, 54 years old, was the at-large congressman, a state treasurer, well-known figure. In fact, polls show that both men were highly regarded, but I have to mention, Wolf, that a year or two ago, there were a lot of Republican insiders who thought that maybe it'd be better if Senator Roth stepped aside. The Republicans nominated Mike Castle, a congressman, a former governor, that he would have a better chance of holding the seat. Roth didn't think so. They didn't.
All right, speaking of Delaware, we're ready to call the next governor of Delaware. Ruth Ann Minner, the Democrat, wins that open seat, defeating John Burris. And one important ballot initiative we're ready to call at this point right now. In Michigan, there was a very controversial voucher initiative that would have allowed vouchers, money, government money, to go to private parochial schools. That voucher initiative in Michigan, we're now saying will go down to defeat no vouchers in Michigan. Tell us why that's important.
Well, the vouchers would have given students about $3,100 under current figures for students in schools that had a low graduation rate. Senator John McCain actually cut a TV ad for the pro-voucher people The Michigan Catholic Conference was supportive, the Michigan Chamber, but of course the Michigan Education Association was strongly opposed, spent a lot of money against it. And these voucher initiatives have very big problems when they get in front of the voters, and they seem to go down, and this one went down as well.
And there's another voucher initiative in California. We'll watch for that, but for now, back to Bernie on the National Desk.
Thanks very much. And quickly to Nashville, Tennessee, and Austin, Texas. In Austin, Candy Crowley covering the Bush headquarters there, and in Nashville, our man John King. As you know, the CNN Electoral College count stands at 121 for Governor Bush, 119 for Vice President Gore. John King, are things evolving the way your people there, you're covering, expected them?
Well, certainly the way they hoped, Bernie. They very much needed Florida, given Governor Bush's strength in places like West Virginia, Iowa, Wisconsin, traditionally Democratic states. So they very much needed Florida to offset that. We're told the vice president was having dinner with his wife and Senator Joe Lieberman and Hadassah Lieberman. When we called Florida and Michigan, we're told cheers went up throughout the room, some hugs and kisses around the room, then immediately back to work. Even at this hour, the vice president and Joe Lieberman still making telephone calls, we're told, into Missouri, into New Mexico, into Colorado. Also significantly, we should tell you, you were just discussing a few moments ago how indebted the vice president might be to organized labor if he pulls this off. The polls have closed in Ohio. I spoke moments ago to Steve Rosenthal, the national AFL-CIO political director. He said of phone banks in Cincinnati and in Cleveland, about 350 to 400 phones total. He says they have emailed them the lists of union members in New Mexico, Colorado, and Arizona. Those email lists get fed into the computers. The computers automatically begin dialing those union households, union workers in the Midwest, now trying to help the vice president throughout the mountain Southwest.
And Candy Crowley, to my original question, are things evolving tonight the way folks in the Bush camp are expecting?
I think you've got to look at both Florida and at Michigan and know that this is a disappointment for them. But I will also tell you that they talk a lot about, the changing strategy over the years. That yes, Florida was always considered something a Republican had to win. But they say the demographics have changed. People have moved. The states are different. Thus, you see George Bush's strength in West Virginia and Iowa and all those states that John just mentioned. Can they win this without Florida and Michigan, which, as you know, we both declared for Al Gore? Bush strategists say absolutely. But clearly this is not an easy thing to do, and the focus becomes on Pennsylvania, on Missouri, on Wisconsin, on Minnesota, and slowly what we're getting down to is some real must-wins for George Bush.
Is Governor Bush still having dinner with his parents and his brother, the Florida governor?
Governor Bush was at dinner for about an hour with his family. He was supposed to watch the returns from a local hotel here, but we're now told that the governor will instead watch them at the governor's mansion. Read into that what you want. Just a change of plans here from the Four Seasons. Now he's going to watch the election returns at the governor's mansion.
Okay, thank you, Candy Crowley. John King. Outstanding reporting from John King on what the unions, AFL-CIO, is doing with their union members in the Midwest, operating phone banks, calling union members in the Southwest to get out the vote.
Great story to be written after this election about just exactly what the unions did. I think some of us reporters were onto it, but it's a much bigger story, I think, than perhaps anyone had realized. Tiny little omen here tonight. Omens are probably made to be broken. No Republican has ever won the White House yet without winning the state of Illinois. We've already called Al Gore the winner in Illinois. Again, these things are made to be broken, but we just point that out. We're going to take a break. When we come back, much, much more of our election coverage.
Coverage of Election 2000 is brought to you by Akamai and America's pharmaceutical companies. For expanded coverage, log on to CNN.com. Akamai, bringing you a better internet, and America's pharmaceutical companies.
The internet is faster because of us.
The internet is more reliable because of us.
The internet is growing because of us.
The internet is more exciting because of us.
The internet goes everywhere because of us. The internet is better because of us.
Delivering the most content from the world's biggest network, Akamai.
The
This disease takes billions of healthy brain cells and slowly turns them into a tangled web. Alzheimer's disease destroys the mind and then it destroys the body. As many as 4 million Americans have it. When my grandmother got Alzheimer's disease, it was very tragic. She basically, within a period of a year, became incapacitated. Eventually, she lost the ability to speak English and reverted to Russian. At our pharmaceutical company, we're trying to remove the amyloid plaque from the brain of the Alzheimer patient. And we are developing a vaccine that activates the immune system to help remove that plaque. And we're very, very hopeful that that will work. My hope is that nobody's parent or grandparent will ever suffer from this disease again.
Got yourself into too much credit card debt? Why not point and click your way out of debt with a second mortgage from ditech.com? Whether you have equity or no equity, good credit or not so good credit, Ditech has a second mortgage with absolutely no closing costs to help you lower your monthly payments now. So point and click your way out of high-interest, non-tax deductible credit card debt at ditech.com or call us at 1-800-71-FIX.
Today's companies are moving at high speeds towards e-commerce solutions. Today's companies move to Ohio because E also means enterprise and expertise. Ohio is the E-Corridor, the place where Discover found the support to build a facility to process the transactions of 46 million card members.
Discover how Ohio's E-Corridor can help you locate or expand your business.
The future, your company's future, is in Ohio, the E-Corridor. Don't miss your stop.
It's 8:20 in the eastern part of the United States. We've made some calls. We've got many more to make. Many states we cannot tell you about, but this is our first look at the actual vote count. These are real human beings who cast real ballots all over the country. Only 5% of the precincts reporting, and with that just 5%, you can see George Bush, 54% of the vote, 3.3 million. Al Gore, 45%, 2.7 million. I think we have to say it's a little too early to know whether that represents anything or not. This is the electoral vote that we can tell you at this hour based on the states that we've been able to call, based on our exit polling. And key precincts. Jeff Greenfield helpfully reminds me. George Bush has amassed 121 electoral votes. His states are in red. Al Gore, 119 electoral votes. His states in blue, including the important states we've been able to call in the last half hour of Florida and Michigan. But we are very much keeping an eye on the states in yellow. Those states are still being fought out. We are not able to tell you at this point whether they are Gore or Bush.
And one of the things we're going to be looking at as we go through the evening is the comparison between the popular vote total and the electoral map total. Judy, you're absolutely right, 5% of the vote, huge states left out. That doesn't tell you much. But we do keep reminding people, given the pre-election polls, of at least the possibility this time that one candidate could win the electoral vote and still lose the popular vote. That is a story we'll be following as the night wears on. It's happened 3 times in the history of the United States. Yep. And but never in the 20th century.
Never in the 20th, always
and never
19th century.
And never when we had such a democratic feeling. And it happened at a time when we didn't elect our senators, when women couldn't vote, when blacks in much of the country couldn't vote. But we're not saying this is going to happen by a long shot. We're just saying we're keeping our eye on it.
All right, Jeff Greenfield. Now, what do I do next? Madeline and McCurry, it's my fault. I'm listening too hard to Jeff Greenfield here. Mary Madeline, Mike McCurry, there's a lot to talk to you two about. A number of states have been called, and there are a number of states still out there. Mike McCurry, what do you make of the numbers so far?
Well, I think the numbers are showing what I think we know all along. It's a very, very close election, and it's going to be a long evening. I think the results in Florida have got to be bittersweet for the Bush family. Of course, the brother of Governor Bush, the sitting governor in Florida, that can't be a happy one for the Bush family. But let's credit Senator Lieberman running for vice president, who practically parked in Florida, worked very, very hard there. And I think we'll also see, as we get into behind the scenes of these numbers, that the argument that Al Gore made about Social Security in the future of that program really did have some real merit to the voters of Florida. So I think that's very significant. We'll have to see if that stands up as we move west.
Mary, Florida does, as Mike said, have to be a disappointment for the Bush campaign.
Well, I am going to go out on a limb here. We have early data. The spread is 2%. The raw total is 4,000 votes at this point. If it continues at this pace, there are 500,000 absentee ballots out there. I'm just telling you, this reminds me of Duke Machen in California, lost on Tuesday, won on Thursday. I continue.
What are you suggesting, Mary?
I'm suggesting when the real count isn't in, the absentee ballots are counted, that they are extensive in there, and that state's going to flip. I really feel that way. Now, having said that, there was a strategy to lose Florida and Michigan and carry on and still get to 270 with some of the states that haven't been called yet, but look to be leaning in Bush's direction. But I still feel like that absentee ballot operation there was so extraordinary, and it is documented at 500,000 that it more than covers the spread as it exists right now.
Mike, is that a plausible scenario?
Not a likely scenario. Sounds like a little bit of wishful thinking, but I can understand with the numbers that close how Republicans might still want to think that there's a chance there. But there is something very important. The closeness of these numbers so far, and as we are reporting it and talking about it and reflecting on it, is surely driving up turnout in the West, because people out West who in past elections have been told that their votes aren't going to count are suddenly realizing that there are very large stakes here. It's a very close election and nobody is running away with it. This may have a real significant impact on turnout out in the Pacific Northwest especially.
Mary, what about the state of Michigan? Clearly George W. Bush put in a really strong effort there. I mean, he was in and out of that state a number of times. He certainly fought hard there in the primary, lost that, but there was reason to believe he had a good shot at Michigan.
Well, it was a battleground state. You couldn't just give it up. We have a Republican governor there who worked hard. There are a lot of other things going on in that state, not the least of which was the voucher initiative, which the governor feared would be detrimental to Governor Bush's race there. And you had the heavy union effort. So you couldn't just give it up. But of those big three, it was the one least expected to end up in Bush's column.
All right, Mary Madeline, Mike McCurry, we're going to come back to both of you for some time, and throughout this night, I
have one quick point. The UAW got Election Day off as part of its contract for the first time in its history, and I think when people look at Michigan and that union vote that Bill has told us about, once again, John Sweeney, once again, vote poll, Election Day off as a paid holiday, that may have turned Michigan around.
I just want to remind our viewers very quickly the states that we have said where the polls have closed, but still we are not able to call a winner. Ohio, West Virginia, Alabama, Maine, Pennsylvania, and Tennessee. And I'm just told that I've just been made a liar. We are able to call the state of Alabama for Texas Governor George W. Bush. Governor Bush takes the 9 electoral votes in the state of Alabama, also known as the Heart of Dixie.
Also, CNN is calling the Senate race in New Jersey. Millionaire, multimillionaire John Corzine, who spent more than $60 million, has won the open seat, turning back the challenge by Republican Bob Franks. Corzine, a big winner in New Jersey, having spent lots of money in the process.
That's a hold.
I was going to say, goes to show that for $55 or $60 million, you can buy your way into the United States Senate.
Well, in fact, it's most important in terms of the balance of power. That's Frank Lautenberg's seat, so we count that as a hold for the Democrats. But unlike Al Checkey in California or Michael Huffington in California, this enormous record-busting sum literally paid off.
Back to the race for the White House. If you're just joining our coverage, this is the electoral vote count right now. It's this close. That's right. These figures are correct. Governor Bush with 130 votes. Vice President Al Gore with 119. Bill Schneider, you wanted to make a point about this yellow
right.
map or states here on the map that are yellow.
Right.
It doesn't necessarily mean what?
It doesn't necessarily mean that those states are very close. It means that we're not ready to call them yet, because in some cases there are unprecedented numbers of absentee ballots. For instance, in North Carolina 4 years ago, 60,000 ballots were cast by absentee. This year, 500,000 were counted absentee. So in many of those cases where the state is yellow, it just means we're not ready to call them yet.
In fact, Mary Madeline was even saying in the state of Florida, even though CNN has called state of Florida for Al Gore, Mary was making the point that there are something like, I think she said, 500,000 absentee ballots that have
Well, when we do call the state, we've taken the absentee ballot count into account. When we call the state, we're pretty sure that state is going to go for the winner. It's just that when we have a state in yellow, that means we're not ready to call it yet. It doesn't necessarily mean that state is neck and neck.
But then again, it could be neck and neck.
It could be neck and neck, but that doesn't necessarily mean that.
But this is a critically important point. If you're just using exit polls, by definition, you can't count absentee ballots. But when we call a state, or anybody else calls a state, they've weighed that into the equation.
That's right.
Which doesn't mean we can't be wrong.
We don't want to mislead our viewers. Not every yellow state is neck and neck.
David Peeler has been telling us for days, he was just here at the beginning of our coverage, it's been 3.5 hours ago, that Mr. Corzine in the primary alone spent $30 million, and here in the general, another $31 million. So, my, what an expensive seat.
Well, speaking of states that we are not able to call, I'm going to wait 13 seconds until I can say this. In the state of Arkansas, where the polls are closing literally as I speak, the home state of President Bill Clinton, we are not able to call. The polls close in Arkansas at 8:30 Eastern Time, and as of this hour, this moment, we are not able to call the result. The land of opportunity. And looking once again, a quick check of the electoral map. George W. Bush racking up 130 electoral votes. His states are in red. Al Gore, the vice president, 119 electoral votes. His states are in blue. And as Bill Schneider just very carefully pointed out, the states in yellow, we are not able to call them yet. It doesn't mean that they will end up close. It just means we don't have enough information at this hour. Even though the polls are closed, we don't have enough information to put them in one corner or another.
And if I... Okay. Mr. Schneider, I believe you have some data.
Yes, we do. Tennessee and Arkansas, these are states that are too close to call. Now, how did that happen? Well, take a look at the voters in Tennessee. We asked them, oh, here it is from Arkansas. Their opinion of Bill Clinton as a person. These are his fellow Arkansans. 61% have an unfavorable personal view of Bill Clinton. So it doesn't look like Bill Clinton helped Al Gore very much in Arkansas. Now, if we can shift to Tennessee, here's what we find. We asked them, the voters there, in deciding how you'd vote today, how important is it to you that Al Gore comes from Tennessee? And look at this, almost 2/3 of them said, you know, that's really not very important at all. So, that's one reason why the state is very close. If Al Gore does not carry the state of Tennessee, he'll be the first presidential candidate not to carry his home state since George McGovern in 1972.
And the first, and if he were to win the White House without winning Tennessee, he'd be the first since what, James Polk? James K. Polk. I looked this up today.
Well, it depends on how. Well, let's see. Richard Nixon, no, he didn't win the White House, so you'd have to go all the way back to James K. Polk. Nixon didn't carry California in 1960, but he lost.
I covered that campaign, so I can
James
speak
K.
with
Polk?
authority. Yeah.
It's interesting that
I wasn't going to bring that up.
Thanks.
It's interesting you point out in Arkansas how the president is regarded, because one of the things we're going to be looking at is what we call the Clinton factor, and trying to figure out whether people who don't like Clinton as a person somehow put that on Al Gore. In Arkansas, it may be that the negative opinion of Bill Clinton is one of the reasons why maybe that's closer than certainly Al Gore would have hoped.
But weren't the polls showing that at least in some instances, people were willing to overlook Clinton's personal failings in their eyes because they agreed with his policies, and saying that they would stick
on
theoretically with the vice president?
Here's the line that our colleague Mark Shields often uses. If Bill Clinton drove through a car wash in a convertible with the top down, Al Gore would get wet. It may be that
even if he were in the trunk, I think.
It may be, even if he wasn't in the car, it may be that people are willing to forgive Clinton, but we're going to find out, but stick Al Gore with the responsibility for what they didn't like. This is something that we'll be finding out through the night.
As they do in the National Football League, I'm going to throw a yellow flag on the anchor desk and say, if you're just joining us, Governor Bush is leading Vice President Gore 130 to 119 electoral votes in the race for the White House. We have much, much more to come. When we come back, Larry King live with special guests and Wolf Blitzer. bringing us up to speed on the latest on the battle for the Hill and the balance of power. Back in a moment, wherever you're watching in the world.
Who brought down the most infamous lord of the drug trade? Killing Pablo on CNN Perspectives. Sunday, 10 Eastern, only on CNN.
Treasures Furniture has arrived, and your definition of home furnishings is about to change. Now there's a place you can finally go and experience world-class shopping for home furnishings from around the world. Treasure's grand opening celebration is on now, with value and selection which is not to be believed. Best of all, you'll always be protected by our best price guarantee. North of the 405 and 5 interchange, east off Alton Parkway, Treasure's Furniture is now open.
At Fletcher Jones Motor Cars, most people can't tell the difference between our pre-owned Star Mark Mercedes-Benz and our brand new Mercedes-Benz. Here, take a closer look. These choice, low-mileage Mercedes have been thoroughly inspected and reconditioned. They come with a free 12-month factory-backed warranty and a 7-day trial exchange. And just like our new Mercedes-Benz, they also come with a preferred owner sticker. Stop by and see for yourself.
Fletcher Jones Motor Cars, Mercedes-Benz, Newport Beach.
CNN, America's campaign headquarters.
What's my investment strategy? How about buy things before they go up?
For a personal financial plan, please press 5.
I'm going to pay for this. What was I?
This market's still got a lot of upside.
This market's going south. Why didn't they write this last month?
Can't believe Dad thought he could check stock prices on this thing.
Okay, 2 of your stocks are up. What about the other 15?
Thank you, Payne Weber.
Today, business is composed of 2 worlds. One a brick and mortar, the other a digital reality. And as these worlds continue to grow, one company will be right there, delivering the products and materials needed for success. From the steel that builds our cities to the silicon that builds our networks. Norfolk Southern, moving the goods that move the economy.
An epiphany is a sudden awakening to the essential nature or meaning of things. The day you realize that babies aren't delivered by storks, that was an epiphany. The day you recognize that men and women are not the same, that was an epiphany. The day you realize that your website is your business and your software can't handle the traffic, that is an epiphany. It's a different kind of world. You need a different kind of software.
It is 8:36 on the East Coast. CNN has a call to make, at least 3/4 of a call to make, in the state of Maine. Maine is one of only 2 states in the country that allows its electoral votes to be decided according to congressional district. There are 2 of those districts in Maine. What we can say is that Al Gore will carry 3 of Maine's electoral votes, and Bill Schneider, we are only able to say the 4th electoral vote is undetermined. Can you quickly explain what all this means?
I'll try. Maine has 4 electoral votes. There are 2 congressional districts. It gets 1 electoral vote for each district. If you carry the district, you get that electoral vote. Then if you carry the entire state, you get 2 additional electoral votes, because Maine has 2 electoral votes for the congressional districts and 2 for the state, because it has 2 senators from Maine. So if you carry the state, you get 2. If you carry each congressional district, you get 1 for each district. The other state that does that is Nebraska. It divides its electoral votes up district by district.
At least this much of the Maine result, I think, has to be a personal disappointment for the Bush family. They have a longtime summer home there in Kennebunkport. George W. Bush was in there at least a couple of times campaigning. So, but we will see. Perhaps he'll be able to pull out, one assumes he'll be able to pull out that vote. We don't know. Larry King is in Washington with a special guest.
Thank you, Judy, with 3 special guests. They are the Honorable Ann Richards, former Democratic governor of Texas, Howard Baker, the former Senate Majority Leader, former Reagan Chief of Staff, and Bob Woodward, the Pulitzer Prize-winning assistant managing editor of the Washington Post, right up to what we know right now, that they just gave it a Maine, How do you see it, Ann?
I don't know how to call it, Larry, and that is the honest-to-God truth, since I know everything.
You do.
But tonight,
You don't know.
we're not going to know until we get to the West.
Senator Baker.
No, I agree with that. I think that at this point, I had thought and hoped that George Bush would be further along, but it's still too close to call.
Are you disappointed?
Mildly, but it's not over yet. You know, it's not over till we, as Ann says, till we get some more results from the West in particular and from Pennsylvania.
This is a yogi night.
It is. I mean, so close it's scary.
It ain't over till it's over.
And what's interesting, to take a moment and think about the candidates, I remember talking to George McGovern, who was the Democratic nominee in '72, and he got killed by Nixon. I think McGovern won a single state. And I asked, what were you thinking on Election Day with all the polls showing you have to lose? He said, I thought I was going to win. You, as a candidate, live in a bubble. Now, those two candidates, one of them is going to have his heart broken.
But both said it would be close, didn't they? And they kept saying it.
Yeah, but saying it's close and feeling it in your heart, you know, that's another thing. Because you're out there, you've got the crowds, they come to see you, they're with you, and you have to believe that you're going to carry that state. I think both of these candidates were told by their staff and by their pollsters, you're going to win this election. I don't think there's any doubt of that.
Huge black turnout, surprising?
Big turnout all over, you know, in every sector of society. It may be, almost certainly will be a record turnout, and, you know, regardless of who wins, that's a marvelous thing.
And that also confounds the experts who predicted, what, 48% would turn out.
I don't know anybody who predicted a massive turnout like we're seeing today.
Why, Bob?
You know,
why are they coming out?
I think people realize that their vote matters, and that it is not just perfunctory, and that you actually go out, and this might be the vote that carries. I mean, Al Gore was running around and saying, one more vote in each precinct is the difference.
I was asking it 2 months ago, could we have a popular winner different from an electoral winner?
Yeah, we could, but I don't think that's going to happen. And one of the other things that I think happened tonight, is that the press said, this is going to be the closest race in history. That made people believe that their vote was important. The other thing is, we had some really hotly contested Senate races. We had some really contested congressional races. Those are things that I'm really interested in. And I think that got the vote out, too. And when the vote turns out, the Democrats do well.
Senator, how could Bush lose his brother's state and Gore possibly lose his own state?
Yeah, I think Gore will lose Tennessee, as a matter of fact. So? You haven't called it yet, but I was with with Bush 5 times in Tennessee, and you could feel the enthusiasm. And I don't know anything about the rest of the country anymore, but I think I know something about Tennessee, and my guess is that Bush will carry Tennessee.
And what about Arkansas?
I think we'll lose Tennessee, and I think it is likely we will lose Arkansas, and I don't think we need them to win.
Could win Pennsylvania?
I think we'll win Pennsylvania.
They're still holding out on that. Are you surprised Ohio is still out?
Yes. I mean, look, the only wisdom is in the numbers, and we don't have them now.
All right, why is this so close? I mean, one would have made a case the country's in good shape. Clinton didn't campaign, but he's got a 62 to 63 rating. Why is it even close?
I mean, the analysts are going to have to figure that out, but obviously the undecided voters split.
I think that the issues became the same issues in each camp, and the differentiation was very difficult. For example, I know in the exit polling that the issue of being sure that you had Medicare covering prescription drugs, not having it done privately, that should go to Gore's benefit. If Bush should win, Bush is going to win on what is really a Democratic issue. In other words, I think that Bush was able to fuzzy up the issues to the point that people didn't differentiate between where Gore stood and where Bush stood.
Larry, I think that this was an issue-dominated campaign, and I think that's good. I think it probably promoted a vast turnout, which I think almost certainly we're going to see. But there's something else there that we don't know yet, and probably won't know till we've examined the results in a few days. And whether it was fierce competition between Bush and Gore, or the issues, or something else, I don't know. I'm even bold enough to think that the country has decided that elections are important, and that they ought to turn out and vote.
Thinking.
And if they have, that's a major victory for the country.
Well, and also it's quite possible that prosperity mattered. I mean, most people in this country are better off, and that simple fact, which people have told us for a long time can drive an election, may have done it once again.
All three of our guests will be back at midnight. We'll come a little after midnight and be with you for the full hour with this outstanding panel. Certainly no mandate here, right?
No, it's not going to happen.
We thank Ann Richards, Howard Baker, and Bob Woodward. In the next hour, we'll talk with the mayor of New York, Rudy Giuliani. Right now, back to the national desk in Atlanta on this extraordinary election night. Guys?
A very good guest to have on at the top of the hour, because more polls will be closing, including New York. CNN's live coverage of this election 2000 will continue in just a moment.
Coverage of Election 2000 is brought to you by Chrysler and Paine-Webber. For expanded coverage, log on to CNN.com. Chrysler, we're reinventing the passion for driving. And Paine-Webber. Thank you, Paine-Webber.
Looking to save more and spend less this holiday season? With the Chrysler Holiday Sale, you can do just that. Because now you can save over $2,300 when you buy a new 2001 Town & Country with 4.9% financing. Or choose a $299 lease on the award-winning 2001 Chrysler Voyager. So take advantage of the Chrysler Holiday Sale today for savings that let you spend more on a real holiday priority, yourself.
What's my investment strategy? How about buy things before they go up?
For a personal financial plan, please press 5.
I'm going to pay for this. What was I? This market's still got a lot of upside.
This market's going south.
Why didn't they write this last month?
Can't believe Dad thought he could check stock prices on this thing.
Okay, 2 of your stocks are up. What about the other 15?
Thank you, Paine-Webber.
The internet goes everywhere because of us.
The internet is more reliable because of us.
The internet is growing because of us.
The internet is more exciting because of us. The internet is faster because of us.
The internet is better because of us.
Delivering the most content from the world's biggest network, Akamai.
Got yourself into too much credit card debt? Why not point and click your way out of debt with a second mortgage from ditech.com? Whether you have equity or no equity, good credit or not so good credit, Ditech has a second mortgage with absolutely no closing costs to help you lower your monthly payments now. So point and click your way out of high-interest, non-tax deductible credit card debt at ditech.com or call us at 1-800-71-FIX.
My sister has one of the most devastating forms of arthritis. Dangerous side effects really prevented her from taking medications that would ease her pain. At my pharmaceutical company, we work to discover medicines that are as effective for that pain, but with fewer side effects. To know that we're helping millions of people every day, it's a high point of my career. To know that I've helped my sister is the high point of my life.
We're 13 minutes away from another set of states having their polls closed, having the doors closed, if you will, on the places where voters go to cast their ballots. Let's take a look now at the electoral map at this moment. With George W. Bush has 130 electoral votes. His states are in red. Al Gore, 122 electoral votes. Those states in yellow are the states where we are not yet, at this moment, able to declare a winner. And let's take a look at what those states are. They are New Hampshire with 4 electoral votes, the state of Ohio with 21, West Virginia 5, Pennsylvania, significant battleground state, 23, Missouri 11, Tennessee another 11, the home state of Al Gore, and Arkansas 6. And we are able to call Pennsylvania for Vice President Al Gore. 23 electoral votes go to the Vice President, Jeff Greenfield, Bernie Shaw. This is a major disappointment for George W. Bush, and Jeff makes it all the harder for him to put together a winning combination.
It absolutely does. It means that of the states that are now undecided, we can begin to say that George Bush has to more or less run the table on them. He has got to win Ohio. He has got to win Tennessee and Arkansas. He has got to win Missouri. The polls close at 9 o'clock. New York was never in play. The West Coast hasn't been favorable to the Republicans for a while. So with the loss of Pennsylvania and Michigan and Illinois and Florida, all battleground states, the states that we have left in yellow are the place where George W. Bush's candidacy must prevail if he's to survive across the Mississippi River. It's going to be tough.
Very tough, Jeff. And for the first time tonight, Al Gore has gone up on Governor Bush. The Vice President, 145 electoral votes. The Governor from Texas, 130 electoral votes. And as you say, poll closings coming up at the top of the hour, and we'll see what happens.
Al Gore having exactly half the number needed at this hour. We were able to call Pennsylvania at about 8:48 Eastern time. He now has about half the number, exactly half the number needed. But as Jeff's just said, we've got polls closing in the coming hour. Wisconsin, Oregon, later on tonight,
New
a number
York,
of states.
among others. But right now we're going to go to Nashville, Tennessee and Austin, Texas simultaneously to Candy Crowley and John King. Candy, the Bush people keep giving you scenarios of how they can win without Florida and how they can win without Michigan. Now at some point the scenario begins to get a little dicey, doesn't it?
At some point, you run out of electoral votes that are there to be had, particularly when you realize that California has always seemed like very safe Gore territory, despite a Bush effort there. So, yes, Pennsylvania just another big one, and we're running out of battlegrounds and running out of states with major electoral votes. Now, as you know, Bush has made a play for a lot of the 11 electoral votes, 10 electoral votes, all of those states, Tennessee and Arkansas, but it now becomes as you say, it comes to a point where George Bush is going to have to run the table if he's going to stay in this game.
You told us earlier that Jesse Jackson was being dispatched into Philadelphia, that this turnout effort by some of the Gore operatives was going on into the night. Is it their sense now, can you tell us, that they now begin to see, to use a phrase from another generation, the light at the end of the tunnel? John?
Jeff, a lot of people think that it's, just cliche or just conversation to fill out a campaign when we talk about how important the ground war is. Just look at the state of Pennsylvania and look at some key elections in recent years. The election of the Philadelphia Mayor John Street, elections in the Pittsburgh area, the mayor and the city council. In those cases, African Americans in Philadelphia made the difference. Labor unions in the western part of the state made the difference. The Democrats have poured $30 to $40 million of their own money into this, plus money from the labor unions. They believe tonight it is making the difference. They also believe the nonstop campaigning by Al Gore helped out in the last few days, particularly in the state of Florida. Based on their projections now, they assume the state of New York will go their way in the next hour. They think they're going to win by a significant margin in California. They're counting on Washington State. So that's still a battleground worth looking at. They think they're just about 18 electoral votes short of winning the White House if this keeps going. Again, the vice president still on the phone. Just a few moments ago, I was told, making a phone call into Missouri. The poll's still open there, making drive-time radio calls into Colorado, New Mexico, and Arizona. They are much more optimistic here. Cheers among the staff at the Gore Hotel. Cheers in public here in Nashville, as we've just called the big state of Pennsylvania for the vice president.
All right, John King in Nashville, Candy Crowley in Austin. Back here at the studio in Atlanta, let's go quickly to Hal Bruno over at our big electoral map. Hal, what happened in Pennsylvania to pull it together for Gore?
There was a big surprise, Judy. It was over here. He not only won the city of Philadelphia, but he did very well in the suburbs, and he held his own over here in the west, which is the swing section of the state. That's the way he did it.
And he was in, let's look at that tally of how many times these candidates were in the state of Pennsylvania. I have George Bush in there at least 12 times since the conventions, Al Gore in there 13 times. That tells you as clearly as anything, this is a state both these gentlemen felt they needed to have in order to pull this
and so far, every key big battleground state, Gore has taken them tonight so far. Florida, Pennsylvania, Illinois, Michigan.
Ohio is still out.
Let's take a look at how Al Gore won Pennsylvania. Well, this was absolutely crucial. Let's look at people who decided how to vote in the last 3 days. They voted 53 to 36 for Gore over Bush. Now, only about 1 in 10 voters decided how to vote in the last 3 days, but they gave Gore his margin. It was at the end of this campaign in the last few days that Gore won Pennsylvania. Among the 90% who decided earlier, Bush had a slight edge. So it was just decided in Pennsylvania only in the last couple of days.
Bill Schneider, our coverage will continue in a moment with more poll closings at the top of the hour. Quite a handful of states.
Closed captioning provided by USSearch.com. Find out if anyone you know has a criminal record. One of over 50 information products now available at USSearch.com.
Tonight on Larry King Live Election Day 2000, join me, a special midnight show with Ann Richards, Howard Baker, and others. Tonight on CNN.
Treasure's Furniture has arrived, and your definition of home furnishings is about to change. Now there's a place you can finally go and experience world-class shopping for home furnishings from around the world. Treasure's grand opening celebration is on now, with value and selection which is not to be believed. Best of all, you'll always be protected by our best price guarantee. North of the 405 and 5 interchange, east off Alton Parkway, Treasure's Furniture is now open.
Could win an appearance on the Travel Channel. We're on a great American road trip, conducting a nationwide talent search, and our next stop is your hometown. Cox Communications and Travel Channel want you to show us what you've got. So come on out and audition. It's your chance to be on television, and the Travel Channel's bringing it right to your backyard.
Be a star. Audition at the Shops at Mission Viejo Saturday, November 18th from noon to 5. Brought to you by Travelland USA, the world's largest RV shopping center.
For centuries, diamonds have been the ultimate symbol of love, romance, desire, passion. A partner for life, like a fingerprint. An ID number is laser inscribed into your diamond, making it unique and distinguishable. Feel confident in your purchase. Insist on the IGI certificate, an independent, objective analysis of quality. Let experts give you peace of mind. Remember, a commitment like a diamond's quality is forever.
Stay with CNN, America's campaign headquarters.
Four minutes till more polls close. Let's go straight to the Capitol gang and Al Hunt.
Thanks, Judy. I'm here with Cato Byrne and with Robert Novak. All right, Bob, for weeks we've been talking about Gore has to pull off the political trifecta, Florida, Michigan, Pennsylvania. He did it. Where does that leave us?
I think it leaves him just a step from being the next president of the United States. He could do it, I think, by winning his home state of Tennessee, which everybody had thought that Governor Bush was going to win. My information is the returns are not that good for Governor Bush. But then if Bush does, if he's able to get Tennessee, then we move out west to some important states out there, Arizona, Oregon, and before that, Iowa. And those are states that Bush would have to win. He has very little margin of error and not much confidence, I think, in the Bush ranks right now, considering the disappointments they've had so far tonight.
We're in hand-to-hand combat, right, Kate?
Absolutely. With Gore winning those big three battleground states, it's up to Bush now to win all the skirmish states. He's got to win states Bill Clinton carried twice. He's got to win Wisconsin, Oregon, Iowa, New Mexico. He's got to win a couple that have already closed but are too close to call. New Hampshire, as I said, he better hope they're kinder this time around. Ohio, West Virginia. He needs to be greedy about all the smaller states that are still out there, because this gives Al Gore such a boost.
You know, one thing I'm struck by, this is primarily looking at the exit polls. In 1980, we talked about Reagan Democrats. After that, in 1992, we talked about some Clinton Republicans. He got some Republican votes. I'll tell you, George Bush is not getting any Democrats, and Al Gore is not getting any Republicans. There will be no mention of Gore Republicans or Bush Democrats, which may create a mandate problem for governance, whichever one of these guys wins, Bob.
But the real story is that the ground war has apparently been won by the Democrats.
Unions, yeah.
The unions came
really
out,
mattered.
the blacks came out, and that's why some of the Republicans I've talked to are a little bit on the pessimistic side, because they've been losing the ground war in state after state. The only other point is that the ground war is most effective with union members and, may I say, African Americans, and in these other states they're perhaps a little less important. I think Tennessee becomes really hugely important. Who would have thought that the battle for Tennessee by Al Gore would be that important?
Tennessee or Missouri, which is going to, may stay open late, too. Michael Hooley has put together for the Gore people a great get-out-the-vote operation.
Well, the Democrats had a terrific get-out-the-vote operation in '98, and it cost the Republicans some seats, but they promised themselves that they'd match it this time. But it seems as though in the big states they haven't.
And because of the federal judge in St. Louis, we won't know for another 3 hours, will we?
Well, we may not know until tomorrow, because there are absentee ballots coming in some states, and there are also going to be some states that may be so close that we'll have no idea. For instance, I think CNN has given 3 votes in Maine to Al Gore, but there's a 4th, which is 1 CD out there that could be critical in the final analysis. Wouldn't that be a field day for us, Bob Novak?
We can only hope.
That's right. Kate, a final word?
I'm going to stay right here, Al. I'm not going to miss a thing.
We will be back later, though. We now go back to our election headquarters in Atlanta, where it's 9 o'clock in the east, and the polls are about to close in New York, Wisconsin, and New Mexico.
From CNN Center in Atlanta, coverage of Election 2000 continues.
Be sure to stay with us for comprehensive live coverage tonight and analysis. We will be back with you with all the returns.
New York goes for Gore. Hillary Clinton wins the Senate seat in New York are among our CBS News election night headlines of this hour. For the first time tonight, Gore's back big time with big wins in big states. Mark them: Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Florida, and now New York with 33 electoral votes. And First Lady Hillary Rodham Clinton will be moving from the White House to a U.S. Senate seat from New York. It's 9 p.m. in the East, and this is the all-important electoral vote count at this hour. Again, it takes 270 to win. Here is the nationwide popular vote count at this moment. Battleground states Pennsylvania, Missouri, and Wisconsin still hanging out there. Check that. Pennsylvania is no longer hanging out there. That's my era. Pennsylvania has gone in the Gore column, but Wisconsin and Minnesota, Missouri, Arkansas, Tennessee, West Virginia, Ohio, and New Hampshire are all hanging out there. All told, the polls are now closed in 40 states, including the 12 states just closed, worth 102 electoral votes. So in declining order of their electoral importance, here they are. New York, 33 electoral votes. They were expected to go for Al Gore. They went for Gore. Not only did Gore win, but he won large enough to help pull Hillary Clinton through to a win in the Senate race. Louisiana, the Pelican State, goes 9 electoral votes for Bush. Widely expected outcome there, but appreciated by the Bush forces given the closeness of the race. In Nebraska, as the race now moves to the plains and the Midwest, strong Republican state, 5 electoral votes go to Bush from Nebraska. In Rhode Island, 4 electoral votes. Little Rhodey goes for Gore. North Dakota, 3 electoral votes from the Flicker-tail state. More about that later, why they call it that, but the Flicker-tail state flicks for Bush. South Dakota does the same, 3 electoral votes. So Bush gets 6 electoral votes in the Dakotas. Wyoming, 3 electoral votes. The home state, one of the home states of Dick Cheney, goes 3 electoral votes for Bush. Now, the polls just closed in these next states, but the races are too close to call. And look at this list. It's too early to say that the election will be decided by these votes, but Wisconsin with 11, Minnesota with 10 now loom large for both candidates because the electoral vote is so close, 182 for Gore, 153 for Bush. Arizona with 8 hasn't been called yet, although the polls have closed there. Colorado with another 8, expected to go for Bush, but too close to call at the moment. New Mexico with 5. The weather was bad in there today. Don't know whether that affected turnout, and if so, how much. But these are all states where the polls have just closed, but we don't have enough information to say how they're going to go. And now, once again, to the national map. The states in red have gone to Bush. The states in blue have gone to Gore. You may remember, and those of you just joining us, Gore got Florida. That put him in the hunt early. He absolutely, positively had to have Florida. He got it. Doesn't mean Gore's going to win, but since he's won Florida with 25 electoral votes, won Pennsylvania with 23, also picked up Michigan and Illinois having 22. Ohio with 21 electoral votes is the biggest state on the board now where the polls have closed and no decision has been made. But Wisconsin with 11, Minnesota with 10, all of these states now could figure large in the outcome. Missouri with 11, the polls open in the St. Louis area under a judge's order because there's so many people who were lined up at regular poll closing time. Arkansas, President Clinton's home state, up for grabs, and a heartbreaker for Al Gore if it goes toward Bush, and the Bush people are practically celebrating because they think they're going to win Tennessee, and the Bush people, along with some others, think Tennessee could be the margin one way or the other. But right now the polls have closed in Tennessee, and it's still considered a mite too close to call. Now, New Mexico, Colorado, and Arizona all figured to be, in the last week of the campaign, good to go for Bush. We simply don't have calls in them, although the indications were from turnout today that things could be pretty close in Arizona. So that's where, with 270 electoral votes needed to win, Bush has 153 and Gore has 182. Now, in the Senate, winners at 9 p.m. Eastern Time, New York Senate race, in terms of a glamour race, in terms of perhaps the most interesting race in the country. Hillary Rodham Clinton, 53 years old, wins over Rick Lazio in New York. Now, there are a lot of people who believe this possibly positions Hillary Rodham Clinton for a race in the presidency sometime in the future, but right now she has plenty to celebrate. This was a tough go for her against a very well-financed, very good candidate in Rick Lazio, but she wins it. Hillary Clinton will be going to the United States Senate. In Wisconsin, Senator Herb Kohl has been returned for a third term. That would be a hold-on for the Democrats. Mark Dayton, the Democrat in the Minnesota Senate race, he has beaten Senator Rod Grams. Now, that's a pickup for the Democrats in the Minnesota Senate race. Bob Schief will be telling us more about that later. It gives the Democrats some hope still that they just might be able to retake control of the Senate, although it remains odds against, although they have picked up this Senate seat in Minnesota. Arizona Senate seat, Senator John Kyle has gone for a second term. That's a hold-on for the Republicans there. New Mexico, Senator Jeff Bingaman, the Democrat, has held on to his Senate seat for the Democrats there. In the Rhode Island Senate, Senator Lincoln Chafee, the Republican, holds on to his seat, so the Republicans are holding on to a lot of seats here, although they are losing some along the way. In North Dakota, the Republicans hold on to their seat there. Kent Conrad has won again. In Wyoming, I should say the Democrats in North Dakota. Check it if you will. These returns are running like a squirrel in a cage now, and one can get a little confused. Democrat Senator Kent Conrad has won in North Dakota, a hold on for the Democrats there. In the Wyoming Senate race, Senator Craig Thomas has been returned as a GOP senator from a very strong Republican state. Now let's punch up the national Senate race. The map looks this way. We started the night with 34 Senate races to be decided. So far, as you can see, the returns are, the states in red have been won by Republicans. The states in blue have been won by Democrats. The Democrats need a total of 15 Senate seats. Tonight, when it gets to blue to 15, the Democrats, you can say, have regained control of the Senate. That's 20. I beg your pardon. Made this mistake before, won't make it again. The Democrats have to get to 20 in the blue. The Republicans have to get to 15 in the red. Got that? 34 up total. Republicans, if they win 15, they've already won 12. They will retain control of the Senate. The Democrats have to get to 20. So while the Democrats still have a glimmer, it's odds against, it looks like the Republicans are going to retain control of the United States Senate. Now, here's another look at the electoral vote in the presidential race. 182 for Gore, mostly on the strength of his picking up fairly lately Pennsylvania, New York to go with Florida, Illinois, and Michigan. Bush has 153 with 270 needed to win.
CBS News Election Night coverage continues. From CBS News Election Headquarters in New York, here again is Dan Rather.
Gore leads in the Electoral College count 182 to 153, but mark it, it's a long way from being over. There's absolutely, positively a chance that Bush can still win this race. We've got a long way to go. One of the Senate headlines, perhaps the biggest headline of the night, is Hillary Clinton. Bob Schieffer has won in New York. Want to set it straight again. While the Democrats still have a chance to regain control of the Senate, it's looking odds against because the Republicans have won so many, although they lost in New York. It was not a turnover. This was Daniel Patrick Moynihan's seat. Hillary Clinton holds on to it.
Exactly, Dan. But if the Republicans do retain control, it may be by only one seat. And in fact, we could, I think it's an outside possibility, we could wind up the night with a 50-50 tie in the Senate, which would mean that the vice president, whoever that turns out to be, would break the vote. The vice president would then become a senator. He'd vote on every vote if it looked like it were going to be a tie on party lines. We ought to talk a little bit about this Hillary Clinton race. How did she do it? She had to have a big turnout of Manhattan voters. That's where the Democratic vote is. And she had to do well among Jewish voters, which is about 14% of the vote in New York. She got 58% of the Jewish vote. Lazio got just 41%. Also, there was a very nasty campaign, but people thought that Lazio was the most unfair in his attack ads. About 60% of the people thought he was more unfair than she was in her race. But this was down, dirty, nasty, and I think will probably turn out to be, Dan, the most expensive Senate race in history.
With how much spent? Maybe
well, around $100 million total.
And it was as hot and squalid as a New York elevator in August. Let's go to Phil Jones, who's at Hillary Clinton headquarters here in New York. Phil?
Well, Dan, Mrs. Clinton is not here yet, but she is expected later, and she'll be here with her husband, the president, and her daughter, Chelsea. As Bob was talking about how she had put together this victory with the Jewish voters and so forth, I think we saw in the exit polls another clue on how she did it. We asked the question as the voters left, did they vote for the particular candidate or for the opposition? In the case of Hillary Clinton, 78% enthusiastically said they got out today to vote for her. Lazio, 49% said they voted for him. 48% said they voted for him because they didn't like Hillary Clinton. Dan?
Phil Jones at the winning Hillary Clinton for Senate headquarters here in New York. I'm mentioned again because I don't want to confuse anybody. This is a hold-on for the Democrats because Daniel Patrick Moynihan, the Democratic senator, is retiring in New York. And while the Democrats have had their bright moments tonight, Hillary Clinton winning in New York, a Senate seat being one of them in these Senate races, Chuck Robb lost down in Virginia, and the overall Senate race for the Senate, control of the Senate, does not look good for the Democrats. They have to get to the 20 mark in the blue to get control. The Republicans, they have 12 wins so far. They only have to get to 15. So the Democrats still have a shot at getting control of the Senate, but they're now drawing to an inside straight. Now, here's another look at the electoral vote. 182 for Gore. He has 182 electoral votes in his lockbox. Bush has 153. The Electoral College map looks like this at this hour, and it's a very interesting situation. Anybody who's saying to themselves, well, Gore's had a big rush the last hour and a half, 2 hours, looks like he's going to win, don't go there because it's not necessarily so. Here's the situation. All the states in red. Bush has run through Dixie like a big wheel through a cotton field. He also has won all the way up the gut from the Southwest, his home state of Texas, all the way up through the Plain states. He's won Wyoming, has Bush. Bush has also carried the mid-Atlantic states of Virginia and North Carolina. He's won Indiana, and that blinking light, there's now 2 blinking lights on the board. Both of these are states, Louisiana and Kentucky, that went for Clinton Gore in 1996, but this time have flipped and have gone Republican and gone for Bush. Louisiana with 9 electoral votes and Kentucky with 8. Now, the place to have your eye, there's 2 places to have your eye on this map at the moment. I would say actually 3, beginning with Ohio. 21 electoral votes there. It's been out a long, long time. The Bush forces, frankly, would have hoped that this state would have dropped for their man earlier in the evening. It still may go for Bush. Ed Bradley, you have any late information on that?
No, it's still too close to call, and it has to be concerned for them because no Republican has ever won the White House without winning Ohio. So it's hard to see how he does it if he doesn't take that state. So I'm looking back at Ohio and also a little state of New Hampshire. As close as this thing is, 4 or 5 electoral votes become very important.
And New Hampshire has 4. Good point about Ohio, but let's make the point. George Bush has not lost Ohio. It's just the polls have been closed there for a long time, and it's still too close to call. Now, moving on up now into the upper Midwest, Wisconsin with 11 electoral votes, a state where Nader sentiment was running pretty strong. Minnesota with 10 electoral votes, another place where Nader was expected to do at least reasonably well unless some Nader votes veered off at the last moment. Missouri with 11 electoral votes. And we keep coming back to Tennessee. The Bush people seem very confident. Yes, they've been confident about virtually every state, but they seem particularly confident about winning Tennessee. 11 electoral votes. What a deal that would be. It would be Shakespearean if Al Gore to lose the presidency because he lost his home state. But it's too early to say whether he's even going to lose it, much less whether it's a decisive state. Our CBS News Electoral College coverage will continue in a moment with Gore ahead 182 to 153.
CBS News Election Night coverage is sponsored in part by Enron. Ask why.
Welcome, analysts. This was a challenging fiscal year for the company. Due to unpredictable weather, earnings are down. Welcome, analysts. But as everyone knows, you can't predict the weather. There's nothing you can do about it.
Today, we're going to get a testimonial from a satisfied Dollar Rent-A-Car customer. She'll tell you how she got a great deal on a car while planning her vacation. And she'll tell you how Dollar's easy-to-use website made getting the perfect car simple. Whenever she's ready. Apparently, she's letting Dollar's low rates do all the talking. So when you're planning a vacation, find out how far Dollar's low rates can take you.
There will always be skeptics. You know them. They say it will never work. Never happen. Never fly. But the next time they tell you all the logical reasons why it can't be done, just remember all the times that they have been wrong.
I see her the same time almost every day. She's always there waiting for me. I bring her lunch up to her apartment and I sing Italian love songs to her.
Philip Morris provides grants to Meals on Wheels programs so that thousands of seniors can have a hot meal and a visitor. Philip Morris and Meals on Wheels are fighting more than just hunger among the elderly. We're fighting loneliness. Working to make a difference, the people of Philip Morris.
I always dreamed of being a quarterback. Coach Pagano once told me, team and attitude, Tony, that's what it's all about. He wanted me to play offensive line. I want to thank coaches like Coach Pagano who make all the difference.
New ball game. Bush has carried Ohio. Bush has carried Tennessee. He picks up 21 big ones in Ohio and 11 big ones in Tennessee. Both these states were on the margins. While Ohio State had a long time, you can bet that they're smiling like a cat in a creamery down in Austin, because they almost positively had to have Ohio. Got it. 21 electoral votes. Tennessee, they were very confident they'd win Gore's home state, and they have done so. That puts Bush back in the lead. 185 for Bush, 182 for Gore. Now, the Electoral College map looks this way now. A lot of red on this map, and now 4 blinking lights. Ohio went for Clinton Gore in 1996. It has gone for Bush this time. Kentucky also went in 1996 for the Democrats. Tennessee went in 1996 for Clinton Gore, and so did Louisiana. All 4 of those blinking lights, which could be the difference. Could be the difference tonight. Here was the deal. Bush absolutely positively had to have the 21 electoral votes in Ohio to keep his hopes alive. He's gotten those and picked up Tennessee in the process, and is now surged once again back to the front. Folks, the Pacific Coast states are looming very large now: California, Oregon, and Washington. Ed Bradley, Bush wins, tightens up the race. Let's look ahead.
I would still look to Minnesota and Wisconsin. And I think that a big factor there is still Ralph Nader. He pulled almost 5% in the polls. And we've seen that the late deciders are a factor there. About 13% of the people in those states are making up their minds, have made up their minds in the last 3 days. And about 19% of those are going for Nader. We're also seeing that with the Ventura vote in Minnesota, that Al Gore is getting about 51% of that vote, and Governor Bush is only getting 38% of that vote.
Another look at the electoral vote count. Can't get a cigarette paper between them. 185 Bush. Now that he's picked up Ohio and Tennessee, he goes to the front. 182 for Gore. The Electoral College map with 270 needed to win looks this way. 185 Bush, 182 Gore. States in red have gone for Bush. Blinking lights indicate the states that went the last time for Clinton Gore and have gone this time for Bush and company. There are no blinking lights on the Gore side. Minnesota, Wisconsin loom large. Also, Missouri with 11 electoral votes looms large. Let's face it, everything on the board now is very, very important. Our CBS News election headquarters coverage will continue after these messages.
This is the hardest thing I've ever done. I mean, these people were like family to me. Remember I met Jeannie at the company picnic?
It was the best thing that ever happened to you.
Yeah, taking the new job was a tough decision. Deciding what to do with my 401k money was another. I didn't want to mess it up. I called T. Rowe Price. You know, you told me about the mutual funds. Yeah, well, they sent me a rollover kit, you know. Took me through it step by step.
I made it easy for you.
Yeah, piece of cake.
T. Rowe Price, helping people invest with confidence for over 60 years.
It's going to be a good job.
Yeah.
Where do you find inspiration? What if the things you do every day could be done with tools so instinctive, using them would be like riding a bike? If technology became your silent partner, imagine what you could imagine. We believe it's time to move beyond information technology to inspiration technology. Welcome to the new IT from Compaq.
Around the world, mothers may look and live differently. But what they want for their children is very much the same. They want to protect and nourish them, provide better for them. So biotechnology researchers are developing a more nutritious strain of rice. It's called golden rice. It will contain beta-carotene, a source of vitamin A. Golden rice could help prevent blindness and infection in millions of children, and could help nourish people in need around the globe. From medicine to agriculture, biotechnology is providing solutions that are improving lives today, and could improve our world tomorrow. To learn more about biotechnology and agriculture, visit our website or call our 800 number.
He's an American war hero, accused of murder. But could it be a plot to destroy him? Who killed the colonel's wife? 48 Hours, Thursday.
It was the trial of the century. These lawyers were the dream team. But behind closed doors...
Please don't embarrass us.
It was a nightmare.
I find this damn insulting.
It's the mini-series OJ doesn't want you to see.
I had a lie detector exam. He gave a wrong answer to just about every question.
American Tragedy, CBS Sunday.
CBS News is back. The electoral count, 185 for Bush, 182 for Gore. We go to the map. Wisconsin and Minnesota. The polls have closed. Unknown how they're going to go. Gore may need them because looking ahead out west, look, there's no way Gore can win this thing without carrying California. It'd be like trying to scratch his ear with his elbow. He's got to have California to have any chance of winning. Bush is out front. Who knows whether it'll last? Dan Rather at CBS News Election Headquarters in New York.
This is a CBS 2 News special, Campaign 2000, the general election.
Good evening to you. I'm Jonathan Elias.
And I'm Gretchen Carr. Welcome to Campaign 2000. While the presidential numbers come in around the country, here in California, voters continue to cast ballots until 8 o'clock tonight.
It is the California proposition that the entire country is watching. One of the biggest issues. We're talking about Proposition 38. That's the school voucher program. That gives parents money to send their children to private schools, $4,000. Let's go to Linda Breakstone live near LAX for a look at Prop 38 supporters. Linda?
Well, I'm here at the headquarters at LAX Marriott, Jonathan, and we spoke with some voters this morning. Many voters actually like this idea.
The vouchers, just because I think that when I eventually have children, I'm most likely going to be looking at the private school. It's kind of funny. I don't even think it's the best way to go, but I really want to send a message to the schools that what they're doing is not good and needs to be changed.
Voted for school vouchers. I have a young daughter, and I would like to be able to have the option to decide what I want to do with my daughter's education, as opposed to just knowing that I have to go public school route or it all has to be out of my pocket.
Now, as we just saw, a lot of people do like this, but there's a lot of opposition which says that, in fact, it would bankrupt the public school system. I have with me Chris Bertelli. He's a spokesman for the proposition. What do you say to that?
Well, I think first and foremost, the proposition guarantees that public schools in California will be funded at or above the per-pupil national average, which is a stronger funding guarantee than current law. In addition, the $4,000 voucher offered under Prop 38 is only half of what the state of California spends per child in the public school system.
So you're saying money will stay from the $8,000 that the California state gives to the school system. Half of that will stay?
Absolutely. Half of the money spent per child in California's public schools will stay in the general fund that could be reallocated back to those public schools to strengthen them.
Well, the polls are still open, so best of luck to you. Okay. Reporting live from the LAX Marriott, I'm Linda Breakstone, CBS 2 News.
Linda, thank you very much.
Linda, as you said, this proposition is not without its critics. We turn now to Mark Coogan, who joins us live from tonight's No on 38 headquarters in downtown LA. Mark?
Gretchen, the opponents of 38 think they are going to win the vote tonight. In other words, 38 is going to go down to defeat, even though the opponents say they have been outspent 2-1. But neither side in this race can complain about poverty. The most powerful opponents of 38, the California Teachers Association, the CTA defeated a voucher initiative in 1993, and it is hoping that another rejection tonight will send a message.
We are hoping that the decisiveness of the outcome tonight will hopefully put a stop to a future voucher. We know that eventually there may be another voucher coming out in the future, but when and how soon that will be is yet to be determined. We don't know, but we're hoping that we can put a stop to this for a while.
Well, that might not be a hope that is fulfilled, because the Assembly Speaker, Rob Hertzberg of Van Nuys, just told me a couple of minutes ago that even if 38 goes down to defeat tonight, the voucher movement is a long way from dead. Now, Hertzberg is against 38, but he says there is so much discontent with public schools in the African American and Latino communities in particular that there is strong sentiment for vouchers, and unless the legislature gets busy and reforms public education, vouchers will be back sooner rather than later. Live at the Biltmore Hotel, Mark Coogan, now back to you.
All right, Mark, thanks very much. One of LA's hottest races is for the job of district attorney. This morning, incumbent Gil Garcetti was out bright and early in Brentwood to cast his ballot. He is in a very tight race to keep his job. Critics say that he may lose it because of the fallout from the Rampart scandal at the LAPD. And the man who wants that job, this man right here, veteran prosecutor Steve Cooley. He voted in Toluca Lake this morning. It has been a very rough campaign with attack ads from both sides going after each other on their records as prosecutors. Now, both have won key endorsements, but going into tonight's election, Cooley has been ahead of Garcetti in the polls.
Now to the presidential race. The polls have already closed in a number of states tonight. Right now, George W. Bush is leading the electoral vote count. Here is the count as we have it right now. 185 for George W. Bush, 182 for Al Gore. This has gone back and forth in the last hour. Now, CBS News is projecting that Gore wins in Vermont, Florida, Illinois, Rhode Island, Michigan, New Jersey, Massachusetts, Connecticut, Delaware, District of Columbia, Maine, and two very big states, Pennsylvania and New York. Bush is projected winner in Tennessee, Ohio, Kentucky, Indiana, South Carolina, Virginia, Georgia, Texas, Oklahoma, North Carolina, Mississippi, Kansas, Alabama, Louisiana, Nebraska, North and South Dakota, also the state of Wyoming.
We are going to be up late this evening. The polls are open until 8 o'clock, so go out there and vote, and we'll be back here in 30 minutes with another update for you.
See you then.
Wednesday after Jackie. Marriage. It's every young girl's dream. Or is it? Now, more and more single women aren't waiting for Prince Charming.
Getting married and settling down isn't as prominent as it was 20 years ago.
They're buying homes, they have successful careers, and they're independent.
I think a lot of guys are threatened by women that are successful.
Instead of saying, I do.
Why not be picky?
Find out why Southern California women are saying, I don't. Catherine Anaya, special assignment Wednesday at 11 on CBS 2 News, the station of the people.
Your perfect automobile. Imagine it. The seats cool you when you're hot and warm you when you're cold. The air you breathe is possibly the purest anywhere. The sounds you hear are some of the finest in the world. The all-new Lexus LS430. You don't have to imagine anymore. See your Southern California Lexus dealer now.
Guaranteed low prices at the Home Depot mean that you can be confident that you're going to walk into our store and find the best price in town.
You find a better price anywhere else, we'll beat that price. With no questions asked.
We will match it and then beat it. That's our guarantee, day in and day out.
Everybody says they got the lowest price.
Not only do we have the guaranteed low price, we also have the knowledgeable salespeople on the floor to help you.
We want to be the best price, the best customer service, the best quality product. We want to have the best of everything.
You would be out of your mind if you shop someplace else.
And folks, we've reached the halfway point of our transatlantic flight to Chicago.
Got a lot of international calls to make? Get great rates from home with AT&T's international plan. All day, every day, call 1-800-41-RATE to enroll.
You're on so far, you're not losing.
Thank you.
On the next Judge Judy.
CBS News election night headlines at this hour: is seesaw heavyweight bout for the record books. Bush has won this round. It is up for now. It's been back and forth all night, the kind of night you tell your grandkids about. Bush's hopes are now with states that went Clinton-Gore last time: Arkansas, West Virginia, Missouri, and Wisconsin. Gore's hopes keeping at least one of these in his column. This is the all-important electoral vote count at this moment. Not only does Bush lead 185 to 182, but by any reasonable analysis, with the states still out there, Bush has a very good chance to win. However, Gore is still very much in the race. It may come down to Wisconsin, Minnesota, and Oregon. Then again, it may come down to Missouri, mostly because Al Gore has lost his home state of Tennessee. It takes 270 electoral votes to win. And the national popular vote count right now looks like this: 51 to 46%. That's a wide margin for Bush by anybody's measurement in presidential races, but we shouldn't get too fixed on that because it's still early. There'll be many more votes in this cast. No poll closings here at the bottom of this hour, and this night is far from over. Let me show you the map. Things are getting extremely interesting, extremely tight. As Governor Bush's father, President Bush, once said in another context, this is Tension City. All the states in red. 185 electoral votes have gone for Bush. He's carried most of the South. Arkansas, the polls have been closed a long time, but he hasn't, we don't know what the outcome will be there. All the states in blue, including big ones: Florida, Pennsylvania, New York, Michigan, New Jersey, and Illinois, have all gone for Gore. However, with what Gore is now faced with, is that out west, New Mexico's 5 electoral votes, Colorado's 8 electoral votes. The polls have closed in both those states. We don't know how they're going to come out, but both those states were expected to go for Bush. And you can see there's so much red in the plains and so far in the Rocky Mountain West. The Bush people would feel pretty good about that. Arizona, polls have closed. Who knows about Arizona? Traditionally a Republican state, but could go either way. That leaves Gore very dependent on Wisconsin with 11, Minnesota with 10, California with 54, Oregon with 7, and Washington with 11. Remember, Washington and Oregon are both said to be strong Nader states, and Gore's had some difficulty in Washington because the Clinton-Gore administration Justice Department took on Microsoft in an antitrust case. So who knows how well it's going to go out there. But right now, this is so close. Ed Bradley, give me a comment. It can't get any tighter than this. West Virginia still hangs out there with 5 electoral votes. Who knows? It may be close enough for that to make a difference. And in New Hampshire, with 4 electoral votes, that poll closing happened a long time ago, and it's still up for grabs.
New Hampshire closed at 7 o'clock, so we're looking at 2.5 hours, and they still haven't been able to decide it. There are a couple of things that stand out here in these close calls. One is the shadow of President Clinton, and one, the independent voters. If you take a look at Arkansas, you'll see that 61% of the state has an unfavorable impression of President Clinton, and George Bush has won 75% of that vote. And then in New Hampshire, where so many people consider themselves to be independents, 45% of the electorate independent voters, it's breaking pretty evenly there. Gore getting most of the vote, but not by a big margin. And you mentioned West Virginia. Here's an interesting fact. A quarter of the Democrats in West Virginia are voting for George Bush.
We'll see how West Virginia goes. Certainly the Bush people think they can take it, and they may. We haven't mentioned Iowa in a while. Take a look at our map here. It's Iowa with 7 electoral votes is colored gray, and the reason is the polls are still open in Iowa. How did the pre-election polling think it was going to go? Pretty much a toss-up state that sometimes goes Democratic in presidential elections, but with 7 electoral votes again, it could turn out to be fairly critical. 185 for Bush, 182 for Gore. The Gore people are pulling with everything they're worth that they can get Wisconsin and Minnesota before they have to face the music on the Pacific, in the Pacific West. They're especially worried about Oregon, but the polls are still open in all these states out west. I want to encourage everyone where the polls are still open. You have time to get out and vote. California, Nevada, Utah, Idaho, Montana, Washington, Oregon, Iowa, and Hawaii and Alaska, the polls are all still open. Now, when all is said and done, this has been a $3 billion election campaign, considering all the money spent. Gloria Borger is on the money beat. Gloria, it reminds us of that old saying, politics got so expensive, it takes a lot to get beat with.
That's right, Dan. That's the only tally that we already have, which is that this costs $3 billion, which is $1 billion more than it cost 4 years ago. There's a simple rule when it comes to political fundraising, Dan, and that is the closer the election, the more the money matters. And in this case, the money has mattered an awful lot. For example, congressional candidates alone in this race raised $1.1 billion. National parties raised another billion. So, Dan, for all this talk about campaign finance reform, nobody decided to unilaterally disarm in this race, and when it's all over in January, there are going to be an awful lot of political IOUs out there.
Gloria, in the New Jersey Senate race won by Mr. Corzine, did he spend $80 million in that race?
Yes, but that was his own money. And some people would say, well, at least you know where Corzine was getting his money. It was from his own back pocket, and he wasn't funded largely by the special interest. Now, in a lot of other Senate races, of course, we have a lot of special interest money. And in fact, the Democrats now, in terms of trying to gain back the Senate, have actually outraised the Republicans for the first time.
Excuse me, Gloria, you'll forgive me for interrupting you. Minnesota goes for Gore. 10 electoral votes, sigh of relief in Nashville. Every vote now is dear to Gore because not only was he trying to come from behind, Gore now jumps to the lead. The pendulum has swung back and forth between these two candidates. What a heavyweight match. What a fight. 192 Gore, 184 Bush. Takes 270 to win. Minnesota with 10 electoral votes has gone to Gore. Now Gore, he may need next door Wisconsin's 11 electoral votes to stay strongly in the hunt. We'll see. Ed Bradley.
Dan, interesting. In Minnesota, 34% of the voters there consider themselves independent. Why Gore won? He's winning them 51 to 36%, a sizable margin in Minnesota over Governor Bush.
192 for Gore, 185 for Bush is the Electoral College count at this moment. This is the way the electoral map looks. All the states in red, Bush. All the states in blue, Gore. States with blinking lights are states that have gone Republican, having gone for the Democrats in 1996. States in white are where the polls have closed, but decisions are not yet in. They include Wisconsin with 11, Missouri with 11, Arkansas with 6, Colorado with 8, New Mexico with 5, and Arizona with 8. The states in dark, that includes Alaska and Hawaii, the polls are still open. Joining us now is Green Party candidate Ralph Nader, who is in Washington, D.C. Thanks for being with us, Mr. Nader.
Thank you, Dan.
What message do you think your campaign has sent?
That there's a new political reform movement growing in this country. We're going to be the third largest party, the fastest growing party, replacing the Reform Party, and we're going to change the calculation inside the Democratic Party. No longer will they be able to ignore the progressive wing of their party, because now millions of these Americans will see in future elections they can go for the Green Party.
Ralph Nader, if Oregon drops for Bush, as a lot of people think it will, the polls are still open out there, and should it turn out that's the difference in electing President Bush, you'll feel good about that?
The most important thing, Dan, is building a long-range political reform movement. You can't do that running for president to elect someone else. The polls are open on the West Coast, Alaska and Hawaii. We've got our young people mobilized. We've got people in the streets outside the precincts, and we want their votes, because every vote we get is going to be a vote for the things they really care about in civil rights, civil liberties, environment, consumer protection, and the redirection of public budgets back to the community, away from corporate welfare and a bloated military budget. That's what we're concerned about, building a strong democracy.
And you're not concerned about 4 years and possibly 8 years of a Bush administration?
I'm concerned about both Bush and Gore, who increasingly are not making the decisions in Washington. It's those 22,000 corporate lobbyists and 9,000 political action committees, what we call the permanent corporate government, that you and other members of the media have reported on repeatedly and finally, but with no effect, because our democracy is so weak.
Well, you anticipated our next question. It wouldn't concern you if what you've done resulted in 4, possibly 8 years of a Gore administration.
As I say, they're both taking the marching orders from the same people who go to their fundraising dinners, and that's overwhelmingly corporate interests. They really control the Department of Agriculture or Department of Labor or the Commerce Department or Treasury or Department of Defense. That's what our country has to deal with. Whether this country is going to be run by the sovereignty of the people and a deliberative democracy, or the continued growth of the sovereignty of big corporations hijacking our government and our democracy, as Senator John McCain has pointed out so many times.
Ralph Nader in Washington, thanks for being with us.
Thank you, Dan.
Repeating out on the West Coast, Washington and Oregon, Nader forces reportedly doing pretty well in the last month of the campaign. The polls are still open out there. We'll have to see how big a factor Ralph Nader turns out to be in Washington and Oregon, and also in Wisconsin. I want to point out to you that the electoral count at this hour is Gore 192, Bush 185. But the states still out there where the polls have closed and decisions are not yet in include a number of states that Bush feels confident he's going to take. He thinks he'll get 5 in West Virginia, thinks he'll get 5 in New Mexico, also thinks he'll get 8 in Arizona, and another 8 in Colorado. Those are his hopes. He's also hoping to get the 11 in Wisconsin. Bush seems almost certain in his own mind, the polls are still open out there, he's in his own mind fairly certain he's going to get Montana, Idaho, Nevada, and Utah. And Oregon, the Bush people seemed very confident before the polling actually started that they'd get Oregon. This is the reason we can say at this hour, while Gore leads with 192 and Bush has 185, this is still anybody's race. It's cardiac arrest time in this presidential campaign. Dan Rather at CBS News election headquarters in New York. Stay right where it is.
to own today. The best movie premiering on video this year is the one your kids will love, Joseph, King of Dreams. It's destined to join The Prince of Egypt and The Lion King as an instant classic. Own this Parents' Choice Award winner today.
Samsung joyfully introduces the world as you make it, where our digital technology has one job: to make life more fun. We want to thrill you, connect you, charm you, satisfy you, and delight you.
Everyone's invited
To the Samsung digital experience.
There's always a combination of taking your knowledge and applying it. For example, I know who the shooter is. I know what he does, what he thinks, under stress, how he'll act, what's his favorite thing to do, what's his least favorite thing to do. And I got most of my rebounds before he took the shot.
Knowledge is the edge. At Invesco Funds, it's the approach we use to make money for investors. You should know what Invesco knows.
To be a mentor, you don't have to have all the answers.
Interesting. You hungry?
Yeah.
You just have to be yourself, which, by the way, is pretty good. Do good. Mentor a child. Call 1-877-BE-A-MENTOR.
Bagger Vance, the name?
Joel Siegel calls The Legend of Bagger Vance stunning. Beautifully directed, says Gene Shalit. Roger Ebert raves, I love this film. And Jeffrey Lyons proclaims it a masterpiece. The Legend of Bagger Vance. Rated PG-13. Now playing.
O.J. Simpson is in a white Bronco.
It was the trial of the century. If it doesn't fit, you must acquit. Now, CBS presents the behind-the-scenes story. I'm in charge here. The client said just the opposite. That O.J. doesn't want you to see. Listen to me! A powerful miniseries event.
The district attorney is acting in bad faith.
Ving Rhames, Ron Silver, Bruno Kirby, and Christopher Plummer. Screenplay by Pulitzer Prize winner Norman Mailer.
He's guilty as hell.
American Tragedy, CBS Sunday.
Back at CBS News election headquarters in New York, excruciatingly close. Al Gore, 192 electoral votes. George Bush with 185. It takes 270 to win. This is the way the Electoral College map looks. All the red won by Bush. A lot of small states, but some big ones too, including Texas. And where the blinking lights are in red, those are states that have gone Republican that went Democratic in the 1996 campaign. A state of the moment, if you will, might be Wisconsin with 11 electoral votes. Missouri, where most of the polls closed a long time ago, but where a judge said some of the polls in and around St. Louis would stay open for quite a while, is still out there. Arkansas's 6 electoral votes, which the Bush people seemed very confident earlier before the polls actually opened they would get. The polls have closed. It's too close to call. Same thing with Colorado, which has 8 electoral votes. New Mexico, which is 5. The Gore people thought they might have some shot at getting New Mexico. We'll have to see. Arizona, which is often votes Republican, but Gore again made a strong run near the end. I want to point out to you that in Arizona and Colorado, 8 electoral votes each for a total of 16, and given the closeness of this race, that's a lot. There are a lot of absentee ballots cast in both those states. Frankly, we could be here till Friday's CBS Evening News before we have a decision, considering all those absentee ballots. Polls are still open in California, Oregon, Washington, Montana, Idaho, Nevada, and Utah. California is another state that always has a lot of absentee ballots. So, to say nothing of Alaska and Hawaii, where the polls are also still open. Long way to go in this thing. And before we go any further, I want you to square away for me, Bob Schieffer, situation in Maine. We put Maine, colored it for Gore. Maine has 4 electoral votes. No question Gore has gotten 3, but there's one that hangs in the balance.
Well, the reason for this is, Dan, there are 2 states, Nebraska and Maine, that split their electoral votes. There is in 1 congressional district, it is very, very close, too close to call whether it will be Gore or Bush who wins that electoral vote. In the meantime, we have just given, arbitrarily, 3 electoral votes in Maine to Mr. Gore. We don't know how the other vote is going to go. That clears up the addition discrepancy right now.
So if you're keeping count with his home, here's another way to put this, and then we'll move on to other more important things. However, remember, as close as this thing is, call 911 time has been for a couple of hours. One electoral vote could make a lot of difference. Maine has 4 electoral votes. It's one of 2 states, along with Nebraska, that allows its electoral vote count to be apportioned according to how votes go in congressional districts. No doubt in our mind that Gore's going to get 3 of those Maine electoral votes, so we've credited him with 3. In the other congressional district in Maine, remember, electoral votes go by congressional districts. In the other congressional district, it's so close that we're holding that out. So for those of you doing arithmetic at home, never mind the mathematics, that's how that goes. Now we're going to go to Anthony Mason, who's got some of the exit poll data. But Anthony, just before we come to you, we're having a beautiful look at you. Let's go back to this electoral vote. I can't remember, not in my lifetime, has it been this close at this hour, with the exception of the 1960 Kennedy-Nixon race and the 1968 Humphrey-Nixon race. Has it been this close at this particular hour? And now, Anthony Mason, when those voters came out of the polls, they told us why the race is so tight.
Well, Dan, let's take a look at these numbers, because this is going to give you a sense of where we are and why it's still this close. First, take a look at 4 key groups that both Bush and Gore fought very hard to win. They make up the middle ground, that is the battleground in this election. First, the middle class. Our exit poll shows us it is a virtual tie. Now move to independent voters. Again, that's voters with no party affiliation, but again, we have a dead heat here. Among moderate voters, Gore does have a healthy lead, but when you go further and look at suburban voters, Bush, well, we have a virtual tie. According to the margin of error, there's basically no difference here. 4 reasons, Dan, why this race is still so snug at this hour.
Anthony Mason, snug, hardly says it. 192 for Gore, 185 for Bush. Bush still has an excellent chance to win, because keep in mind, he's believed to have great strength in the Rocky Mountain states, and while individually each one has low electoral vote totals, for example, Montana and Idaho only have 3, Nevada and Utah have 4. Still, it adds up, particularly at this hour. And keep in mind that the Bush people are fairly confident, or at least they were before people actually started voting, that partly because of Nader's strength in Oregon, that they might be able to carry Oregon. But we'll see about that. Now, in the battle, who's going to control the Senate? Not yet decided, but the Republicans have the upper hand. Let's talk about, with 34 Senate races up tonight, the Republicans have won 12. And they only have to get to 15 to assure that they have control of the Senate. Not assured yet, but it may get there. Now, we're going to break for commercial, then come back and talk about the House of Representatives. So stay right here with us.
CBS Market Watch Update, sponsored by Fidelity Investments.
Good evening. Many investors elected to stay on the sidelines today, waiting to see who the next president will be. Stocks closed lower in quiet trading. 3 out of 4 voters today told CBS News they expect the economy to be as good or better 1 year from now, no matter who is president. I'm Anthony Mason, CBS News.
Excuse me, this is my cab.
I'm sorry.
Can we share a cab?
Why not?
You're with Fidelity.
That's right.
Let me ask you something. I still have a 401k from a job that I had 3 jobs ago. Can I move that?
Oh, most of the time, sure. It's called a rollover.
Really?
We can do all the paperwork, and you just sign and roll it into an IRA, and you can buy stocks or mutual funds, whatever you're comfortable with.
And I'd be in control of it?
Sure.
Get my life down to 1 sheet of paper.
To invest, call, click, or visit Fidelity.
More business news at cbsmarketwatch.com.
Thank you for holding. Customer support.
I just want to let you know I'll never buy anything from your company again.
I'm sorry. What can I do to help?
Help? I've called you guys 5 times, and every time I have to explain this problem over again. Last time you asked me to fax my invoice, then I emailed you. You thanked me for writing?
Could you tell me exactly what the problem is?
The problem?
Hello?
Business as usual is the problem. Siebel eBusiness is the solution. Siebel eBusiness for a customer-driven world.
For the latest national and local election results that affect you the most, log on to CBS.com.
Gore leads Bush 192 to 185. All the polls have now been closed in Missouri. An appellate court judge overruled a lower court judge about keeping polls open around St. Louis. And now we have photographs of some videotape of Governor Bush with his father in and around Austin, I'm told.
You just happen to be calling when about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Careful. Photo dogs, y'all are a little hard.
George Bush talking to his father and with his mother on his left there, of course. Bush trails by 7 electoral votes, 192 to 185. Dan Rather, CBS News in New York.
This is a CBS 2 News special, Campaign 2000, the general election.
Good evening, I'm Gretchen Carr.
And I'm Jonathan Elias. Welcome to Campaign 2000. We'll look at some of the local races. We'll have a little more in the hour before the polls close here in California, so you still have time to get out there. Now to the local races. There's a big battle over the South Bay over a seat that could help swing the balance of power in Congress. Democrat Jane Harman and Republican Steve Kuykendall both trying to claim the 36th congressional district. Our Jason Carroll's live at Harman headquarters in Manhattan Beach, and we'll begin with you, Jason.
Well, Jonathan, I know you've heard it several times tonight, but this is just another one of those races that's really going to come down to the wire. Harman ran a very aggressive campaign. She spent more than $2 million. She focused on issues such as prescription drug benefits for seniors, but what it's really all going to come down to is voter turnout. A little earlier this evening when we spoke to Harman, she told us that the larger the turnout, the greater her chances of a win.
I think a lot of Democrats weren't excited by Al Gore, and some were toying with Nader. I believe Nader voters will be mine, but now that there's a bigger turnout for Gore, there'll be a bigger turnout for Harman.
Now, the polls are scheduled to close at about 8 o'clock, and when we spoke to a Harman campaign person that was down here, she told us that we probably will not have a result of this race tonight, simply because the absentee ballots are going to have to be counted before we know the result of this race. And there are so many absentee ballots that are out there, we probably will not know the result of this race until tomorrow morning. Reporting live from Harman campaign headquarters, I'm Jason Carroll, CBS 2 News.
All right, Jason, now we turn to the incumbent in this race, Steve Kuykendall, and his camp, Linda Alvarez, is in Torrance, where she reports it has been a very close race, also a very expensive race.
Well,
Linda.
you heard the numbers that Jason just said, and here Steve Kuykendall has said that he has spent close to $2 million as well. And, you know, the voters in this district tell me that they have been barraged with campaign literature, sometimes 4 mailings in one day. In fact, they call it clutter. Well, a little bit earlier, I caught up with Steve Kuykendall as he arrived here at this hotel, and I asked him about those TV ads that some people are calling misleading and confusing.
In previous elections, I haven't spent this much money before, but we didn't have this much clutter going on around us, nor did I have an opponent who was spending this much money. So it's necessary in that kind of an equation to force feed the system in all avenues, whether it's phones, television, mail, in order to get your message through. And it's not that they're going to necessarily even pick up the exact message you're sending, but to get anything through that clutter, it says, oh, Kuykendall's the one to vote for.
And even as we speak, they're
indeed counting the absentee ballots at this very moment. And as we've said before, that was one of the things the Republicans were counting on, was a large absentee ballot of 100,000 votes or more. But on why Florida is still too close to call, ABC's Lynn Scher. Lynn.
Peter, according to our exit polling, the reason why Florida is so hard to call at this point has to do with with one voter group and one really important issue. Let's start with the voter group. Independents. Independents in Florida today, 22% of the voting population. And of them, how did they vote? 47% for Al Gore, 45% for George Bush. That is a virtual tie. Now, there is another question that we've been asking all day long in states all across the country. Do you want the government to do more for citizens or to do less? In most states, I should tell you, and nationally as a whole, the answer is they want the government to do less. Not in Florida. Let's take a look at the number. Should the government do more or do less? Well, you're going to see it's an even split. 47% say the government should do more. 47% say the government should do less. As you can expect, the do mores vote one way, the do less is the other, and that's one of the reasons, Peter.
Thanks very much, Lynn. Indeed, as Lynn points out or alludes, in other states,
in the course of the evening, we have found that tendency towards less government rather than big government. Big campaign message for George W. Bush all the time. Al Gore is for big government, bigger than Bill Clinton. And it was something from which Mr. Gore did not effectively fight back, as you see reflected in the exit polls this evening. Our historian, Michael Beschloss, 1960 recount Richard Nixon's request.
Yeah, you know, I'm sorry to keep on mentioning 1960, Peter, but it really is germane. In 1960, you know, John Kennedy won the election, won the Electoral College because of two states, Texas and Illinois. 26,000 vote margin roughly in Texas, about 8,000 votes in Illinois. Richard Nixon felt that there had been vote fraud in both places and was thinking of challenging the results of the election. He met with John Kennedy a couple of days later. Kennedy's first comment was, well, Dick, we really don't know who won the election, do we? And Nixon thought about a recount, talked to Dwight Eisenhower, realized that it would put the country through much too much of a trauma to do that. So the result was that he conceded, but for the next 8 years he kept on telling people, Kennedy stole the election from me in 1960.
But Michael, John F. Kennedy's election in 1960 is still clouded on that issue in some people's minds, is it not?
That's exactly right. We do not yet have a settled view on whether there was vote fraud or not. But you know, the historical thing that happened, Peter, was that Richard Nixon was so embittered by what he thought to be the theft of the election from him in 1960 that he was absolutely determined that this would never happen again. That's one reason why he did the kind of things that led to Watergate in 72, 73, and 74.
I'm going to come back to you a little later in the evening about embittered candidates after the results. Mark Halpern, we haven't talked about it for many hours. The possibility of tampering with the vote, of fraudulent voting, is very alive in the party's minds.
We're talking again, as we said earlier in the evening, over 100 million transactions in all likelihood by the end of the night in terms of how many people voted. There are mistakes made. All of us know when you go and vote, sometimes there's something wrong. That's just accidents. Every election, there's some sort of fraud. It may not be, almost certainly, I would say, not directed by the two presidential campaigns, but you've got local races where people are trying to help themselves. It goes on all the time in American politics. This time, unlike 1960, again, I think the lawyers will want to at least take a look at it.
A slight flaw in the great democratic experiment. Thank you very much. We'll be back to continue our coverage of Election 2000 in just a moment.
Take the ABC News American Election Challenge. Which president was elected with the largest percentage of the popular vote? Lyndon B. Johnson, Bill Clinton, John Kennedy, Thomas Jefferson. In a moment, the answer. This ABC News special is being brought to you by Dodge.
Want the lowdown on Dodge Durango? Here's where it's best-in-class Magnum V8 power.
This is a national sales alert from Dodge. Effective immediately, you can get low 0.9 financing for 60 months on 2000 Dodge Durango. You can now save more than $5,600 or get up to $2,000 cash allowance. We now return you to your regularly scheduled commercial.
See the friendly Dodge dealer near you.
We noticed tons of surfers just eating fish tacos on the docks.
So we created just a menu based on food that we like.
Kind of like surf food as opposed to Mexican food.
Now that we're growing, the need for that financial partner was real important. Finding somebody who could help us to fulfill our dreams down the road. That's where Merrill Lynch has stepped up.
They were willing to take a chance with us. They saw past the shorts and t-shirts. Oh, we're still keeping to the core. We're still surfing. We're in the groove.
Wednesday.
5 seconds, Drew.
The Drew Carey Show goes live in 3 time zones.
Ooh, I better get into my costume.
Then, Caitlin co-hosts on Live with Regis.
You don't want to poke me.
Don't want to poke you? Why not? On Spin City.
All right. You better phone a friend.
It's all new. See you Wednesday live on ABC.
Next Tuesday,
we're putting this band together.
A son's dream and a father's expectations collide.
Maybe you should just put this band thing on hold for a while.
What? And it will all come to a breaking point.
I'm not going to stand by and watch you make the biggest mistake of your life.
The critics call it First Class, and all new Once and Again next Tuesday on ABC.
The answer to the ABC News American Election Challenge, which president was elected with the largest percentage of the popular vote, is Lyndon B. Johnson, elected in 1964 with 61.1% of the popular vote. Once again, Peter Jennings.
61% of the vote, Lyndon Johnson in 1964. But it brings up a very interesting issue for us tonight, because if you look over there at the vote, which has the electoral vote and the popular vote as of now, we're very early in the popular vote if you look at the numbers, because we all think that at least 100 million people will cast ballots tonight. But currently, Al Gore has 48% of the vote with 23 million votes, and George Bush has 24 million votes. That may not be a very accurate reflection of what's happening at this moment, because it's hard to keep up with the popular vote. But George Stephanopoulos, on this subject of the obvious one, if one man wins the popular vote and the other man wins the electoral vote, who wins?
Whoever wins the Electoral College. It's not who scores the most runs or who wins the most votes. It's who wins the most states. And that's always been our system. There have been 3 times in our history. The last time was in 1888, when the person who won the Electoral College, when the person who won the popular vote, Garfield, did not win the Electoral College. Most people believe it's unlikely, although the Gore campaign has said throughout that if they're within a point or a point and a half, there is a way they can win in the Electoral College, even if they lose the popular vote. But there's a lot of big states out there yet.
And there have been others, there are actually 3 circumstances, I think, where the popular vote exceeded the electoral vote.
That's
winner.
right, and I don't have all of them right now, but in 1824, John Quincy Adams was elected president, even though Andrew Jackson won the plurality of both the popular vote and the electoral vote, but he didn't win a majority of those, so John Quincy Adams cut a deal with Henry Clay, the Speaker of the House, who was then made Secretary of State. 4 years later, Andrew Jackson came back and was elected president.
And every time it happens, people wish to tamper with the Electoral College, and it just simply never happens. But they're quite modern movements to change it.
There have been calls. I think the last time was Birch Bayh, actually, a Democrat about 25 years ago, tried to get a movement to change it. The Republicans opposed it. This time, I'm sure if we get into the situation this time, you'll see a lot of calls from whoever the loser is.
Jimmy Carter wanted to change it too, or thought it was worth considering. Okay, now, we can't talk about vote tampering without Sam Donaldson leaping out of his position there. Sam?
Well, Peter, the classic case of alleged vote fraud was in 1948 in Texas. I say alleged only because of the sensibilities that I have toward the people in the Johnson family who are still alive. Lyndon Johnson was running for the Senate, very tight race. On election night, there were 3 small counties in South Texas. Duval County, owned by George Parr, the political boss, being the central one. They withheld the ballot box, famous ballot box 13. Not only did they vote dead people, but they waited to see how many votes Lyndon Johnson needed. And then finally, eureka, here comes ballot box 13, and everyone voted for Lyndon Johnson. And he won in the state by 87 votes and earned his nickname Landslide Lyndon.
Thank you, Sam. Let's go to West Virginia now and take a look at that. You know, we've already projected West Virginia for Mr. Bush. This is a state, Lynn, which has gone with the Democrats for a long period of time in every election, I think since 1960, but one. What's happening in West Virginia tonight, and why has Mr. Bush picked it up?
Right, you're absolutely right, Peter. 5 out of 6 of the last elections, it's gone Democratic. There's 2 ways to look at it. I want to tell you about the religious right. Almost a third of the vote in West Virginia today. You could say, you should say, we will say George Bush won that vote. He won it very well, 67%. Another way to look at it, though, is that Al Gore actually lost the religious right. Let's take a look at the numbers. Of those members of the religious right in West Virginia today, Al Gore, well, first let me show you why. Bill Clinton, 4 years ago, got 37% of the religious right. He didn't win it. He got 37%. Today, Al Gore only got 29%. So as I say, you can look at it by saying that Al Gore simply didn't do as well as he should have or as well as done in the past. Peter?
Okay, thanks very much, Lynn. To Cokie Roberts on switch seats in the House.
Well, we're trying to keep a tally, Peter, of the people who have actually won in the House of Representatives tonight, and some of them are people who had won coming into tonight. We know that it's 223 Republicans, 210 Democrats. So far, 162 Democrats have won tonight, 186 Republicans, and that is a switch of Democrats taking 2 Republican seats, Republicans taking 3 Democratic seats, so the Republicans are up 1. Let me tell you about one of those seats, though, because it makes a very interesting point. It's in Virginia. It was an open seat, a Democratic seat that the Republican Ed Schrock has won over Democrat Jody Wagner. And the reason it's interesting is that the Democrat quit that seat because he saw that the state legislature had gone overwhelmingly Republican. He expected to be redistricted out of that seat come next time around, and he decided just to hang it up. Now it's a Republican seat, and that's going to be going on around the country next year as you see the census kicking in and redistricting taking place. If the Democrats don't take the House tonight, I think you're going to see a lot of retirements of Democrats who are worried about that redistricting.
In fact, Cook, you may even be understating it in some respects, because in the next Congress, redistricting is going to be a very passionate subject, is it not?
Of course it is, because we've just come out of a census, and so you will have redistricting all over the country, with some states picking up a number of House seats, some states losing a number of House seats. So it will get very, very heated, and I think that you're likely to see some senior Democrats who can be counted on to be reelected and reelected and reelected quitting rather than face that redistricting.
Okay, thanks very much. President Clinton let it be known a short while ago that he's not going to have anything to say about the election until he goes back to Washington, I think, tomorrow. John Cochran is in Washington tonight. John, you've been out on the campaign trail for much of the year, and you've been looking at the returns tonight. Where do you see Clinton fatigue?
In terms of seeing Clinton fatigue, the story really is where you don't see it. It looks like Al Gore was right, for example, in the state of Michigan, not to let President Clinton go into Michigan, even though Michigan state candidates said, send in Bill Clinton, let's energize the Democratic vote, let's get the base out there. Al Gore said no, and Al Gore won Michigan. Looks pretty good.
Thanks very much, John. An anecdote from an ABC News colleague of ours, David Murphy, a graduate student in San Francisco, was now driving north of San Francisco in order to cast his ballot. He sends us a message to say, after watching and listening to the returns, he felt it crucial that he cast his ballot regardless of the distance. And if traffic isn't too bad, he and others hope to get there 10 minutes before the polls close. When we come back, we'll ask Lynn Sherr why Mr. Gore lost in Tennessee.
ABC News live coverage of the 2000 vote will continue in a moment.
Good evening, everybody. I'm Mark Brown for ABC 7. The presidential race is as tight as everyone predicted. It appears every vote counts.
I'm Laura Diaz. Polls are getting ready to close. You still have time to vote in a race this tight. Your vote could make the difference. Keep it right here on ABC 7.
Where do you find inspiration? What if the things you do every day could be done with tools so instinctive, using them would be like riding a bike? If technology became your silent partner, imagine what you could imagine. We believe it's time to move beyond information technology to inspiration technology. Welcome to the new IT from Compaq.
Want the lowdown on Dodge Durango? Here's where it's best-in-class Magnum V8 power.
This is a national sales alert from Dodge. Effective immediately, you can get low 0.9 financing for 60 months on 2000 Dodge Durango. You can now save more than $5,600 or get up to $2,000 cash allowance. We now return you to your regularly scheduled commercial.
See the friendly Dodge dealer near you.
ABC News live coverage of the 2000 vote continues from New York. Once again, Peter Jennings.
Welcome back. We want to go straight ahead to Lynn Sherr, who's been looking at our exit polls all night to see if we can get some handle now on why Mr. Gore has done badly in Tennessee. Lynn.
His home state, Peter, and an awful lot of people were thinking he really ought to be winning it. What we've discovered is that Tennessee is the vote is pretty much split equally between Democrats and Republicans. Those who made the difference politically were the independents. 23% of the vote in Tennessee today. Let's take a look at how they split. Independent voters in Tennessee, 55% for George Bush, only 38% for Al Gore. So clearly he lost that very important independent vote, which is what put Mr. Bush over the top. One more thing I want to tell you, Peter, we had a question on the exit poll that asked folks how important was it to them that Al Gore is from Tennessee. Only 31% said it was important. 67% said it simply didn't matter.
Didn't matter that he was from Tennessee.
Didn't matter.
I should hope not. That it doesn't matter that he's from Tennessee. But John Yang is down at Gore headquarters in Nashville, Tennessee. John, your latest intelligence?
Well, Peter, I tell you, they still have not given up hope on Florida. They're saying that pointing out that returns from Palm Beach County and Broward County are slow coming in. That's in the southeastern corner of the state, an area they consider a Democratic stronghold. They very much want Florida in their column. For the last couple of weeks, they've been saying if they could run the table, to use a pool term of the three big states, Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Florida, they thought they could win the election. Talking about Tennessee a little bit, even though they spent a lot of time here, and they are clearly, I think, embarrassed that the vice president has not won his home state, it was never a state in the closing days that they felt very confident about. A couple of aides, when I was talking to them about various scenarios of getting to 270, a couple of them acknowledged that they could do it without Tennessee.
Okay, John, thanks very much. First time tonight we've seen John Yang. He's been on the Gore campaign for months and months and months. We'll come back to you, but let's go to Dean Reynolds, who is at Austin in Texas. Dean, the intelligence from there.
Well, Peter, of course, they're now doing a lot of new math on the Electoral College, and they're factoring Florida in here at the Bush campaign. I have to point out, though, that just a couple of days ago, they were forecasting very confidently 320 votes or more, and one Bush aide today told me that he thought they'd get at maybe as high as 340. So what has been called triumphalist theater that the Bush people were engaging in the last couple of weeks by exuding this air of confidence may actually have been true. They should be pretty nervous over there tonight as they watch the last few states come in.
Dean, you pointed out earlier in the evening that the people have showed up here outside the State House very early, and they've stayed. Who showed up?
Well, they're uniformly Bush supporters and Republican supporters. They were very wildly cheering for Kay Bailey Hutchison, who has been reelected this evening, and they have been in this sort of seesaw of emotions. Earlier tonight, they were rather subdued, and then again within the last hour, when Florida went back up on the table, it's become very exciting here in Austin, even though it's snowing.
Thank you, Dean. Reminder, of course, that Governor Bush reelected in Texas, very popular governor in Texas. His election, his record in Texas under enormous attack throughout the campaign, but a great many people showing up there tonight to support him. Now, on this subject of going west and trying to put together the 270, we haven't talked yet about California. I think at the moment, or at least not at the moment, I should say, based on the closing polls of the campaign, we think California is going to go to Mr. Gore. Do you have any doubt about it at the moment?
I don't, Peter, and obviously if it doesn't, then this game is academic. It is George W. Bush will be the next president. But you know, he did make quite an effort in the state of California. He visited there in the last week. He spent an awful lot of money on TV, a couple $1 million on TV towards the end. The George W. Bush campaign seemed to have made a deal with the Republican Party in California. If money was raised in California, it would be spent in California. And that also had a double effect. As Koki knows, there were a lot of House seats, vulnerable House seats in California, so the fact that George Bush made an effort there could have helped them. At least he would try.
Okay, Koki Roberts on the subject of California, but first let me just tell people it was our intention to go off at 11 Eastern time to give local stations a chance to catch up with all of their races. We're going to stay on, obviously, because this is so close now, and we hope to get some sense of what's going on in Oregon, Washington, and California, not to mention Nevada, Arizona, and Colorado before long. So we will stay on. We'll not be going off at 11 o'clock Eastern time. Koki, California.
Well, California, the Republican Party in California in recent years has been in terrible trouble. It's the only big state with a Democratic governor, and there have been propositions on the ballot over the years that have had the effect of alienating Hispanics and Asians, and so Republicans have had a tough time, and both George Bush Sr. and Bob Dole abandoned California in their presidential bids, giving up on it. So George W. Bush hung in there, stayed there, and spent a lot of money there, scaring at least one Democratic incumbent congressman, and trying to shore up several Republicans. There's an open Republican seat that could easily go Democratic, and there are 3 Republican incumbents that could be defeated by Democrats, and Bush was trying to stop that from happening, and he might have. We don't know yet.
And Sam Donaldson, I would say to you in California that one of the Republicans who's not popular with the party is former Governor Pete Wilson, who denied illegal immigrants opportunity to share in the full benefits of the social welfare of the state. Otherwise, Republicans might be doing better.
I think that's exactly right. It's certainly the Hispanic vote in California is growing, it's large, and that didn't help him at all. Other propositions, Peter, California was a state which did away with bilingual education. And the guy who put that forward in California, by the way, brought it to Arizona. It's on the ballot, even as we speak, in Arizona, to do away with bilingual education there.
Thank you, Sam. Let's go to Mrs. Clinton's headquarters here in New York City, where Mrs. Clinton, who we long ago projected had won the Senate race in New York to replace Senator Daniel Patrick Moynihan, who's there on her right, who's retiring. And there, of course, is her husband and her daughter with them as well.
My fellow New Yorkers,
Senator Schumer, let's hear a word from them for a moment.
is this a great night or what?
Well, I think we know what Senator Schumer's going to say, so he's going to say it's been a great night for New Yorkers. It's a great night to send Mrs. Clinton to the Senate. We talked a little bit earlier about what a polarizing figure she'd been in this state, not to mention in other parts of the country, but she has won a fairly convincing win here in New York and is on her way to a Senate career, George, in which
Bill Dalco worked his heart out for this thing.
Off a long time in the direct mail. I believe she'll probably replace him. But, you know, I think you'll also see her try to prove herself in the Senate in the same way she tried to prove herself in the campaign, show that she's a real workhorse. I've heard word, for example, that she's going to try and take Senator Moynihan's old seat on the Finance Committee, the linchpin of all that important taxation legislation.
Another question to which I have absolutely no answer, didn't even think to research. Mrs. Clinton has campaigned in New York State with all of the trappings of the First Lady, including all of the Secret Service detail that goes with her everywhere she wants. She can't go into a bathroom on a Clinton campaign if Mrs. Clinton is in there. Does that stay with her in the Senate?
Well, as a former First Lady, she'll certainly have Secret Service privileges, but it'll be far less than she has as First Lady, and she won't have the access to the airplanes of the White House, Air Force Two.
Okay, thank you, George. Just to remind our stations along the way that we're going to stay on past 11 o'clock Eastern Time, simply because this is so close. Mark Halpern, we again have to come back to the Nader factor in California, but certainly in Oregon and Washington.
Ralph. I want to thank a man who stood up for me last year, a man who stood on principle, a guy who has, I love you too, who is a dear, dear friend of mine who has impeccable integrity, whose word you can count on, and there's not a whole lot of folks in public service you can say that about, unfortunately, and that's our great conservative chairman, Mike Long. Thank you, Mike. And I want to thank our Republican Chairman, Bill Powers, for working so hard. Thank you, Bill. Thank you. Congressman Tom Reynolds, who chaired my committee, who is, I know, back up in Buffalo, worked incredibly hard. My great friend, Rob Portman, who many of you saw on the campaign trail. Congressman Amo Houghton. My brother-in-law, Mike Moriarty, for his hard work. Thank you. And finally, the person who was my strongest supporter, my friend, the person who probably should have been the candidate for Senate this time around.
Rick Lazio conceding in New York to Hillary Rodham Clinton. It is 11 o'clock on the East Coast in the United States, and CNN is prepared to make the following calls with the polls closing. Most of them. Al Gore has won California's big prize, 54 electoral votes. Farther west in Hawaii, 4 electoral votes going to the vice president. The situation in Oregon, it is too close to call. We cannot call that race yet, nor can we call the one in Washington State, with its 11 electoral votes. Looking to the moment at our electoral map, the vice president, by winning California, goes up over Governor Bush. Mr. Gore, 230 electoral votes. Mr. Bush, 217 electoral votes.
California, that is a state in which George Bush made a run and spent millions of dollars late in the campaign. It raised a few eyebrows. Some thought it was because they had a chance to carry it. Others said it was payback because the California Republicans were among the first group that went 2 years ago to Austin and asked Governor Bush to run, and asked him to pledge that if he did run, he would not desert California the way his father and Senator Dole did. Now, in Oregon and Washington, there are 2 states where the Nader factor may or may not come into effect, And once again, we take 2 second-tier states, put them in the undecided column. With everything but Alaska reporting, you can see that the fate of the White House is in the hands of about 8 or 9 states that we cannot yet call.
All right, we are going to move all the way from the west coast of the United States all the way over to the east coast of the United States, where this woman has made history tonight by being elected to the United States Senate, a First Lady. Let's listen to Hillary Rodham Clinton.
I mean, wow, this is amazing. Thank you all. Thank you. You know, we started this great effort on a sunny July morning in Pinder's Corner on Pat and Liz Moynihan's beautiful farm. And 62 counties, 16 months, 3 debates, 2 opponents, and 6 black pantsuits later, because of you, here we are. You came out and said that issues and ideals matter. Jobs matter, downstate and upstate. Health care matters, education matters, the environment matters, Social Security matters, a woman's right to choose matters. It all matters, and I just want to say from the bottom of my heart, thank you, New York. Thank you for opening up your minds and your hearts, for seeing the possibility of what we could do together for our children and for our future here in this state and in our nation. I am profoundly grateful to all of you for giving me the chance to serve you. I will do everything I can to be worthy of your faith and trust and to honor the powerful example of Senator Daniel Patrick Moynihan. I would like all of you and the countless New Yorkers and Americans watching to join me in honoring him for his incredible half-century of service to New York and our nation. Senator Moynihan, on behalf of New York and America, thank you. And I thank Chuck Schumer for his generous support and friendship. He has been and will be a great champion for the people of New York, and I very much look forward to fighting by his side in the United States Senate. I want to thank both of my opponents, Mayor Giuliani and Congressman Lazio. Congressman Lazio and I just spoke. I congratulate him on a hard-fought race, and I thank him for his service to the people of New York and Long Island, and I wish him, Pat, and their 2 beautiful daughters well. I promise you tonight that I will reach across party lines to bring progress for all of New York's families. Today we voted as Democrats and Republicans. Tomorrow we begin again as New Yorkers. And how fortunate we are indeed to live in the most diverse, dynamic, and beautiful state in the entire Union. You know, from the South Bronx to the Southern Tier, from Brooklyn to Buffalo, from Montauk to Messina, from the world's tallest skyscrapers to breathtaking mountain ranges, I've met people whose faces and stories I will never forget. Thousands of New Yorkers from all 62 counties welcomed me into your schools, your local diners, your factory floors, your living rooms, and front porches. You taught me, you tested me, and you shared with me your challenges and concerns about overcrowded or crumbling schools, about the struggle to care for growing children and aging parents, about the continuing challenge of providing equal opportunity for all, and about children moving away from their hometowns because good jobs are so hard to find in upstate New York. Now, I've worked on issues like these for a long time, some of them for 30 years, and I am determined to make a difference for all of you. You see, I believe our nation owes every responsible citizen and every responsible family the tools that they need to make the most of their own lives. That's the basic bargain I'll do my best to honor in the United States Senate. And to those of you who did not support me, I want you to know that I will work in the Senate for you and for all New Yorkers. And to those of you who worked so hard and never lost faith, even in the toughest times, I offer you my undying gratitude. I will work my heart out for you for the next 6 years, and I wouldn't be here if it weren't for the steady support of so many people. I want to thank Charlie Rangel, Nita Lowey, and the entire New York Democratic Congressional Delegation, my future colleagues. I'm very grateful for the support of our Democratic statewide elected officials and my good friends Carl McCall and Elliot Spitzer. I want to thank Shelley Silver and all the Democratic Assembly members, and Marty Connor and all the Democratic members of the state Senate. I want to thank all of my upstate friends who couldn't be here tonight, including Tony Masiello, Bill Johnson, Jerry Jennings, Mike Breslin, Mark Thomas, all the county chairs and other elected officials. And thank you to all of my downstate friends, Andy Spano and the county chairs and all the elected officials, and particularly my friends right here in New York City, the citywide officials, the borough presidents, the city council members, and two great friends, former mayors Ed Koch and David Dinkins.
Lady Hillary Rodham Clinton, having made history by being the first lady elected to a major office, the United States Senate. Let's take a look now at the numbers. 66% of the precincts reporting, and I didn't call out the numbers.
This is the key, I think, one of the keys, Judy, that in the presidential race, Al Gore is running, even now, 1 million votes ahead of George Bush. She was running about 500,000 votes ahead of Rick Lazio.
60% there for Gore and 35% for Bush. I was talking and couldn't digest the numbers that we just showed in the Senate race.
Well, can we see them again?
Here they are. This is the
Gore
Bush race where he's running at least 1 million votes ahead with 2/3 of the precincts in, and Hillary has about a margin of 500,000 so far. This should remind a lot of people of the last out-of-stater who came to New York and won, Robert Kennedy in 1964, who won by 750,000 votes, while Lyndon Johnson was beating Barry Goldwater by more than 2.5 million votes. These are two races, then and now, where coattails may have helped.
All right, there are the Senate numbers again with 68% of the precincts reporting Hillary Clinton, 56% of the vote to Lazio's 44. As Jeff said, it's about a 500,000 vote margin for the First Lady.
Yeah, which suggests that not only did she choose a good state to run in, because New York has 2 million more Democrats registered than Republicans, but she chose a good year to run. In a presidential year, where a candidate like Al Gore can pile up a big majority, she does have coattails to ride. If this weren't a presidential year, she might have had a much tougher time winning
But
New
that's
York.
that's a pretty significant margin. I mean, who knows whether it will hold, but this is 2/3 of the precincts reporting, and she's got a 12 percentage point margin.
Money, money, money. More than $21 million spent.
That's right.
Yes, but barely, that's about a third as much as was spent by one candidate in New Jersey. Often New Jersey is said to have an inferiority complex. When it comes to spending money in a U.S. Senate race, boy, New Jersey can hold its head up high, and state of New York, you guys are minor leaguers compared to what we did.
That's John Corzine.
John Corzine, because New Jersey has 2 of the most expensive media markets in the country. To run in New Jersey, you have to advertise in New York and you have to advertise in Philadelphia. Those are expensive markets, and John Corzine spent about $60 million, more than any candidate in history, to win that Senate seat.
We should repeat a news item that we reported several hours ago. Libby Pataki, wife of the governor, went on radio earlier today.
Let me interrupt you, Jeff.
Sorry?
CNN is going to make a call in the Southwest, an important call. Colorado has been won by Governor Bush. Governor Bush taking Colorado's 8 electoral votes. Please continue.
So by, let's see, the total then is 225 George W. Bush to 231. Who said this wasn't going to be a close night, a close election?
Yeah,
it is a close election.
Colorado is a state that switched from Clinton in 1992 to Dole in 1996. So it could have gone either way, and it looks like it stuck with the Republicans as it did with Bob Dole.
And those people who were saying a week ago you would be waiting for Wisconsin, waiting for Iowa, waiting for Florida, waiting for Arkansas, Nevada, Washington, Oregon, Arizona.
And
you're right.
And we have to keep looking, I think, at the Nader numbers. You know, Colorado is not one of the states that Nader was presumed to be a threat in, but those states that are still in yellow, Arizona, Oregon, Washington,
Wisconsin.
Skip over to Wisconsin.
Here's the list.
Here's the list. Ralph Nader is a factor, not in every single one of them, but in
at least
several
4.
of them.
In
at
Wisconsin,
least 4 of them.
Washington, Oregon, Iowa, and Maine for that one electoral vote. These are states where Nader may make a difference. So, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the year 2000, where the presidency of the United States will be decided by states, it's fair to say, many of whom have not had this kind of power in past presidential elections.
That's right, because and even Alaska, which hasn't even closed its polls yet. It's the last state that hasn't closed.
But which we can fairly well expect to go Republican, since it
always goes Republican.
Right.
And that's, 4 electoral votes in Alaska?
No, just 3. Just 3.
3.
Big state, not many people.
One of the leaders of Congress watching all that's happening very, very closely is the man from Mississippi, the Senate Majority Leader, Trent Lott. When we come back, we're going to sit down and talk with him, or he'll sit down and talk with us, and we'll take a look at the balance of power beneath this great, majestic dome, the United States Capitol building, as CNN's live coverage of Election 2000 returns in a moment.
Coverage of Election 2000 is brought to you by Akamai and America's pharmaceutical companies. For expanded coverage, log on to CNN.com. Akamai, bringing you a better internet, and America's pharmaceutical companies.
The internet is faster because of us.
The internet is more reliable because of us.
The internet is growing because of us.
The internet is more exciting because of us.
The internet goes everywhere because of us. The internet is better because of us.
Delivering the most content from the world's biggest network, Akamai.
My sister has one of the most devastating forms of arthritis. Dangerous side effects really prevented her from taking medications that would ease her pain. At my pharmaceutical company, we work to discover medicines that are as effective for that pain, but with fewer side effects. To know that we're helping millions of people every day, it's a high point of my career. To know that I've helped my sister is the high point of my life.
Got yourself into too much credit card debt? Why not point and click your way out of debt with a second mortgage from ditech.com? Whether you have equity or no equity, good credit or not so good credit, Ditech has a second mortgage with absolutely no closing costs to help you lower your monthly payments now. So point and click your way out of high-interest, non-tax deductible credit card debt at ditech.com or call us at 1-800-71-FIX.
How many experts does it take to predict a market change?
Tickets, folks. I'm out.
Tax laws have changed. Should I be looking at my estate plan again?
Anyone who knows me wouldn't recommend a stock like this.
Oh, not again. This guy.
Investment strategies for you. Great. Just for me and 5 million other people.
Thank you, Payne Weber.
Losing 5-star certification. It's what every 5-star certified retailer fears most.
Why didn't you call those people back?
Yeah, Dave.
Yeah. Then why didn't you listen to customer feedback?
And why didn't you study?
Study.
How's it going, Dave?
I'm okay.
5-star. With mandatory annual audits, only our best stay certified. It's better. We'll prove it.
We're watching the presidential race. We're also watching a number of Senate, House, and governor races. Very important. Let's go right to our balance of power man tonight, Wolf Blitzer.
Judy, a very close race in Washington state right now. The incumbent senator, the Republican Slade Gorton, and the former Congresswoman Maria Cantwell. Too close to call. That race we're going to be counting votes on to see who wins. Let's take a look at the balance of power in the Senate as of this minute. What we know, there were 35 Republican holdovers, 31 Democratic holdovers. The Republicans so far tonight have won 14 states. The Democrats have won 15 states. That brings the total, the Republican total right now, 49 Republican senators, 46 Democratic senators, 5 still undecided, those undecided being Michigan, Missouri, Nebraska, Montana, and Washington state. Stuart Rothenberg, so far one pickup for the Democrats tonight.
Well, a lot of the close contests are still out there, Wolf, but the Democrats have to go 5 for 5, and 4 of them would be takeovers. That's awfully difficult. And our viewers might be wondering about the presidential level in the Senate. As you know, as we noted, Missouri went for Governor Bush at the presidential level, but John Ashcroft is trailing him slightly, and Michigan, of course, is going for Al Gore. Spencer Abraham is actually drawing a few more votes than George Bush did in that state.
All right, we'll be watching those 5 states. For now, back to Bernie on the national desk.
And Wolf, right up to Washington, the Senate Majority Leader Trent Lott. Mr. Lott, you're in Jackson, Mississippi. Let's put you in your home state. Trent Lott, you just heard Stu Rothenberg say that tonight the Democrats will have to go up 5 for 5 to snatch control of that senior body from your party. How do you see it going down? Tomorrow morning, will you wake up still in control of the United States Senate?
Well, I certainly hope so, Bernie, and it looks like we will be able to hold a majority. Of course, we've got to watch those races, and several of them may still be close, but if they have to sweep basically all of the seats that are left, I'd hope that that's not going to be likely. It's hard to tell right now whether we'll have a net pickup of 1 or a net loss of 2, but I believe that we will still be in the majority, and certainly I hope so. I appreciate the people of Mississippi re-electing me to the Senate, so I hope that we're working with the majority when we get there.
You never had any doubt about your re-election, did you?
Well, you never take it for granted, and I had not 1 but 4 opponents, and so anytime you've got 4, you got to watch it.
Any Senate races giving you a little heartburn or a lot of heartburn at this hour?
Well, I'm excited about a couple of them. I'm excited about George Allen, the former governor in Virginia, winning, and former Congressman John Ensign there in Nevada. Of course, I've been, very concerned about the situation in Missouri. It's just such a difficult set of circumstances for people to deal with on both sides of both parties.
Let me interrupt you for a moment. A federal judge ruled that the polls in St. Louis could stay open until 10 their time. They closed about 21 minutes ago. Is that what you're alluding to? Because Kit Bond was just furious that the Democrats in St. Louis could pull this off, as he indicated.
Yeah. Well, that did seem like an unusual set of circumstances, that they would come in at the last minute and keep polls open longer and only in that one place, but not in the rest of the state. I understood that it had gone first that they were going to be open and they couldn't be open, but it just tells you a little bit of something about what's been happening in Missouri. John Ashcroft, John is a great guy, and I hope he wins. He's been a good senator, and he also is a part of our Singing Senators Quartet. We need him.
Senator, let me interrupt you for a moment. CNN is declaring another race in Nevada. Governor Bush wins 4 more electoral votes. He picks up Nevada's 4 electoral votes. And this is the tally as it stands now. Can it get any closer? Vice President Gore with 230 electoral votes. Governor Bush with 229 electoral votes. Trent Lott, you are one of the masterful vote counters in the United States Senate. How do you see this breaking down, say, over the next hour?
Well, looking at the maps that are still, I guess, yellow on your national map, the ones that haven't been clearly decided, I have the impression Arkansas will go for Bush. I still believe Florida will go for Bush. I'm hoping and thinking maybe Iowa will go for Bush. Plus, I believe you still have a couple other states out west, maybe Oregon, that might go for Bush. So it looks like it's still going to be very close. And I'm used to counting votes in the House of Representatives and in the Senate, but I haven't counted them in electoral colleges.
What do you make of Wisconsin? Arizona?
Well, what did you call there?
We've not called it. We've not called. Yeah. This is what we've not called. We've not called Arizona, Arkansas, Florida, Iowa, Nevada, Maine.
We just called Nevada.
Just called Nevada, pardon me. Oregon, Washington, Wisconsin. There's 1 electoral vote, of course, in Maine. And Alaska closes in less than 45 minutes.
Well, and Alaska certainly will be for Bush, and I believe the first 5 you named there will probably all go for Bush. Wisconsin looks like we have a good chance there. You've got an outstanding governor, Tommy Thompson. Governor Bush had been looking pretty good there, but that's a state that Republicans don't always win, as you know, on a national level, and that would be a great victory.
Senator, it's Jeff Greenfield. You're looking at a popular vote that is almost dead even. You're looking at an electoral vote that is almost dead even. People always wonder when a race is this close, when a country in effect really is tied. What sort of mandate can a new president have when he wins, whichever one of these fellows wins, by such a small percentage?
Well, I don't know that you would have a sweeping mandate, but I think that the attitude of the American people is we will come together behind the winner. Obviously, I hope that it's George W. Bush. I believe he will bring a new atmosphere and a new approach to how we do business there. But even if it's not Governor Bush, if it's Vice President Gore, he'll be a new man, and there'll be a spirit of effort to cooperate, try to get things done for the best interests of our country. So while you may not have a sweeping mandate, it's going to be different in Washington. It's going to be different without Clinton in the presidency.
Senator, have you thought, it's Judy Woodruff, have you thought about the possibility of a tie in the electoral vote? We realize that the odds are against it, but have you and some of your colleagues talked about that?
Actually, we have not talked about it. I have seen some speculation about that in the media, the idea that I guess there could be a tie of 269 to 269. I don't believe that's going to happen. I still believe that Governor Bush will wind up getting somewhere in the range of 285 to 295, something like that.
Trent Lott, explain to us the credibility that Governor Bush would have if he is elected tonight, coming to Washington, having run as an outsider.
Well,
unquote.
Actually,
unquote.
Yeah. Well, that's happened many times before. That was true with Jimmy Carter. That was true with Ronald Reagan. That was true with Bill Clinton. And it'll be true with George W. Bush. But he'll bring a new atmosphere. I think he is going to try to bring us together. It'll be incumbent upon people like myself to work with him and to make sure that he understands how the Senate does business and that we understand what he really wants to achieve. I think we need to reach out to the Democrats and say, what can we do together for our country? I mean, Medicare reform, we need it. We know we need it. We got to provide prescription drugs for our seniors that can't afford it. let's quit trying to see what we can disagree on, and let's see if we can find 2 or 3 really big things. Churchill would want us to do that. He would say, find a few big things and focus on that. You know, we've got a lot to be proud of. The economy is good. We don't have a war right now in the world. We have balanced the budget. We are reducing the debt. We have cut taxes some, but we need to do more in that area. So we need to take that next step to deal with Social Security and Medicare reform, do some repairs to our defense that has been damaged by the last few years of the Clinton-Gore administration, and we need to do more in returning some of the tax dollars to working Americans. If we could just do those 4 big things, I think that would be really good for the country, and continue to pay down the debt and balance the budget.
Speaking of reforms, given what still might happen tonight, do you think it is time really now to look at the Electoral College and do something about that, or are you content with this system?
Well, we've talked about doing that in the past. I remember when I was in the House of Representatives years ago, probably in the 70s, we thought about it. There have been some scholars that have talked about how we maybe need to change that, but the person that wins with the Electoral College vote will probably say, this system works pretty well. Our forefathers did a pretty good job, and while I, have difficulty explaining even to my own wife why you could win the popular vote but lose the Electoral College vote and how that wouldn't be fair, I think the system still works pretty well. It has over 200 years, and before we change it, I think we need to be real careful and think about it long and hard. But I don't put it outside the realm of possibilities. I think you always need to ask yourself, is this the best we can do, or should we consider changing it?
All right. Senator Trent Lott, the Republican leader of the United States Senate, we thank you very much for joining us from
the
your
majority
home.
leader, Judy.
Did I say minority?
No, you said Republican. No, you said Republican
leader.
But I still like majority.
All right, we'll call you majority. There's no reason not to call you that. Both the Republican leader and the majority leader. Trent Lott, thank you so much for joining us. We appreciate that.
Bipartisanship already.
Absolutely. We are keeping an eye as we go to a break on so many states that we just don't have a call yet on, and we're going to talk some more about that when we come back.
Closed captioning provided by USSearch.com. Know who you're hiring with pre-employment screening from USSearch.com. Visit us on the web or call 1-800-US-SEARCH.
Tomorrow on Larry King Live, we'll look at the winners, plus former New York Governor Mario Cuomo and Ohio Congressman John Kasich go head-to-head. Tomorrow, 9 Eastern on CNN.
They're out there.
What's up?
Millions and millions of them.
Who, what, where, when, why?
And you're about to meet two. Their brother.
Lewis.
And sister.
Ren. What are you doing back there? Just hanging out.
They're Even Stevens.
You're good. I'm a Stevens.
Even Stevens, a new original comedy series every Friday through Sunday at 5:30, 4:30 Central, only on Disney Channel.
Want even more great Disney entertainment for your family? Enjoy the new Toon Disney Channel when you order Cox Digital Cable.
Cox Communications invites you to the 11th Annual Seniors Prom, a big band dance for all ages. Don't miss a special celebrity guest appearance by Betty White. Join us Sunday evening, November 12th at the Irvine Marriott from 5 to 9 p.m. $20 tickets are available through November 3rd or $25 at the door. Proceeds benefit the Meals on Wheels and many other South County Senior Service programs. For more information, call 949-498-0400.
How undecided voters made a difference on CNN Newsstand. Tomorrow, 10 Eastern.
We're Pfizer. We're working to create a world where there will be a cure for your father's Alzheimer's, your sister's heart condition, your best friend's diabetes, where no one needs suffer from cancer or AIDS. At the newly expanded Pfizer, we're poised to do more for human health than any other pharmaceutical company in history. We're spending approximately $4.5 billion on research this year alone, and have the world's largest pharmaceutical research team working tirelessly looking for the cures of the future. Why do we work so hard? Because we have fathers, sisters, and best friends too. At Pfizer, our company has changed, but our mission hasn't. Life is our life's work.
Just after 11:30 on the East Coast, the polls have closed in every state but one, and that is Alaska. We want to show you some important states that we are not able to call yet. The raw vote totals, 74% of the precincts reporting in the state of Florida. George W. Bush with 51% of the vote, a little over 2 million. Al Gore with 47%, 1.9 million. Another state that's still out there, too close to call, Wisconsin, 47% of the precincts reporting, and look at that, a tie, 48% to 48%. And yet another state we are not able to call, Iowa, with 63% of the precincts reporting, Al Gore leading 50% to 47% for George W. Bush. Hal Bruno is taking a closer look at some of these states tonight. Hal, what about Iowa? Put your spyglass there on the state of Iowa and tell us what's going on the ground.
Well, with almost 2/3 of the vote in, it is surprisingly close. And the reason for it is George Bush is doing better than anyone expected he would be doing in Des Moines, which should be the Democratic stronghold. Now, Bush is doing very well out here in the West. That's expected from a Republican. Al Gore is doing fine out here in the East, which is expected of a Democrat. And Al Gore is doing okay in the central part, but George Bush is doing better than expected. And that's what's making Iowa so close. Now you go out to the state of Washington, and you get the reverse type of thing happening. In Washington, Al Gore is doing very well, not only in the Seattle area, where you expect him to, but George Bush is not doing as strong as he should in the East, which is like the Midwest in terms of the lifestyle and agriculture and so on. That should be strong Republican territory. Bush is winning it, but not as much as he should. And Gore is doing very well over here in the East Coast, along through the Olympic Mountains. Now, going to Oregon. Now, one more thing about Washington before we leave it. Don't forget, half the ballots there are coming in by mail, so we don't know what's going to happen with those. All right, going to Oregon. Oregon, again, is all mail. They're just starting to count now.
M-A-I-L.
All right, that's right. Yeah, postage. Anyhow, Al Gore is doing very well in the Portland suburbs, which is exactly what a Democrat is supposed to do. And George Bush is doing very good out here in the South and the East, which a Republican is supposed to do. But what we don't know is this area here along the coast, and we don't know at this point what the Nader factor is going to be. Oregon could be Ralph Nader's strongest state.
And again, that is, Hal, not based on exit polls, because there were no voters to poll. They didn't go to the polling places today. As you just said, they mailed in all their ballots, or they dropped them off at selected points around the state of Oregon today.
Yeah, and the important thing about Oregon is that they count those ballots immediately, and they have to be in by today, whereas in the state of Washington, they merely have to be postmarked by midnight today.
And how long could it be, Hal, before we know the results, the final result from the state of Washington?
Well, that's our nightmare scenario that we've discussed. It could be days. There was one election there where somebody won a congressional seat, went to Washington. They had to call him back 3 or 4 days later to tell him he had lost.
Al Bruno, thank you. Wow. In Washington, Mary Madeline, Mike McCurry. It's 11:35 Eastern Time, and it occurs to me that we began this broadcast at 5 p.m. Eastern Time saying turn out, turn out, turn out. Mike?
You know, usually by this time on election night, I've been crying in my beer somewhere because the Democrats have lost, but this really is a cliffhanger. I'll tell you one thing. All the speculation about Ralph Nader and his impact is coming home to roost now. If it comes down to Wisconsin, Washington, Oregon, those states that probably should be safely in Al Gore's column, if they are not, a large part of the reason may be because people have voted for Ralph Nader, and in my editorial comment, thrown their vote away, in a sense. But if that is not the case, then really the story is going to be turnout, 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 and Al Gore's campaign has worked very, very hard these last 72 hours. I sensed, in fact, that in a way, Governor Bush's campaign was coasting to the finish line. They were, they took a day off last Sunday. They acted like they had it in the bag. They put out a schedule for tomorrow that had the president-elect's schedule, and I think they took a lot for granted. The Gore people out-hustled them a lot of places. That's why we have a much closer election.
Mary?
Well, of course, the Bush campaign took nothing for granted, and the schedule they put out tomorrow was a boost to the staff. Look, anyone who questions the hustle of the Bush campaign, or in particular the strategy of spreading their resources over so many Democratic states, which had been questioned, can now consider the genius of Karl Rove. If it wasn't for our picking up the Republicans and Bush picking up so many of these Democratic states, he would not be ahead right now. But still suggesting that, and they've been confident all night long, that Florida was going to remain in their column. So this was from the beginning a very long marathon effort, as Governor Bush said, and it was the most superior ground game ever envisioned and executed on in the Republican Party. And let me say something about Nader. This is what the Republicans said about Ross Perot when he kicked our hiney all over the place. Nader exists as a weakness of the Gore candidacy, as a segment, a very deep segment of the Democratic Party that hasn't been addressed in the Clinton administration. And ironically, Gore moved to the left to try to meet the demands of that segment, but turned off, it looks like, some independent voters.
But no, that's not true. Nader exists as a figment of someone's imagination that somehow or another there was not a difference between Gore and Bush. There were very serious differences about how either of these candidates would populate a federal government, the kinds of policies they would pursue, and if anything, we didn't spend enough time talking about the substantive differences between these candidates, which would, I think, it made a big, big difference in the way some of those Nader voters reacted with their votes today.
You can't. The candidates talked endlessly, ceaselessly, every day about their differences, and Bush made it very clear, and this is one of his winning arguments, that Gore was for expanding government. He made that argument, and it pushed him ahead through the debates and after the debates, and Gore made his argument every day that we want to have, they used to say, a chicken in every pot, we want to have a program for every person. So the distinctions were clear. I don't know what Mike's talking about.
Well, the distinctions weren't clear to those Nader voters that I think may have helped elect George Bush, if that's the way it comes out at the end of the day. And hopefully that ground war that's still underway out west will make a difference for the vice president.
Well, on that ground war, tactically, obviously, both you people are biting your fingernails, along with people in the campaigns in Austin and Nashville. What do you say has to happen for each of your men to win? Mary?
Well, since I got a manicure today, I haven't been biting my fingernails.
They got to get more votes.
They have to look. You know what I love about this is, this is the oldest fashioned thing in politics. All this fancy media, record-breaking expenditures on paid media. It gets down to what we used to do 25, 30 years ago. Call up people and say, did you vote yet? Oh, I'm coming by to pick you up. You will vote. It's good old-fashioned politics, and it says to people out there, your vote counts. Every vote counts. I think this is very, very healthy for the electorate. It really could help diminish the cynicism about the political process.
Right. And I hope it really does demonstrate maybe at the end of the day that turnout has gone up somewhat too. I agree with Mary that this is going to be an election that reminds everyone of how important that constitutional responsibility of voting is all about.
Mary, just a quick question. As I hear you talking about Ralph Nader, so often we heard George W. Bush and the people around him say that Al Gore was the epitome of big spending, liberal, and so forth. And yet, is there some contradiction when Ralph Nader is there to the left of Al Gore? Well, I guess it points out what we Republicans have often said about the Democratic Party. You can never get too big. And I'm really predicting whatever happens with Al Gore, Nader's presence, and particularly if it's clear that he's made an impact on this election, will nudge the party even further left. This promises to be as exciting a post-campaign debate as the whole campaign was.
Well, on that point, Nader said a short while ago, Larry King interviewed him earlier, shortly past 10 o'clock this week, we become a viable watchdog party. But a point you were making earlier, Mary, Ralph Nader has set a pox on both your houses. He doesn't think either Gore or Bush cuts the mustard.
Well, that was, I believe, a cynical strategy of his. Clearly, there were huge differences, and in the end, he was saying, he sort of got in cahoots with Gephardt and the other Democratic leaders to say, vote for Democratic congressmen and senators. He knows there's a huge difference between them, but he was appealing to that kind of Ventura, that maverick, that independent voter who really does have a cynical view about politics in general. Very cynical on behalf of Ralph Nader, but he knows there's a huge difference.
I would just remind everyone who voted for Ralph Nader, if over the next 4 years they have to watch George Bush appoint people to the Supreme Court and to all of the sub-cabinet positions, all of those positions in OSHA and EPA and regulatory agencies that really count in our system of government, they watch how those positions are filled versus how Al Gore would have filled them, then they'll know how they spent their vote this election night.
You know, I think a lot of people voted for Bush because of what he is going to bring into government. Those people that he brought with him on the campaign trail, notably Colin Powell, who will be a typical kind of appointee in a Bush administration. All right, Mary Madeline, Mike McCurry. We've seen you several times. We're going to see you several times more before this night is over. It is, 18 minutes before the bewitching hour of midnight Eastern Time. And we're still counting. There are still 7 states, and Jeff Greenfield has his hand in front of my face, so he wants to say something. Jeff.
Oh, I'm sorry to be so impolite, but you know, I just want to point out something a little ahead of time, thanks to our staff. If Al Gore picks up Iowa and the one electoral vote out in Maine and Florida,
which I was about to say that we are giving Al Gore.
Okay, then
and I will formally announce. CNN announces, as we described earlier, Maine is one of the 2 states that can split its electoral vote by congressional district. We're now prepared to say that Al Gore has all 4 of Maine's electoral votes. So as you can see, the total there is 231
Is this total
Gore.
correct?
This
should it
is
be
the
232?
Or should it be 232? It was 231.
All right, 232 now.
Okay, now so here's the point.
Corrected. I'm told that the 231 is correct.
Okay.
And just at 229, this is Governor Bush. And Jeff, keep talking.
If Al Gore wins Iowa, and Al Gore wins Florida, and George Bush wins Arkansas and Alaska, we have an electoral tie. 269, 269, no one with an electoral majority, and either they find an elector to defect or it goes to the House of Representatives.
There were more than 70 mathematical possibilities that could happen, I was told, and we may be facing one of them.
Right. A couple of people have asked me, can George Bush still win without Florida? And the answer is yes, he can. He's at 229 electoral votes right now, and there are still 54, I think without Maine, 53 electoral votes out. He needs 41 more to get 270. So he could win without carrying Florida, but he'd have to carry just about all of the rest of those states, 41 out of the 53 electoral votes in the remaining states, to do it.
This depends on a split that is mathematically tricky, because Oregon and Washington, I believe, have to also fall into Bush's column. But we are looking at a race that is so close, so late, that all of the pre-election predictions in this sense were accurate, which is to say it is unpredictable.
That's right.
Fascinating stuff. Fascinating stuff. And if it is a tie, boy, are we going to have a good time talking about that.
There'll be a hunt for electors. Each side will be looking for electors because look, you know, in December, the electors meet in their respective state capitals to vote. So each side will claim a moral victory if they edged out the other in popular votes, and they'll try to get an elector to defect to the winning side in the popular vote.
They won't let it stay a tie, is what you're saying.
They're going to try not to let it stay a tie because they're going to say morally the person who got the most votes from the people should win. They're going to have to find an elector who will defect. Those electors are chosen for their loyalty.
But can you imagine the onus on the person who made the switch?
Well,
Jeff, how did the electors in your novel turn out?
Well, my novel wasn't quite as outrageous as what might happen with a tie. All I did was kill off the president-elect in a photo opportunity. But the fact of the matter is, the basis of all of this argument is that while states can try to punish electors who defect, fines and stuff, the Congress so far, when an elector has been faithless, has in fact said, no, we're going to count the vote. Now, it's never mattered. But there is some precedent to say if there's one of these electors, let's say Bush wins the popular vote, and one of these Gore electors says, it's a tie, I think I should go with the popular vote winner, he can be ostracized, he'll probably never get a Democratic Party job, but they can't stop him from casting the vote. And it is a Congress in January that decides whether the vote is valid. And so far, it looks like it'll be a Republican Congress.
I'm looking, speaking of a potential tie, I'm looking at the Republican pollster Alex Gage working with Fred Steeper, who predicted just this scenario about a week and a half ago, and he figured it out, and it is coming to fruition almost exactly as he predicted. Of course, there's still 6 or 7 states out,
including Florida.
Including Florida, which is a big one, and he had given that to Al Gore, and he still had a tie.
That's how it works out, and that if Bush takes Florida, not only will there be a lot of exit poll and people who may have a new job, but it won't happen.
Oh, boy.
Let me interrupt our conversation. Arizona now, CNN declares, goes to Governor Bush. Arizona's 8 electoral votes in the governor's column.
And that is a significant win because Arizona had voted Republican in every election from 1948 for since Harry Truman. It voted for Harry Truman, then it voted Republican in every election after that until it voted for Bill Clinton in 1996. And now it's gone back into the Republican column.
Home of John McCain. He represents that state in the United States Senate. And the primary there, no surprise, John McCain beat George Bush by almost 25 points.
Yeah, actually what happened in Arizona is interesting because they have a lot of seniors who have retired and live in Arizona. It appears from our exit polling that they voted heavily for George Bush and they put him over. What carried the state for Bill Clinton in 1996 was a heavy vote among Hispanic Americans who voted very heavily Democratic. So you had a Hispanic Democratic vote and a senior vote that was heavily Republican. It appears that the seniors have won it this time.
But what will be interesting to find out is why it took so long to fall into the Bush column. It'll be interesting to look at those numbers.
We do have the senior vote in Arizona. Let's take a look at what our exit poll showed among voters over 65 in Arizona. They were the key to the Bush victory. 57% of them voted for Bush, 40% for Gore. Now remember that the Social Security issue, the Medicare issue, the prescription drugs issue was supposed to pay off handsomely for Al Gore among seniors. Certainly didn't work that way in Arizona because the seniors in Arizona voted very strongly for George Bush and delivered that state to him. So don't take the senior vote for granted. Even for the Democrats this year, Social Security issue didn't work the way a lot of people predicted.
All right, we're going to take a break. When we come back, we're going to hear from, or talk with, I should say, the Republican Speaker of the House of Representatives, Dennis Hastert. We'll be back in a moment.
Coverage of Election 2000 is brought to you by PaineWebber and Akamai. For expanded coverage, log on to CNN.com. PaineWebber. Thank you, PaineWebber. Akamai, delivering a better internet.
What's my investment strategy? How about buy things before they go up?
For a personal financial plan, please press 5.
I'm going to pay for this.
What was I?
This market's still got a lot of upside.
This market's going south.
Why didn't they write this last month?
Can't believe Dad thought he could check stock prices on this thing.
Okay, 2 of your stocks are up. What about the other 15?
Thank you, PaineWebber.
The internet is faster because of us.
The internet is more reliable because of us.
The internet is growing because of us.
The internet is more exciting because of us.
The internet goes everywhere because of us. The internet is better because of us.
Delivering the most content from the world's biggest network. Akamai.
Got yourself into too much credit card debt? Why not point and click your way out of debt with a second mortgage from Ditech.com? Whether you have equity or no equity, good credit or not so good credit, Ditech has a second mortgage with absolutely no closing costs to help you lower your monthly payments now. So point and click your way out of high-interest, non-tax deductible credit card debt at Ditech.com or call us at 1-800-71-FIXED.
Looking to save more and spend less this holiday season? With the Chrysler Holiday Sale, you can do just that. Because now you can save over $2,300 when you buy a new 2001 Town & Country with 4.9% financing. Or or choose a $299 lease on the award-winning 2001 Chrysler Voyager. So take advantage of the Chrysler Holiday Sale today for savings that let you spend more on a real holiday priority, yourself.
Alzheimer's disease takes billions of healthy brain cells and slowly turns them into a tangled web. At our pharmaceutical company, we're trying to remove the amyloid plaque from the brain of the Alzheimer patient. And we are developing a vaccine that activates the immune system to help remove that plaque. My hope is that nobody's parent or grandparent will ever suffer from this disease again.
The United States of America still does not have a new president at this late hour. Back and forth, nip and tuck. The governor and the vice president have traded the electoral lead. Right now, Governor Bush has gone back up on top, 237 electoral votes to Vice President Gore's 231. This is the electoral map as it stands. This is the raw vote, with 66% of precincts reporting. You can see that Governor Bush has 49% of the vote, or roughly 34.2 million votes, to Vice President Gore's 48%, or 33.7 million votes.
Running as the closest since Humphrey and Nixon in 1968, Bernie.
That's right, and if that was 66% of the vote, that was about 68 million votes. So it looks like we're going to have a little over 100 million voters casting ballots. It's a little higher than usual, but not spectacularly high.
Wolf Blitzer. Race is underway in the House. What's the latest?
We're taking a close look at the House races. There's one net pickup we can report right now in Long Island. Felix Grucci, the Republican, beating Regina Seltzer. This was the seat that Michael Forbes lost in the Democratic primary. He's the former Republican who turned Democratic. Let's take a look at what we can report on the balance of power in the House of Representatives right now. Very, very close so far. If you take a look at all the numbers, they're still undecided, and there's still only about 3/4 of the seats have been determined right now. So far, we can say the Republicans have a net gain of 2 seats. We're still waiting, Stuart Rothenberg, for some seats out of the West Coast, though.
Not just the West Coast, Wolf. We've got 2 squeakers in Jersey, one in West Virginia, one in Scranton, one in Albuquerque, New Mexico, where Heather Wilson is in trouble. All across the country, we've got a lot of close ones.
We're going to be watching all of those races right now. Back to the national desk.
All right, Wolf Blitzer, Stu Rothenberg, joining us from Aurora, Illinois, his hometown, the Speaker of the U.S. House of Representatives, Dennis Hastert. Mr. Speaker, thank you for being with us. As you hear this analysis from Stu and Wolf, what's your reaction? Republicans 2 up net at this point, but we're still waiting for some important races to come in.
Well, we're cautiously optimistic. We have been able to defend our seats in Kentucky and North Carolina that we thought that we may have a challenge. We have an interesting race in Connecticut that we may pick up a seat that we didn't expect. And, we have to go in. I think we're doing as well as we can expect. It's going to be a long night. We have to see what happens in California, obviously. But I feel good about the position that we're in.
When do you think you'll have a sense of what the new House is going to look like?
Well, it might be early tomorrow morning before we really know what the
how early or how late, I should say.
I wish I know. I guess we're all looking at that crystal ball. Yeah. It probably won't be much before we determine who the new president's going to be. Well,
speaking of that, we're looking at a very close race. Are you surprised, Mr. Speaker, that we're looking at a race with, 49% to 48% of the popular vote and just a few, 231 Gore to 237 Bush in the electoral vote at this point?
Well, we just figured that this is going to be a tough race. We knew it was going to be close. We figured it was going to be close in the House. It was going to be close in the Senate. It was going to be close in the presidency. Nobody, obviously, in this election period was running away with it, but we've tried to get our themes out there, talking about balancing the budget and paying down the debt and a better education for our kids, and they've been pretty well united thematically, and I think that appeals to people.
No matter what happens from here on out, it's clear that this country is divided in a big way in terms of its view, not only of the man it wants to lead the country for the next 4 years, but in terms of philosophy. That being the case, How can the House of Representatives and the Senate do business with a president when the mandate seems to be so split here?
Well, you know, that's why we need both in the House of Representatives and the Senate and in the presidency to try to bring people together. You know, the important issues, education, health care, are things that should be partisan. They ought to be bipartisan. And we need to be able to bring our arms together and get those things done. You know, 90% of the issues in health care people agree on. We ought to be able to split the difference in the other 3% and get it done.
And Mr. Speaker, when you say it needs to be bipartisan, are you saying that all the fault lies with the other party here?
I'm not pointing the finger at anybody tonight. It was pretty evident in the House of Representatives this year that the strategy of the Democrats is to try to block everything so that they could run against a do-nothing Congress. We didn't let that happen, but it was awful tough to get anything done when that was the strategy.
All right, House Speaker Dennis Hastert joining us from his hometown of Aurora, Illinois. We want to thank you very much for being with us, and we look forward to
been my pleasure
talking with you very soon again once we know more about what the outcome of the House of Representatives will be. We are going to take a break, and we'll be right back with much more coverage in about 2.5 minutes. The last state, the polls close in the state of Alaska. We'll be back in a moment, and with that call.
Tomorrow in the Crossfire, join Bill Press and Robert Novak as they take a look at the new administration in the White House. Tomorrow, 7:30 Eastern on CNN.
The Outback has finally come to town. Introducing the Subaru Outback Sedan. A completely new kind of car that combines the rugged traction and control of full-time all-wheel drive with a decidedly uptown look.
My kind of town.
Outback Sedan, yet another first from Subaru.
Treasures Furniture has arrived, and your definition of home furnishings is about to change. Now there's a place you can finally go and experience world-class shopping for home furnishings from around the world. Treasure's grand opening celebration is on now, with value and selection which is not to be believed. Best of all, you'll always be protected by our best price guarantee. North of the 405 and 5 interchange, east off Alton Parkway, Treasure's Furniture is now open.
Pizza Talk with Doug and Tim. Today we're analyzing the Round Table Hearty Bacon Supreme. Let's go to the meat cam.
Meat cam. Okay, now what they're doing here is they're sending in sausage from the strong side while sending in ham from the weak side, and then they blitz the middle with bacon. Now you'll see here that they are double and triple teaming the cheese with meatage.
Now, Tim, is there any way past this much meat?
None whatsoever. It is a solid wall of meat.
Tackle a sizzling bacon pizza for just $12.99 at Round Table.
I can't close my eyes.
If you do one thing, you've done something. Come see what a Land Rover Discovery is made of.
How undecided voters made a difference on CNN Newsstand. Tomorrow, 10 Eastern.
From CNN Center in Atlanta, coverage of Election 2000 continues. Here again, Judy Woodruff, Bernard Shaw, Jeff Greenfield, and Bill Schneider.
12 o'clock on the east coast of the United States, and we are able to make a call in the last state to close its polls tonight. Alaska, the land of the midnight sun, goes to George W. Bush. It's 3 electoral votes. No real surprise at all here. This state has only voted for a Democratic candidate once since it became a state in the year 1959. So here's the total. George W. Bush, 240 electoral votes. His are the red states on that map. They are from east almost all the way to the west. Al Gore, 231 electoral votes. The states in blue, counting California, and going all the way over to the state of Maine. It is a close
Look at this. Just
election.
6 states left. One of those will put somebody over the top. We don't know who it's going to be. It's amazing.
This is the raw vote total at this hour, with 2/3 of the precincts across the United States reporting. Look at that, 49% going for George W. Bush, 35.1 million to 34.57 million. What is that, about 500,000
About half a million votes.
70 million votes cast, half a million votes separate them.
That's right.
Let's see now, when was the last time?
Hubert Humphrey and Richard Nixon. Nixon took a 500,000 vote win. Before that, you got to go to Kennedy-Nixon. But this is the closest race in 32 years, and who knows, it could get closer.
These are the states that are going to decide it. Let's take a look. There are 6 of them that we are not able to call. Arkansas, 6 electoral votes. Florida, the big Megillah at this point, 25. Iowa, 7. Oregon, 7. Washington and Wisconsin each carrying 11 electoral votes. There are 67 electoral votes up for grabs.
And Judy, 4 of those states were carried by Michael Dukakis in 1988, one of the weaker Democratic presidential candidates in modern times. And Al Gore has not yet been able to put away 4 of the Dukakis states. We've been looking at that all fall long. It looks like it may be pivotal.
A lot's changed in 12 years.
Why are the many reasons? That's precisely the question of the hour. Why
Here's
hasn't
why.
been able to do it?
A man named Ralph Nader. Ralph Nader is doing very well in Oregon. Well, not very well, but he's doing enough votes. Those states are so close between Gore and Bush that the Nader vote, which isn't particularly high, has the balance of power between the two.
I wonder if are we able to look at the raw vote totals in some of these states showing the Nader factor? I'm asking our folks who have control over the graphics that we're looking at. Are we able to see, for example, in Washington, in Wisconsin, what kind of Nader numbers are there?
In time, Judy, in time.
But it does indicate, remember,
in good time, I'm told that will happen.
Remember, we did point to the Nader factor as one of the 7 keys to the presidency, and it looks like we're coming down to the fact that question, the answer to the question of how big the Nader factor was in some of these states, may determine who the next president of the United States is. He doesn't look like he's going to get his $7 million, but he may affect the outcome of this entire election.
Let's discuss for a moment why there is a Nader factor.
That's right. And we think we have some evidence to this point from the state of Oregon, where Nader's getting 4%. But we asked the Nader voters, how would they have voted in a choice between Gore and Bush? 61% of the Oregon Nader voters said they would have voted for Al Gore. Only 10% for George Bush. And a quarter of them say they wouldn't have voted for at all. That is why the Gore people worried about Ralph Nader. By 6-1, his votes would have come from Al Gore, not George Bush. Right now, Oregon, the votes between Gore and Bush are nose to nose. They're very, very close. The Nader voters would have made the difference for Al Gore, and he would have carried Oregon most likely if Ralph Nader hadn't been on the ballot.
And his argument during his campaign was that there's no difference per se between the Democrats and Republicans. They're dominated by lobbyists and big corporations, and they're not to be trusted.
That's right. If you vote for a third-party candidate like Ralph Nader, you honestly have to believe that it doesn't make any difference which candidate wins, Gore or Bush, that they're no different on the issues that are important to you. And the Gore people trotted out a whole lot of reputable liberals like Robert Redford and Al Franken and Gloria Steinem to say, yes, it makes a tremendous difference, abortion issues, Supreme Court, but apparently there are enough Nader voters remaining who simply agreed with Ralph Nader. It really doesn't make a difference.
And that vote swapping that we talked about a little bit earlier going on the internet across the country, websites where you could go into the website and arrange, presumably, to trade your vote.
Yes.
If you were in a state where voting for Ralph Nader could hurt Al Gore and you didn't want to do that. We are now able to say the state of Arkansas is in George W. Bush's corner. The home state of President Bill Clinton and its 6 electoral votes fall to George W. Bush, giving the Texas governor an electoral vote total of 246, putting him only 24 votes away from becoming the next president of the United States.
And Florida has 25. And Florida, with the state of Florida, if it went to George Bush, he'd be the winner.
Or some combination of these other states that we're looking at. So, Washington, Wisconsin,
Oregon and Iowa.
And let's look at that list again. We were just able to take Arkansas off. We are left with Washington and Wisconsin, 11 each, Oregon 7, Iowa 7, Florida 25.
Don't tell me this isn't exciting.
Notice, though, that one of the ways George Bush is inching closer to what he needs is by winning the home states of Bill Clinton and Al Gore.
Well, let's talk about which states on this list George W. Bush is most likely to pick up. We know he's still very much in the running. He's in the running in all of these states. Washington is a state that Al Gore was given a better shot at going in. And I think the raw vote numbers we showed a little while ago showed that holding up.
Yeah, Washington has voted Democratic actually the last 3 elections, like Oregon, including Michael Dukakis, but of course we mentioned the Nader factor. You know, Sam Rayburn used to talk about the 49 states in the Soviet of Washington because it was considered a very left-wing state. It had a lot of union voters, and if the unions are needed anywhere for Al Gore, they were needed, the polls are closed in the state of Washington.
If you are just joining CNN's live coverage of Election 2000 in the United States, wherever you're watching from in the world, if you're trying to figure out what is this, these 5 states with the total 61 at the bottom, those are the only number of electoral votes still outstanding, still at stake. It is very tight between Governor Bush of Texas. He has 246 electoral votes. Vice President Gore has 231. So this is the 61.
Close.
And if Jeb Bush had delivered the state of Florida to his brother, he would be president now.
Well, he may yet do that.
Still outstanding.
He may.
Still much to talk about tonight. Let's go to our 2 reporters who've been spending the most time with the Gore and Bush campaigns over the last year or so. John King in Nashville, Tennessee, Candy Crowley in Austin, Texas. John, as you and the people around Vice President Gore listen to this talk about these states where Ralph Nader's a factor, what are they saying?
Well, certainly they believe Ralph Nader has been a factor, Judy. They do believe they will win Washington and Oregon. But as the vice president watches the results in his hotel room right now, we're told he keeps getting updates from campaign chairman Bill Daley. This mathematical fact, unless he wins the state of Florida, if our projections hold up, he cannot win the White House. As we just gave Arkansas to Governor Bush, Al Gore can now not get to 270 unless he wins the state of Florida. Now, we're told, he's being told by Chairman Daley and others, that they believe Florida can turn around. Governor Bush still leads right now. They're saying the remaining precincts out are in largely Democratic precincts, but that could be wishful thinking there on the Gore campaign's part, but they must now pull out Florida. Let me give you a quick example of the roller coaster emotions here. Joe Andrew is the national chairman of the Democratic Party. He came out here a short time ago and said he was confident of a Gore victory, confident they would win Florida. Ed Rendell, though, the former Philadelphia mayor and the general chairman of the Democratic Party, already pointing fingers at the Gore campaign. He says they should not have pulled their advertising money out of Ohio, and he says they should have made greater use of President Clinton on the campaign trail, especially in Arkansas, the state we just gave to Governor Bush. Ed Rendell saying they only let the president go there one day. They should have sent him down there for 3 days or perhaps an entire week. Back to you.
You do get the sense the recriminations are already beginning, even though we don't know the outcome yet. This is going to be a very painful night for the person who loses. We are calling the state of Washington for Al Gore, and it's 11 electoral votes. We just heard John King say the Gore campaign expected to win the state of Washington, and we are at CNN now able to give those electoral votes to the vice president based on our examination of exit polling and the key precincts. Now here's the total. George W. Bush, 246. Al Gore, 242. You just heard John King say the Gore people now believe that there is no mathematically, statistically possible way that Al Gore can get to 270 without the state of Florida, unless one of the states that have already been called for George W. Bush is taken back.
If Al Gore were to win Oregon, Wisconsin, and Iowa, and Florida went to Bush, Bush would win the White House 271 to 267. You think it can be closer than that?
Why don't we go to Hal Bruno and find out? Take us into the voting.
In Florida.
In Florida.
In Florida, especially in Florida. Well, we can go to Hal.
Just to talk
We're coming to you now, Hal.
Okay.
Take us into the voting and tell us what is going on in this Sunshine State.
Well, what's going on in the Sunshine State is the closest election anybody has ever seen. The 2/3 of the vote that's outstanding is right here on the Gold Coast, and that is the Democratic stronghold. 2/3 of the outstanding vote in Florida is in the Democratic stronghold. Over here in Tampa Bay, which is the swing factor, they're running dead even with each other, Bush and Gore.
But Hal Bruno, we did hear Karl Rove say within the last hour or so that the results that he was getting back from that part of the state, particularly the Gold Coast, gave him reason to believe that they were going to take Florida.
Well, he may feel that way, and who's to say he's wrong, because nobody knows at this point. But that was an hour ago, Judy, and the way the count is going there, it's so close that it literally is changing every few minutes.
So, Hal, you're saying that 2/3 of the outstanding vote in the Democrat stronghold stretches from South Miami, Miami-Dade County.
From North Miami up to Fort Lauderdale, up to West Palm Beach. And Broward County is about 15% of what's outstanding, just Broward County alone, and that is the stronghold within the stronghold.
And Hal, you're saying simply that those votes have not been counted yet.
That's right. And what it comes down to this is Florida could go either way at this point. We don't know who's going to win Florida.
Right now, our vote total, with 86% of the precincts reporting, George W. Bush has 50%, a little over 2.4 million votes, to Al Gore's 48%, a little over 2.3 million votes.
It's a 100,000 vote lead for those of us who like our numbers uncooked and raw. And I think Hal Bruno could, he said it perfectly. We don't know how this number turns out because you know where those votes are that have yet to be counted.
And Hal, what about Florida? Wisconsin still has 11 electoral votes, and we're not able to call that yet.
Yeah, Wisconsin also has gotten much closer. And Nader seems to be dropping off a bit in Wisconsin. Al Gore is doing better now in Madison. And Nader, let me show you on my little machine here. In this area, Madison, which is where the Democrats have to build up their strength, Ralph Nader at one point was pulling about 6-7% of the vote. Now he's only pulling about 3 or 4%. And so that's helping Gore. He's doing much better there. But here's the surprise. Up here in the Northwest, which normally is Democratic territory, up there, George Bush is doing better than anyone ever expected he would do. And the result of that is Wisconsin right now is just simply dead even, too close to call.
When you say Nader is falling off, Hal, what do you mean by that?
Well, at one point, Judy, he had been running about 6% in Wisconsin. And the last we saw, just a few minutes ago, he was down under 4%, closer to 3%. And that has to help Al Gore.
Hal, you are a political walking fact totem, formerly ABC News political director, former Newsweek national correspondent covering politics. We're both from Chicago, both from Illinois. Your thoughts, what's going through your mind right now?
Well, Bernie, you mentioned Chicago, where we're both from, where we learned to be reporters. And you got to go back to 1960, when the vote was very slow coming in from the west side of Chicago. And it made the difference, and Kennedy won it. No such thing is occurring today. Same thing, though, happened in 1968, where the vote was slow coming not only from Chicago, but also from parts of Missouri. And again, there's nothing like that happening today in those places. I think the vote coming in slow today is simply because it's such a complicated thing. I don't think there's anything going on.
Well, we should also mention, Hal, that as we were in Florida, and we should give credit where credit is due. Mary Madeline, hours ago, when the networks had called this for Gore, pointed out that there was a huge absentee ballot vote total coming out of Florida. It now looks like we may have to go to the absentee ballots to find out who is going to win Florida and quite possibly who's going to win the White House.
Yeah, Jeff, you're right, because the question Bernie asked, going back to those previous elections, absentee voting wasn't the thing that it is today. Today, absentee voting is very important, especially in a state like Florida. And the bad news for the Gore people is when it comes to absentee voting, Republicans generally do better. That's been the pattern.
And how long does it take to count those kinds of ballots? We want to know when we're going to know.
Well, we know in Washington it could take a few days.
Right.
I think in Florida it probably will come a lot faster than that.
Well,
we want to go to...
We're going to Larry King in Washington, who has someone from the Gore campaign, a very particular someone. Larry.
Thank you, Bernie. Our panel will resume in a little while. Ann Richards, Howard Baker, and Bob Woodward. But right now, we'll go to Nashville. Mark Fabiani, a very familiar face now on the American scene, the Gore Deputy Campaign Manager for Communications. We have 4 states left. Florida appears to be the key. What do you hear,
It
Mark?
is. You said it all, Larry. Florida is the key. It looks like the candidate who wins Florida will be the next president of the United States. It's going right down to the wire. It's white knuckle time here. You know, all the networks called Florida for Al Gore earlier in the evening, and we think it's going to end up with Al Gore. As you guys just mentioned on your broadcast, 2/3 of the outstanding votes in Florida are from the Democratic strongholds in that state. When those votes start rolling in, Al Gore is going to go ahead. And the prediction that CNN and everyone else made earlier in the evening, Florida for Al Gore, is going to come true, and Al Gore will be the next president.
How about the large amount of absentee ballots, which was also discussed and which they also say usually go Republican?
I think that's an oversimplification this year. In Florida, a lot of senior citizens vote absentee, and senior citizens in Florida are especially concerned with Governor Bush's plan to privatize Social Security. So we'll hold our own with the absentee ballots this year in Florida, and with the Democratic strongholds yet to be counted in the state, we're very hopeful that by the end of the night, Florida will be where it started the evening with all of your projections, right with Al Gore.
Are you angry at anyone over those early projections? How do you feel? How does the candidate feel?
Well, it's hard to be angry with people. You wonder what happened. You had every single network, people who have been projecting elections for years and years and years and doing a very good job of it, all unanimously predict Florida for Gore. And I think you guys did so for good reason. The exit polls all showed Gore well ahead by 3 or 4 points. And the fact is that Bush is slightly ahead there now, but only because the Democratic strongholds in the state, Dade County and Broward County, still haven't had their votes counted. And when those votes are counted, Gore will go back ahead, and the networks will be proven to be right belatedly, but right nonetheless, and Al Gore will win Florida.
You will still need, though, one of the other 3, will you not? Iowa, Oregon, or Wisconsin?
I believe that's correct.
One of the
Yes,
other
sir.
3. Wisconsin, they're reporting dead even. Oregon, a little too early. And Iowa, dead even. So even though if
That's
you win
correct.
Florida, you still got to win one of the other 3.
That's correct. But we feel good about our chances in the other 3. Those 3 states, as you've pointed out before, are traditionally Democratic states, and one of them will certainly break in our direction, if not more than one. It all comes down to Florida, and we're waiting anxiously for the results, and we remain very hopeful.
As our anchors have pointed out, why do you think your candidate has not done as well in, say, Iowa and Wisconsin, 2 states traditionally Democratic?
Well,
Why
I
is that
think,
so close?
as you pointed out, Ralph Nader has hurt in Wisconsin. He's taken some of the vote that would normally go to the vice president. And I'm not sure about Iowa. I'd have to look at those numbers, and I'm sure smarter people than I am will take a look at those numbers and figure that out. But the bottom line is those states, one of those 3 states that you mentioned, will break in our direction. And when we win Florida, that'll make Al Gore the next president.
Is there any chance you see this going into tomorrow or Thursday?
That's a very good question, Larry. It certainly could go into tomorrow, especially if there are a lot of absentee ballots in Florida. And I don't think you're going to be able to tell who's going to win this election until you can tell who wins Florida. So it's all in the hands of whoever it is in Florida that's counting all these votes.
Thanks very much, Mark. We'll stay close. Let's go now to Austin, Texas.
Good to see you.
Good seeing you. Representative of the Bush campaign, Ed Gillespie. What's the mood there? Have you heard what Mark had to say, Ed, that it's all up to Florida? Do you agree with that?
I heard part of it. Not entirely, Larry. We feel good about Florida, by the way. We're outperforming our vote goals in Duval County by about 44,000 votes, and Clay County just south of there by about 7,000 votes. So we are optimistic about Florida this evening. But there's still some things, as you know, earlier in the evening, Florida was being called for Vice President Gore. That's looking like that's going to actually end up being called for Governor Bush. We're optimistic. But, for example, in New Mexico right now, 98% of the votes are in, and we are down by 1,000 votes. But there are about 96,000 absentee and early ballots that have yet to be counted and opened. But they're identified by party, and 44,000 of them are Republican absentee and early ballots, and 40,000 of them are Democrat. That's a 4,000 advantage. We're down 1,000.
Oh, boy.
And so if the independents break the way they have during the course of the day, we will end up carrying New Mexico. It's blue on the map on the networks right now, but it's not likely to stay that way.
Are you saying, Ed, that you might lose Florida, chance,
No,
and
sir.
still win? Well, if
No,
you say you win Florida, it's why even bring up New Mexico? If you win Florida, you win.
Well, because I think it's important. I mean, every electoral college vote counts, and the people in New Mexico ought to know that that they're very much likely to end up in the
But
Bush
then you
column.
are
But
saying you've won this election because you're going to win Florida. So, I mean, New Mexico is interesting, but only interesting. You've won Florida.
I'm not saying we've won Florida at this point, Larry. I'm saying that we're outperforming our vote goals in a number of critical counties, and we're optimistic about it at this point in the night.
What do you make of this whole night, and how's the candidate holding up?
He's holding up great. He's obviously with his family and watching the tallies, and very much looking forward to having to come to a successful conclusion. We're optimistic.
We will have no mandate this evening, and we obviously have a split nation. What do you make of this?
Well, look, this is was always going to be a close contest. It's the office of the presidency was an open seat. It doesn't happen that often in American politics. We have two new two baby boom generation leaders as the heads of their parties, and the issues people are there were no economic crisis. We're at peace, and so the electorate was actually in a fairly content mindset, and so this race was always going to come down close. But I think that the governor's agenda that he laid out of saving Social Security, improving public education, modernizing Medicare, restoring our military readiness, and providing some tax relief to America's families, he'll have a mandate if we end up with 270 electoral college votes tonight.
But it can't be a mandate if one person has 50.2% of the vote and one has 49.8%.
Well, I think that we'll see how the Congress shapes up and how they view it.
Ed, anything tonight surprise you?
Well, there have been surprises throughout the night, but
did any state surprise you?
Did any state surprise us? No, we were and are still in play in a lot of states that have been traditionally Democratic. I see that Arkansas just came in recently, Tennessee, West Virginia. These have been traditionally Democratic-leaning states, and so we were hopeful about being able to carry those states, but we certainly weren't taking anything for granted there.
Thank you very much, Ed.
Thank you.
Ed Gillespie, spokesman for the Bush campaign.
In pay-per-view, movies.
Do you govern?
This is going to be the real issue for this, not only immediately, but for a long time now. You've got the closest election coming after a period of unparalleled bitterness and partisanship. This Congress now couldn't finish its agenda. It has to come back for a lame duck election. After this election is over, it still hasn't finished its duty. And you're going to start a new session with a new president, new Congress. However it is, it's going to be so tight. It is going to be the ultimate test of statesmanship and bipartisanship in this case. And whether we're up to it or not in the system or not is going to be the real test of this election.
Michael, up until probably this morning, people were very pessimistic about turnout, about whether folks cared enough about this election, were moved enough by either of these two candidates to show up. Obviously, at least the early numbers showed that a lot of people cared enough.
That's right, and the biggest turnout in the last half century was 1960 for a lot of reasons, but the main one was that election between Kennedy and Nixon was so close that everyone felt that their vote counted. I think that was very much the case today in the year 2000. But I think Haynes is absolutely right. Everything we've seen so far suggests that the next president, whoever it is going to be, if not under a shadow, operating with some limitations. Narrow popular vote and electoral vote majority, those two things may not agree. And also the very real possibility that you might not even have a clear president for the next number of days if there is a challenge about those votes in Florida. Brings to mind very much 1960, where during the days after the 1960 election, there was always the possibility that Richard Nixon might sue for a recount in Illinois and Texas. If those votes had been overturned, he would have won that election. When Nixon talked to Kennedy about a week after that election, Kennedy began by saying, well, Dick, we don't even know who won that election. And he was immensely relieved when Nixon made it clear that he would not demand a recount.
Richard, we heard a lot about the issues in this campaign as defined by these two candidates. They wanted to talk about only really a precious few, but among them, Social Security, which is different.
Yeah, I mean, history's being made tonight, but history has been made in this campaign. Win or lose,
in my opinion, Governor Bush deserves credit for raising an issue that all the conventional wisdom said was, if not suicidal, then at least highly risky. He can claim, if he wins, to get back to Haynes's point and Michael's point, if he has a mandate for anything, it is a mandate for exactly the kind of government that they're talking about. Now, maybe he can't do it, but there's also something else that's going on tonight. Whatever happens, whoever wins tomorrow morning, this evening will already take on a mythic dimension. We are living through a legend in the making, whatever happens, and that will give whoever wins a certain aura.
I just want to cut in here for a moment because we want to go to Alexis Herman, who's the Secretary of Labor and is in Nashville with the Gore campaign tonight. Secretary Herman, what's the mood like in Nashville?
Well, the mood here is very optimistic. We're still waiting for the Florida vote count to be put back in the Vice President's column. We know that the boxes that are outstanding still in Florida are Democratic strongholds, so we feel pretty confident that we will win Florida and win this election.
Secretary Herman, how do you add this up? There are precious few states left for Al Gore to win, and Governor Bush is still leading in a lot of these states which are up in the air. How do you add it up?
Well, I add up that we will take Florida, and in taking Florida and probably one more state, perhaps Iowa, that Vice President Al Gore will be our next president. We feel very good about the boxes that are still open in Florida. We know it's in Broward County. We know it's in Dade County. We had unprecedented turnout today in both of those counties, and we feel very good that once the votes are counted, that Al Gore will still win the state of Florida.
What is the turnout telling you as far as the Democratic vote in the big states that you've won so far, and in some of the ones that you have not won?
You know, what the turnout is telling me, this was an election that really mattered to people. They understood that there were very big choices and two very different directions. And I think particularly when we look at certain segments of our community, the African American vote in particular is unprecedented in turnout tonight in many states across the country. I think it's very good that the people are really engaged, the American people are really engaged in this election.
How significant is it that the Vice President lost his home state of Tennessee tonight?
Well, you know, we still aren't conceding finally that we've actually lost Tennessee. They are still counting the boxes in Memphis. We know that we had a very big turnout in Memphis. There were literally lines still around the block tonight in Memphis. So we're not prepared to say that Tennessee is absolutely gone. We knew it would be very tough in Tennessee. There's not been a Democrat elected in this state in the last 6 years, but we're not giving up still on Tennessee because we're still waiting on Memphis.
Secretary Herman, it's way past midnight on the East Coast. Exactly how late do you expect to be up tonight?
I don't expect to go to bed tonight. I think that we're still in for a long night. We're going to have to wait on those boxes to be counted in the state of Florida. We still have to wait, I believe, on Oregon. And even though the state of Washington has been called for the vice president, we want to make sure that those boxes are secure.
Secretary Herman, thank you very much for joining us. Back here in Washington, we want to rejoin our historians. Doris Kearns Goodwin in Boston. Could you give us some sort of sense about what you thought about what you just heard there from Secretary Herman? She seems to be holding out some pretty big optimism in these last few moments.
Oh, I think they have to. I mean, hope has to stay alive in all these people, both the supporters and the candidates themselves. I mean, even past midnight in 1968, Humphrey was absolutely certain that he was going to win. Ford thought he was going to win until finally he was awakened with the news that he hadn't. The only way to keep yourself going is to think that, especially since there's a possibility. But I'd just like to add something to what Richard said. He said that this will be seen no matter what as mythic. I suspect either one of these candidates, however, wish it were anything but mythic. The horrible thing about a close election for them is then they spend the next few days wondering, what if I had done this or that? I remember reading that Ford was saying, what if I hadn't pardoned Nixon? What if I'd known the answer to Eastern Europe? Nixon couldn't couldn't sleep on the plane on the whole way back after 1960 saying, what if I'd had Eisenhower out more? You know, what if I had a different vice president? I mean, the whole thing was just really tough on them, and I think it's much harder. I mean, no one likes to lose anyway, and it's no fun to lose in a landslide, but I think tomorrow will be tougher on either one because of this mythic nature that we're all so celebrating tonight.
Haynes, I've seen you sitting here scribbling around, doing your arithmetic about these electoral votes. Do you think that Alexis Herman's scenario is realistic?
When she said that, you know, Florida, of course, Al Gore can't win unless he gets Florida. That's 25 electoral votes right there. He has to have that. Then you've only got a few other places, Iowa, Oregon, Wisconsin. And you can take two of those and you can get 18 and you get 269. That's not enough. You got to get 270 to win. 269 might be a tie. This thing is just like this.
So Beschloss, you want to predict whether this is going to be a tie in the electoral vote?
I make my living as an historian, Gwen, and I'm a little bit more interested in the dead, and at least in that case, you know how it turns out. But I can predict that this is going to be an evening of just amazing suspense. It is a mythic evening. I hope it culminates in the American people accepting the verdict and not spending the next 10 or 20 years arguing over whether the verdict in Florida was right or not.
Always much safer for all of us to look backward than forward. Thank you all. We'll be back. Back to you, Jim.
Yeah, thanks, Gwen. Another brief pause to allow those stations that were covering local races to rejoin us. One more time where we stand at this moment. Let's put up the numbers and then we will put up the map. George W. Bush, 242 of the 272 electoral votes needed. Vice President Gore, 226. The Vice President has won 15 states and the District of Columbia. Governor Bush has won 28 states at this point, and there you have the map. The states still outstanding, the ones I've been talking about: Florida, starting again in the east, Florida, Wisconsin, Iowa, and now New Mexico is still not been called, Nevada, which Paul Gigot, Mark Shields, of course, are still here. You still that is expected to go for Bush. It just hasn't done it yet, right?
Yeah, I think that's got to be a state that leans towards Bush at this point. Just as I would say that Washington and New Mexico probably lean towards Gore.
Yeah, some folks have already called Washington State for the Vice President. Let's put that back. Put up the map again, please. And just to finish our trip across the country one more time. And Oregon, of course, has not been called either. You heard what Haynes did on the numbers. You agree with him?
I can't argue with the numbers. I mean, they're right now we're looking at it at 7 states out, 70 electoral votes, and I think that Florida is indispensable to Vice President Gore's chances. But I'd say Iowa is taking on an importance that one wouldn't have calculated going at the beginning of this campaign when Al Gore roared through Iowa last winter, thumped Bill Bradley 2-1 on his way to an early knockout for the Democratic nomination, and appeared to be in good shape. It's got a Democratic governor, very popular Democratic governor, Democratic senator. I mean, that George Bush is competitive there.
Yeah.
Think of the ironies, Jim. I mean, George W. Bush could lose, if he loses Florida, a state governed by his brother. He could win, perhaps, winning states, Tennessee, Al Gore's home state, and Arkansas, Bill Clinton's home state, which
he's already won both of them.
Which he's won. He won Arkansas since we last talked.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, what an irony, piling on irony we could have here.
Let's go through the numbers of these individual states. Iowa, for instance, has 7. Let's put the map up again, please, so we'll have some field here. Iowa has 7 electoral votes. Wisconsin has 11. Oregon 7. And Florida, of course, the big one with 25. Washington State, we believe, others have called it. Associated Press has yet to do so, but the others have called it, and that's 11. All right, we will continue looking at our map and our numbers, and now we're going to go to Margaret Warner. Margaret?
Just to pick up on the conversation, Jim, that Gwen was having earlier about mandate, we still have 5 Senate races outstanding. But no matter what happens, Tom, you mentioned earlier that you've got to write an essay by tomorrow at noon called "What's the Mandate?" What on earth would you write?
I was hoping you'd help me out, Margaret. It's extraordinary. One possibility is that George Bush wins the presidency and the Republicans have the first unified government since 1953. One could imagine Republicans claiming a mandate simply because of that. And I can imagine Tom DeLay, the House Republican whip, saying full speed ahead. But everything we see in the returns this evening suggests Americans aren't looking for a whole lot of change, that if ever there were an embrace somehow of the status quo, it is this evening. I don't see any kind of a mandate other than that.
Well, the mandate is don't just do something, stand there. and you know, we've seen this ever since the Republicans broke the Democratic majority in 1994. For 60 years, the Democratic Party, from Franklin Roosevelt's election to the 94 Republican wins, was basically the governing party in this country. And since then, both parties have been living off of one another's mistakes. And they're both evenly divided. If the Democrats pick up the Senate seats that it looks like they're going to pick up, but the Republicans keep control, the Senate's, 51-49. The House is probably 51-49. This presidential race is 50.1 to 49.9. And so you have a complete parity with two parties in perfect balance.
But you had a year this year in which, all observers would agree, the Senate and the House did very little. They still haven't agreed on a budget. What lesson do you think Republicans will say from that? The lesson is don't do anything, or if they get their unified government, will they say now full steam ahead?
I think it would be a great mistake to overread the appetite in the American public for radical changes in policy. I think you cannot look at the results and come out of this with a mandate for a large tax cut to privatize Social Security. There are some incremental changes in programs involving taxes and Medicare and the rest, but that's probably the extent of it.
Would you say the same lesson, Ron, applies to the Democrats? Let's say Gore wins and the Democrats take the Senate. It doesn't look like they'll take the House. Would you give the same warning to them? Or Tom Daschle seemed to be saying tonight he thought there would be a mandate.
Well, I would give the same warning to them, because I think a lot of swing voters are saying they want bipartisan government, bipartisan cooperation. And the Democrats, Hillary Clinton did it, Daschle did it, a few of them did it. They're talking about how this is a victory for issues over personality, which sets the stage for more partisanship.
And do you think, very briefly, that if George W. Bush has always talked about bipartisan government, if he were to be the president and the Republicans still ran the show on the Hill, do you think that Republican leadership is interested in having bipartisan?
No. I think the call for bipartisanship was more a campaign tactic than a governing tactic. The ingredients are not there for peace and civility and comedy and bipartisanship. And what's going to be important for Bush or Gore, whoever is president, is to calibrate their policy proposals to what the American people are prepared to accept.
So would you agree with that?
Not entirely. I think it is a governing tactic for Bush. I think he really sees that as an important part of what he would do in terms of bipartisan leadership, getting some Democrats to work with Republicans on an agenda.
But do you think he would be able to get the Republicans who will still be in the leadership to do that?
Well, of course, that's the big thing, because there's a difference between the Bush approach and the Republican leadership on the Hill approach.
All right, we'll leave it there for now. Back to you, Jim.
Well, first of all, any of you who are just now tuning in and have been on a long airplane ride or a boat ride and do not expect by this point for there to be a result in the race for President of the United States in this year 2000, not quite. We are down now to the last 1, 2, 3, 4 states. Here now is where the race stands in terms of electoral votes. George W. 5, sorry. George okay, we'll come, yes.
7 states.
Paul Gigot is holding up his fingers to me. Well, we'll get to that in a minute. George W. Bush has 242 electoral votes of the 270 needed to win. Vice President Gore has 226. Again, The vice president's numbers come from having won 15 states in the District of Columbia. The governor's 242 having come from winning 28 states. Now, the outstanding states now, okay, I miscounted, but they are Florida, of course, with 25, Iowa with 7, Oregon with 7, Wisconsin with 11. Now,
Washington.
Well, Washington, but that's pretty much been declared by, as I understand it, by everybody. It's pretty much considered to be for Vice President Gore. Except, I've just been told in the magic thing in my ear, it's been declared by everybody except the Associated Press.
But it is not reflected in our total.
It's not reflected in our total.
Yeah.
So if you add that total in, that is 11 more votes for 11 more electoral votes for Vice President Gore, which brings him to 236. So I've confused matters dramatically there, but anyhow, that's where things rest. Anything you want to add or subtract?
Jim, there are 7 states out now. Oh. No, you know, what is there to say? I mean, it is, you know, Florida remains obviously central to any hope that Al Gore has of being president of the United States. And I mean, looking at it right now, if Washington goes and Oregon goes, I think Gore is in pretty good shape. I mean, if Oregon follows Washington, that leaves him at 243, and then he has to pick up carrying Florida. Then all he has to pick up, if he does carry Florida, is New Mexico, and I think he's home.
Jim, I talked this week to late in the week, earlier this week, to a couple of Democrats who were a little bit upset with George W. Bush for taking, on his last day, a swing through Wisconsin, Iowa, but especially Arkansas and Tennessee.
Democrats or Republicans?
Democrats, because what they said was it looked to be a victory dance, one of those end zone dances where you score a touchdown and spike the ball. Well, now we know why he did it, and we may not regret it having done it, because these 4 states will be crucial to him if he wins this election. 2 of them are still out, Wisconsin and Iowa, but Arkansas and Tennessee he's already won.
I'd like to expand it and go pick up on a subject that has already been discussed earlier, but it's this whole question of what happens next. Doris Kearns Goodwin, when you look, no matter who wins this finally, when this is all said and done, both the congressional and the presidential races, are we looking ahead to absolute standstill government, to gridlock, to what do you expect?
Well, unfortunately, that might be the conventional expectation. You know, but on the other hand, suppose one of them wins, as they will, and they create a set of task forces, as Kennedy did or Lyndon Johnson did between the presidency and the election and the presidency, and they put on those task forces senators and congressmen from both parties and try to get their campaign proposals down into something that's acceptable. They're both talking about the same kind of issues, realize that, Social Security and Medicare. It's not like we're talking about completely different things as priorities. So we could be surprised, and maybe if we go back to what Richard said, maybe the fact that they've been through this mythic night will give them some desire to make something mythic out of it, which means to get something done. But that's incredibly optimistic. That's my greatest hope. I think it's more likely that we're going to have this gridlock, and that's not what the country is voting for in a certain sense. People might claim it is, that they really don't want much to happen, but I hope that's not true.
But Richard, the point's been made earlier. I mean, doesn't this result, however it finally turns out, reflect deep divisions within the electorate of this country?
There are deep divisions, but there's also a palpable hunger, I think, to move on, to put this campaign behind us. And this may sound odd.
We're doing everything we can, Richard.
Blame it on Iowa and Wisconsin. Hey, you know, Doris talked about 1916. We forget, we didn't know until Friday of that week in 1916 that Woodrow Wilson was reelected. So, you know, this is not hardship duty. The fact is, this may sound odd, but either one of these candidates, in a way, benefits from low expectations. And if
explain that. Wait a minute. Explain that.
Well, neither one of these candidates set the electorate on fire. It became almost conventional wisdom that these were highly flawed, uninspiring candidates. I think the turnout perhaps flies in the face of that conventional wisdom a little bit. They obviously inspired someone. But in any event, people don't expect a great deal. They don't expect a lot from the political process. If you have, particularly if it's a Bush and he's got a Republican Congress, it seems to me he has a window of opportunity. People are willing, in fact, more than willing, I think they're eager to invest a new president with something better, something even nobler than what they've seen in this campaign. John Kennedy was elected by a wafer-thin majority in 1960, and no one questioned the legitimacy of his leadership or the skills with which he made this government his own.
But Michael Beschloss, if Richard is right, what is the electorate eager to have done?
Well, I mean, on Kennedy, actually, they didn't question his legitimacy, but they did tie his hands. Kennedy in the 1960 campaign made all sorts of liberal proposals about what he would do if he became president. He was elected by that wafer-thin majority. The result was that Kennedy did almost nothing domestically during that term because he felt that he had that limitation. I think the silver lining tonight, and I think this is a very big one, is whether we've got a President George W. Bush or a President Al Gore, the fact that he is likely to be elected by a wafer-thin electoral and or popular vote margin means that he's going to probably run his government almost like a coalition government. Probably a Gore would appoint some Republicans, a Bush would appoint some Democrats, bowing to the narrowness of this margin, and the result is that I think you'll have a compulsion for bipartisanship that otherwise might not have been there.
And Haynes, if that in fact happens, that is the most unusual way to run a government in the United States, isn't it?
It is, Jim, but I think that there is a prospect that that could happen because the voters clearly, if it's one message tonight, there's no bugle call. There is no charge. This country wants change, but status quo, stay steady, don't take on big causes, don't roil the waters, yes, no partisanship, and agree upon a few things. That means the next president, whomever it is going to have to work to form some kind of a coalition with the Congress. And that's not going to be easy because of the record of the last 8 years. You're coming out of a background of deep bitterness, but it can be done. And I want to add one thing. Doris was talking about her hopes, and Michael too, and the ray of hope in this prospect. That dinner Thursday night, when you had 3 defeated presidents, Jimmy Carter and Jerry Ford were mortal enemies when they ended that. They became extremely close. Now it was out of office. They could work together. The test is going to be whether George Bush, who says I'm a unifier, not a divider, is able to do that. And Al Gore similarly can do that with a Republican Congress if that's the case. It's going to be a big order, and it's not going to be easy.
Okay, speaking of not being easy, let's go now to Margaret Warner to explain where these last few states races are as we speak. Margaret?
Okay, Jim, we've got a closer look at the 7 states that are still too close to call, including Washington State, and these were numbers as of 12:35 a.m. Florida, 89% of the precincts reporting, still shows this is the same margin Bush has had for at least 2 hours in the actual vote, 50 to 47%. In Iowa, 85% of the precincts reporting a slight edge for Gore, as you can see, 49 to 48. In Nevada, 58% of the precincts reporting. Here, the edge goes to Bush, 49 to 47. In New Mexico, 91% of the precincts reporting shows Gore at 48, Bush at 47, and Nader at 4. Oregon, 66% of the precincts reporting Bush with a slight edge, 48 to 46 with Gore, and 4% for Nader. And in Washington State, which as Jim mentioned, some of the networks have called for Gore, but with just 18% of the precincts reporting of actual vote, it's showing Gore 51, Bush 45, and Nader 3. And finally in Wisconsin, 65% of the precincts reporting current standings are Gore 48, Bush 47, and Nader 4. And we'll be back with any further updates.
Yes, thank you, Margaret. Gentlemen, it doesn't get any closer than that, does it?
It doesn't, Jim. Could I just one thing that listening to the discussion with the historians, and that is that neither party will have a mandate from this election to drive a legislative agenda. And what's going to be interesting is that the 2 key groups on Capitol Hill will belong to very minority status. It'll be conservative Democrats, and it'll be moderate to liberal Republicans. Because in either case, if they leave their party, they can create a majority. It's going to be that close up there. And the real loyalists at each party are going to be taken for granted by...
They can come from behind in Florida and still take it. I repeat for emphasis, we may not know in Florida for many more hours and possibly even days how that state's going to go, but George Bush, even if he doesn't carry Florida, even if we don't know tonight whether he carries it or not, if he wins Iowa and Wisconsin and Oregon, the three other states out, then Bush would win. Whereas Gore has got to have Florida and at least one other of the three states still out to win. Leslie Stahl, a race has been hanging out there. Vermont governor. Anything late on that?
Yes, we finally have a call in Vermont. The Democrat incumbent Howard Dean, going for a fifth two-year term, won despite his support for the Civil Unions Act that gives the same legal benefits and rights to gay couples as married couples. The election was said to be a referendum on that controversial law, but Nebraska and Nevada passed bans on gay marriage by 2-1 in both states. Dan.
And Leslie, underscoring in our CBS News estimate, the Republicans have retained control of the House. Bob, in the Senate, quick pop to bring us up to date on how that stands.
Well, the Democrats have now picked up a net 2 seats, so they would now have, they started the evening, Republicans had a 54-46 majority, that's down to 52-48. We still have races out there. We may have a 50-50 tie in the Senate.
May have a 50-50 tie in the Senate. Now, and that would mean the vice president, whoever that may be, would vote in case of tie votes in the Senate. He wouldn't vote on every vote, he'd vote in case of tie votes.
No, just on tie votes. He would not be allowed to come out on the Senate floor and make speeches. But in case of a tie, he would cast the deciding vote.
If we can, let's get up very quickly the Senate map. We started tonight with 34 Senate races up for grabs. The Democrats have to win 20 in order to, they have to win 20 tonight to gain control of the Senate. The Republicans have to win 15 to retain control of the Senate. It's not yet certain if they can do so. In the all-important presidential race, 246 Bush, 242 Gore, with 270 electoral votes needed to win. 4 states are still out there. Election night on CBS.
This is a CBS 2 News special, Campaign 2000, the general election.
Good evening once again. I'm Jonathan Elias.
And I'm Gretchen Carr. Welcome to Campaign 2000. It is, of course, a night when anything can happen, but we do have some projected winners to talk about right now.
CBS 2 News projects that Prop 32, the veterans bond, will pass. The results you're seeing, 66% of the folks voting yes, 34% voting no, with 28% of the precincts reporting. Also, Prop 33, that is the legislature's pensions. The no vote seems to be doing much better than the yes vote here, 65% going no, 35% voting yes. Again, 28% of the precincts are reporting.
Now getting the congressional races in L.A. County, the 31st House has gone to Hilda Solis, Democrat of Rosemead, an easy victory over incumbent Marty Martinez, who held that seat for a full 18 years.
And in the 32nd district, it is Julian Dixon. He is from Baldwin Hills, a Democrat. He has been there since 1978, and as you can see, he is going on to an easy re-election.
33rd District, Lucille Roybal Allard, Democrat, co-chair of the California Congressional District, has held that seat since 1992 and took that seat over, replaced her father, Ed Roybal, who held that for 30 years. She takes the 33rd House.
And in the 34th District, we have Grace Napolitano, and that is from Norwalk, the Democrat. She is the projected winner, again a Democrat going into the 34th.
And Democrat Maxine Waters takes the 35th district.
Lots of folks have been coming out and voting this evening, mostly because the presidential election has had a lot of folks wanting to get out there and get their votes. And in fact, in L.A., maybe a lot of people don't know, some of the votes come in by helicopter. Dave Lopez has been following voter turnout all night long. Joining us now from Norwalk. Dave?
Well, you're looking at how some of the votes come in. They come in by unmarked sheriff's deputy cars. Since we've been standing here, this is about the 15th car that's come in. There's one right behind. A group of volunteers goes in. They were in bags. You see the bags that they're in. This was in like plastic baggies. And then they run them upstairs to a waiting group of volunteers. They put them in bins. Then they have an elevator on hold. They go up to the 3rd floor, and then they start counting up there. In fact, why don't we take a quick look at what it looks like up on the 3rd floor. Activity is starting to pick up quite a bit up there. These are all volunteer people, and what they're doing, there's about 300 to 400 people in that room. They put all of the ballots in a bin, and then they go into the computer room, and the computer room then starts to kick them out and spit them out, and we will start getting a number of votes, and you'll see the count go way up in probably the next 45 minutes to an hour. So we'll start getting much more than just the absentee ballots. There's some of the helicopters that ferry in these ballots from all over Southern California. 2.8 million ballots by rough estimate of the number of people that voted today, and so that's how many ballots will be counted. And as we come back to a live picture, I'll just spin around. We see another car here. There's about 2 or 3 more lining up, a couple more coming. I can hear a helicopter coming in. So it continues to pick up the action here, and we'll have another update for you in about another hour and a half. Reporting live from outside a very busy headquarters at the Registrar's office, I'm Dave Lopez. Back to you.
Dave, thanks very much. Something interesting I heard today. This fascinated me. In Catalina Island, when they vote there, they'll send a plane with those votes and bring them over here to the mainland. Now, if there's fog, though, what they'll do is they'll call out the sheriff's unit. They'll send a boat out. They'll just drop the bag out of the plane into the water. Sheriffs will snatch it and bring it in. They'll bring it right there where Dave is, and they'll count up the votes.
Don't lose any. Every vote is going to count this election.
Fog or no fog, they're getting the votes out.
Now we're going to turn to the matchup in the race for the 27th U.S. House. Here are the latest numbers for that. 54% for Rogan, 44% for Schiff. That is with the absentee ballots reporting at this point.
That's right. Let's head to Drew Griffin. He's live at Rogan headquarters in Glendale. They've got to be pretty happy with the numbers so far, Drew.
Well, they are, but Gretchen and John, I think that statistic shows you why we need more helicopters around here. We've been watching those numbers all night long, waiting for the others to come in. The absentees, as Linda Breakstone said earlier today in her analysis, tend to favor the Republicans, even in this district, which is now skewing democratically. There's a lot of energy in the room, but not a lot of numbers to go on. And in just the last hour, this race has kind of lost some of its luster now that the House seats have been decided, or at least that the Republicans will control the House. This was one of the seats the Democrats thought they needed to take over the House. That's apparently not going to happen, whether or not it is Schiff or Rogan. Again, we're still waiting for the candidate to come down from his hotel suite, exhausted after a long day, but we'll bring you the results as they come in.
All right, Drew, thanks very much. A couple of measures to tell you about that are on the ballot. A move to increase the number of people that will be on the county board of supervisors, the number of supervisors. It is failing. The number's right there. No, 69% of the people saying they do not want more supervisors. Yes, 31%.
Now to Measure B concerning the Burbank Airport Terminal, 69% no. That is going to do it for us for this cut-in. We'll get back to the network.
This is a CBS 2 News special, Campaign 2000, the general election.
Individually, they are from the comfort of your home.
If anyone expected a victory or concession speech early, it's not coming. We don't know when the vice president will be talking to the crowd. He may not even talk to them tonight except to say, let's go home and sleep. Expect that there will probably be a lot of legal action challenging the races wherever they are. And to give you an idea of how tight this thing was, Al Gore said, bring a friend along to the booth with you. What you're seeing now is Senator Ted Kennedy. He sent 250 volunteers to New Hampshire. That is the kind of race it is, and we'll be staying on top of it as the night progresses. Reporting live from Nashville, Laurel Erickson, Channel 4 News.
All right, Laurel, I suspect the same sort of thing happening in Texas with the Bush campaign. Conan Nolan standing by there with more on that. Conan?
Well, Colleen, it has been a roller coaster for the thousands of people here in Austin, Texas, at the steps of the state capitol. It's close to midnight here Central Time, and still they are here and coming in droves. At the beginning, they were upbeat, optimistic. Then Florida, Michigan, and Pennsylvania went into the Democratic column. They were the gloom started to set in. They won Tennessee and Arkansas. That bolstered their spirits, the home states of the incumbent president and vice president. And then when Florida was back in play, they went through the roof. Now, a block away, the governor of this state is watching at the governor's mansion. The returns come in, apparently working on a speech. As Laura was mentioning, we have no idea if or when he will speak here. And he's hoping, of course, that the absentees will come in solidly for Florida and will carry the Sunshine State. If that happens, he could be the next president of the United States. Conan Nolan reporting live from Austin, Texas. Paul, Colleen, back to you. Cool.
All right, Conan, and tonight Ralph Nader has ended his Green Party presidential bid the way he started, by brushing off Democrats' complaints that he was helping Republican George W. Bush. Here is Nader speaking in Washington, D.C. tonight. He remained defiant, unapologetic, urging people to support a viable third party. Ralph Nader is falling short of the 5% of the national vote that he needed in order to qualify his party for federal campaign funds in the year 2004. And Reform Party candidate Patrick Buchanan has barely registered tonight. Here he is voting in McLean, Virginia today. Still no sign of Buchanan tonight. He ran on such controversial issues as forcing citizens to primarily use the English language and scaling back gay rights. And that's a look at the presidential candidates.
I'll tell you what, Colleen, if one thing isn't proven tonight, well, it will be, and that is if you ever think that your vote does not count, think back to 2000. Every single vote in this country is counting tonight, and turnout is the name of the game. We turn our attention now to the local elections. We can tell you, as a matter of fact, talking about turnout, when the polls closed at 8 o'clock tonight, more than 68% of the registered voters in Los Angeles County had cast their ballots. Now, that's a little less than in 1992, but it's more than happened in 1996. The turnout then was 64.95%. So the turnout is a big factor tonight. Okay, going to take a look at the race for district attorney. Can we get that up? Here it is. We've got about 3% of the precincts reporting in Los Angeles County. Steve Cooley, top deputy to the incumbent Gil Garcetti. Steve Cooley, it's supposed to be a nonpartisan race, but Gil Garcetti made a big point of the fact that Steve Cooley is a Republican, is beating his boss handily at this point, 68% to 32%. These two got along quite well in 1992. As a matter of fact, when Garcetti beat Vandekamp, when Vandekamp, I should say Ira Reiner, dropped out, Steve Cooley supported him. But then in 1995, they had a falling out. They don't like each other.
Florida actually shows them, that's the panel up around Tallahassee up there, we actually, I think, show the popular count having Mr. Bush about 70,000 votes ahead at the moment, but the Republicans claim that Miami-Dade would indeed be a wash. Now, ABC News is also able now to project in a more definitive way, Cokie, that perhaps you'd like to take it, Cokie Robert, to take the House.
The House of Representatives, the ABC News is ready to call the House of Representatives for the Republicans. The Republicans keep the House of Representatives. Democrats should pick up somewhere between 2 and 5 seats, but the Republicans retain control of the House. Right now, we're counting 205 Democratic members, 216 Republican members, 218 are needed for control, and so we have a very close race there, but Republicans will keep it.
Okay, thanks, Cokie. Just one other thing about the absentee ballots in Florida. They will be counted, all of our staff reporting in now. County by county, just the way regular ballots tonight are counted. The only difference will be the overseas ballots, which only had to be postmarked today, and nationally, of course, they had to be in by 7 p.m. today. We'll be back in about 10 seconds as stations join us along the country.
Live from ABC 7 Eyewitness News, this is special coverage of the 2000 vote.
Good evening on this election night. I'm Mark Brown.
I'm Laura Diaz. Our coverage continues on one of the most dramatic election nights in recent history. Let's get right to the latest results in the race for the White House. It has been a squeaker. Let's take a look at that electoral map. There you see it. Mark, it is tied at 242 for Bush and 242 for Gore. Of course, there are just a few states that are a toss-up at this point. Florida is the key state that people are trying to get. There's 25 votes at stake there. Wisconsin has 11 votes at stake. Iowa 7. Oregon 7. Nevada 4. We will find out just how much impact Ralph Nader is having in this election.
It's a question of mathematics at this point. Whoever wins Florida only has to win one more state, but whoever doesn't win Florida has to win all the other states in order to get that magic number of 270 electoral votes that is needed to win. It had been predicted that it would be this tight. It certainly turned out that way.
Mr. Gore picking up some of the key big states, but these little states are adding up and they're having an impact. Well, we have live team coverage beginning with Eyewitness News reporter John North live at Gore headquarters in Nashville, Tennessee.
Lord, it's an amazing night, isn't it? The crowd here at War Memorial Plaza in Nashville has grown in the last hour and a half or so. It's configured to hold 7,000 people, all here waiting to see the outcome of this election, waiting to see Vice President Al Gore. Earlier, as they watched Florida move to the undecided column, I talked with a key Gore strategist.
It's regrettable, obviously, to have it in the column and go out of the column. But look, the 4 largest counties in terms of population in Florida don't have much of their vote in, so we still believe we're going to win Florida. Can we win it without Florida? Absolutely.
That, of course, is an unlikely scenario now. Again, the entertainment here, the music and the videos, for the most part, ended about an hour and a half ago. Now it's all watching elections after midnight here in Nashville. Live from Nashville, John North, ABC 7 Eyewitness News.
All right, the entertainment is gone, but the suspense continues. Vice President Gore and Texas Governor George Bush have been trading victories all night long, with the outcome still very much in doubt. Take one more look here at the map of the electoral vote, still neck and neck. Any other cliche you can think of, down to the wire, a cliffhanger, whatever you want to call it. Eyewitness News reporter Carlos Granda, I'm sure he's heard a few tonight. He's in Austin, Texas, with late reaction to this very tight race.
Well, Mark, the crowd here is waiting for any good news, especially from the state of Florida at this hour. They are confident, however, that in just a short while, George W. Bush will be over the top. From the start, Governor Bush canceling plans to watch the returns at a local hotel, deciding instead on a quiet evening with his wife, parents, and running mate Dick Cheney at the governor's mansion. At the time, he questioned the decision by several news organizations to declare Al Gore the winner in the key state of Florida.
Nor are we conceding anything in Florida. I know you've had all these projections that you've been reading about, but the people are actually counting their votes.
The cold and drizzly weather didn't scare away the several thousand Bush supporters who are here waiting for a victory. Hector Barreto is the co-chair of the Bush campaign in California.
It really just shows you what kind of a campaign this has been on both sides. Both sides have contested this race. Both sides have really had a very effective message with their own bases, and those swing voters are going to make the difference in this election.
The crowd that came here to celebrate a Texas-sized victory says it's been a very tense evening.
We're having fun, trying to stay warm so we can jump up and scream and holler when we finally squeak over the top.
And squeak over the top it's going to have to be, because right now both candidates have like razor-thin edge leads in the 5 states that are remaining. Right now it appears that Bush is leading in Florida by just 1 percentage point, but Gore's leading in Wisconsin by 1 percentage point. We're going to be here a long time to find out who wins this one. Reporting live from Austin, Texas, I'm Carlos Granda, ABC 7 Eyewitness News. Now back to you.
Carlos, it's a squeaker. And California Democrats, led by Governor Gray Davis, have gathered at the Biltmore Hotel, where they are keeping a close eye on election results. Eyewitness News reporter Gene Gleason joined us live from Democratic headquarters downtown with more on that story. Gene?
Well, Laura, there's a big crowd here, and of course, like everybody else, they're just waiting for the final result, and it may be some time in coming. It's a cliffhanger, there's no doubt about that. This has got to be the closest presidential election in 40 years. And Congresswoman Maxine Waters a little while ago firing up the crowd that is still optimistic that Al Gore can take this election. And, of course, the lead cheerleader here is Governor Gray Davis. Even if Gore doesn't win the rest of the country, he won in California handily.
Once again, California has delivered big time for Al Gore.
Big time for Al Gore. California won for Al Gore, but of course we all have to sit and wait now, even with the huge preponderance of electoral votes that this state happens to have. We still have to wait for the smaller states, and of course that one state over in the southeastern corner of the country called Florida, which may very well decide this race as we wait for the final returns to come in from the counties that still haven't reported. Live at the Biltmore Hotel, Gene Gleason, ABC 7 Eyewitness News.
Okay, Gene, thank you very much. It's been an emotional tug of war for Republicans and Democrats alike tonight. This race has been very close. We've heard from the Democrats. Now let's hear from the Republicans at their headquarters at the LA Airport and Marriott Hotel. Eyewitness News reporter Philip Palmer is there. Philip.
Mark, the best way to describe the mood here at GOP headquarters is like that of watching a football game. The emotional ups and downs here tonight have been amazing. Let's just show you some of the video that we've shot throughout the evening. I mean, early on when it was declared that Florida was a winner, the mood here somewhat angry, many people frustrated. Then when it was determined that Florida was still in play, suddenly everyone was energized. And ever since then, every time a state has been announced, cheers go up. They are very energized here. We're joined now by David Dreyer, Congressman. And can you just tell me if you've ever seen anything like this? It's amazing here.
Well, Philip, let me first say that I want to thank the people of California and the San Gabriel Valley who've given me the opportunity to serve another term in the Congress. It's a great opportunity, and we're going to be in the majority, which is a wonderful thing. We are pumped, we're enthused, but clearly it's a very, very exciting evening. I've never seen it before in my entire life. It's nip and tuck, but I'm convinced at the end of the day we'll have, for the first time ever, a Republican president, a Republican United States Congress for the first time in 48 years, actually.
Why were you so frustrated at the announcement of Florida going to Gore?
Well, Phil, I was really troubled because it sent a message to many of the volunteers here in California that it may have already been over. And a number of them went home. And now they came back, and that was at about a little before 7 o'clock this evening. We still had an hour left in the polls. Then they, at about 8 o'clock, shifted it to the undecided column, and I think at the end of the day, we're going to win Florida. And California, I think, could still be in play because we have such an amazing message that George Bush has put forward of reaching out to women, Hispanics, Asians, African Americans, and focusing on education, trade, technology, and national defense. Those are tailor-made messages for California, and I think we've got a chance. And even if we don't win California, we're going to continue to work in our bipartisan way to address all these issues.
David, thank you very much. David Dreyer, Congressman for the U.S. San Gabriel Valley. And let's send it back to you guys here. I'm sure everybody's going to stay on the edge of their seats and try to figure out who's going to win this thing.
Philip, thank you so much. We're going to look to the other coast.
And 77% of those are going for George Bush. I can imagine the conversation if Governor Bush has made it to Austin to sit there with his family. I can see his brother turning to him saying, "Yo, bro, what's up with Florida?"
You bet. But I want to explain, for some of you may have been out and coming back. Early in the evening, Florida was colored blue and put in the Al Gore column. It turned out, we found out later, that there were some suspicious precinct returns from some sections of Florida. We threw those out, and that made the state undecided, in our view. We were among the first to do it, but there's no apology for it. So Florida is undecided, and in the actual vote count as it's coming in, Bush has taken a very slight lead, and with the absentee ballots, the Bush people are feeling pretty good about it, but they can't feel all that good about it because the Gore people keep saying if the votes that are still out are mostly down there in southeast Florida and in our areas, we could yet pull it out. That's the reason this whole presidential election swings like that, one of those pendulum things, just swinging back and forth. But it's been advantage Bush for some little while. Now, some of you may be saying, well, I think I'll take it to bed. It looks like it's Bush. Okay, you're on your own if you do that, because it may be a long while before we know. On the other hand, we could know at any time. That's how it goes in these kinds of elections. Safe to say, no doubt about it now, this has been one of the great close elections in American presidential history, however it turns out now. And let's say one other thing. We've criticized the polls a lot. About $500 million have been spent this election year on polling. And while the polls were wrong for a lot of the election year, particularly in the primaries, most of them were pretty much on the button when they said this thing was too close to call, within the margin of error, and that's exactly the way it's turning out. We'll be right back. Stay here with us.
Did they try? Because we know there were some efforts made to persuade Ralph Nader to pull back and drop his challenge.
Well, it was a very late effort, Judy. There was an effort over the internet. There were petitions circulated to major Nader supporters from key Democrats, mostly from the liberal community, the consumer advocacy community, but they failed in that effort. And some Democrats also privately saying tonight, and one publicly, Ed Rendell, the general chairman of the Democratic National Committee, they're not just pointing fingers at Nader, they're pointing fingers directly at the Gore strategy. Mr. Rendell telling us earlier he thinks they should not have pulled out of Ohio so early. And look at the 6 electoral votes in Arkansas. If the vice president had won those, he could win the White House by winning the other 3 outstanding states, not Florida. President Clinton went to his home state only once to campaign on Sunday. That was because the Gore campaign controlled his schedule. The sharp criticism from Mr. Rendell tonight that they should have let the president out of the box much earlier, especially in Arkansas and perhaps elsewhere.
Well, Clinton actually tried to not to so subtly indicate to Gore. You remember, John, a few days ago when people were saying to Clinton, visiting him, you know, you really should be out there. And Clinton said, tell Gore, tell Gore.
Well, Bernie, the Gore research did show, and other Democratic pollsters would agree with this, that the president could be hurtful in some areas of the country. But what Mr. Rendell was saying tonight, just in the case of Arkansas, look at those 6 electoral votes. If we could have won those. His other criticism was in Ohio. That criticism echoed by some leaders of organized labor. They believe they had a pretty good operation in Ohio, but the Gore campaign in the final week went from $1 million a week on television to $200,000 a week on television. They left themselves no room for error. That is the criticism some Democrats hearing tonight. They left themselves no room for error at all. So when they lost here in Tennessee and then the president's home state of Arkansas, now they have to win Florida, and of course they're losing right now.
All right, John King in Nashville, Candy Crowley in Austin. It is early in the morning, 1:15 Eastern time. I guess it's 12:15 there in Texas, in Austin, Texas. We are watching an extraordinary presidential election unfold. We're going to take a break. When we come back, among other things, we're going to hear from the Capitol gang. Stay with us.
Coverage of Election 2000 is brought to you by Dodge and Payne Weber. For expanded coverage, log on to CNN.com. Dodge. In a perfect world, everything would be different. Payne Weber. Thank you, Payne Weber.
It changed the rules. And with each innovation...
This is a national sales alert from Dodge. Effective immediately, you can get low 0.9 financing for 60 months on 2000 Dodge Dakota and Dodge Durango. You can now save over $4,000 on Dakota and save more than $5,600 on Durango. You can still get 0.9 shorter-term financing on 2001 Dodge Ram or up to $2,000 cash allowance.
Magnum Power. See the friendly Dodge dealer near you.
How many experts does it take to predict a market change?
Tickets, folks.
I'm out. Tax laws have changed. Should I be looking at my estate plan again?
Anyone who knows me wouldn't recommend a stock like this.
Oh, not again. This guy.
Investment strategies for you. Great. Just for me. And 5 million other people.
Thank you, Payne Weber.
Not understand bubble technology, but the architects of the internet do. Agilent uses bubbles to help optical networks move at mind-blowing speeds. How does it work? Don't ask. Just enjoy. Agilent Technologies. Dreams made real.
I see her the same time almost every day. She's always there waiting for me. I bring her lunch up to her apartment and I sing Italian love songs to her.
Philip Morris provides grants to Meals on Wheels programs so that thousands of seniors can have a hot meal and a visitor. Philip Morris and Meals on Wheels are fighting more than just hunger among the elderly. We're fighting loneliness. Working to make a difference. The people of Philip Morris.
Want to start a family?
Right now?
I just got supplemental insurance.
What's that?
Aflac. Well, if we get sick, our health insurance won't cover things like lost pay or other expenses. This does.
What's it called?
Aflac! I don't know.
Aflac. Without it, no insurance is complete.
It's a presidential race that is hat band tight, as somebody said. We are going to the Capitol gang right now for some analysis and insight, and we're going to start with Al Hunt in Washington.
Thank you, Judy. None of us have hats on, but I'm here with Bob Novak and Cato Byrne. Robert, coming down to Florida, Palm Beach, Broward, Dade County.
This is just an amazing thing that we're picking what we used to call the leader of the free world. We still call him the leader of the free world, I think. President of the United States, very important office. These votes were cast, the polls closed in Florida 6 hours ago. This is
the year 2000, not the year 1932, and we're still counting them. And it's this agonizing process of deciding whether Vice President Gore, in these closing hours of this contest, and they voted a long time ago, there's nothing going on, is whether they can bridge the gap. It's now, what, 50,000 votes between them? And I've been trying to do projections, not very good at math. I think it comes very, very close, but probably no cigar. Of course, just to repeat, if George Bush wins Florida, he's elected president. If Al Gore wins it, he probably wins it, because I think he'll probably win the other state necessary to get over the top.
Kate, if George Bush does win it, either that combination of the 3 states or winning Florida, CNN has already projected the Republicans will control the House. If they win one of those remaining 3 Senate seats, they'll control the Senate. That would be a sweep. That'd get everything, but it'd be a pretty lame sweep, wouldn't it?
It'd be a very big sweep, Al. Let me just notice the irony. In a long night, the first returns we know are House Republicans held on to the House. The nasty, unpopular House Republicans who impeached the president. The people who have said, where are you, who were persona non grata in Philadelphia, who was supposed to be such a drag on the Republicans. And the first thing we know tonight is that the House Republicans held on. Right. And the Senate is still in some doubt. Al, as you know, Republicans, it appears, have lost 2 seats. They could lose a couple of more. So
everything is close. Everything
it's just
moves,
unbelievable. Yes.
Everything that moves is close out there. You know, I have one thought about Ralph Nader. It's only the second worst scenario for Democrats, because even though he's probably going to cost, or he may well cost Al Gore several states, the worst nightmare of Democrats was that he would do that and get 5% of the vote, which would make him a permanent fixture, at least eligible for federal money in 4 years. It appears, Bob, he's not going to get that 4%.
It's another great victory for the two-party system, right. I would believe. And our old colleague Pat Buchanan really had almost a humiliating election. I want to go back to what Kate was talking about, the House staying Republican. You know, in this town, in Washington, it has been a matter of holy writ for about a year that the Democrats were going to regain control of the House this year. Now, they may in 2002, but who knows what lies ahead. But this was holy writ, and the lobbyists were pouring money into the Democratic coffers. Charlie Rangel was measuring the drapes to be chairman of the Ways and Means Committee.
And the ropes.
Pardon?
No, go ahead.
Yeah, and Speaker Gephardt, that's what they called him, Speaker Gephardt, in the cloakroom. This is really a blow. As we sit here, we don't know who's going to control the Senate, but the Democrats never really thought they were going to control it.
And Bob, the House Republicans deserve credit. Dick Gephardt really got his members to sit tight. The Republicans were defending many more seats, and they played it really smart. They played local elections. They had their members do what they had to do locally to win. I mean, it's a win they fought for, and they deserve credit.
They loaded up with pork highway jams, everything.
You know what
the big spending Republicans, and it worked.
Well, they turned the tables. I mean, it is very difficult to knock off incumbent members of a majority party, as the Republicans learned over 40 years, and that's something Dick Gephardt's appreciating. He won't have this kind of luck, though, between now and 2002, keeping his members where they are. There'll be some retirements now.
I think we'll find that at most there's 7 or 8 incumbents that lost tonight. So once again, the system is an Incumbents Protection Act for both parties in the House.
You know, in the Senate, why is it that the Republicans in the Senate had such a hard time keeping their seats, particularly on a percentage basis? A lot of them were not very attractive candidates that lost now. Senator Roth, a fine gentleman, really shouldn't have won. His time in Delaware, his time had come. And I think in particularly in the Senate, the personality of the person is much more important than it is in the House.
Well, personality, Bob, we'll wrap up for the night. We'll go back to Judy Woodruff in Atlanta with more on this nail biter.
All right, it is a nail biter. We're all still sitting on the edge of our seats, such as they are at this hour. We've been here for, 8 hours and counting, and we're not leaving until we know who the next president's going to be. Much more to come.
What if we don't know?
Bernie's wondering, what do we do if we don't know?
Bring us food.
We'll be here. We're going to take a break. We'll come back.
Does everybody know what this is? A heart. A heart. 50 50 million Americans suffer from high blood pressure. There are no symptoms, yet high blood pressure is the primary cause of heart disease. There are still millions who are unable.
He won the primary by 50,000 votes over the actor Jerry Doyle, and tonight is no exception. 3% in. He's a winner by a long shot. Also, very safe Democratic here. The third
that existed today. Mr. Cooley is expected down here any moment now.
It has been kind of a nail-biting night. Stay with us. Coming up, a look at the Schiff-Rogan race.
Election coverage continues right up.
It's 30,000. No, 40,000. Yeah, 82,000 difference. I'm not good on math. I don't know, if you take the 4 and subtract it from the 7 and
you play with the small tube.
Jim, you can see if we get if Al Gore wins Florida and New Mexico, then he needs Iowa, where he's leading. If he wins those 3, he wins the White House. He has to win Florida to do it. George W. Bush can win Washington, or Wisconsin, Oregon, and Nevada, where he's leading, and still needs Iowa or Florida.
Oh my. Yeah. All right, let's go to Ray Suarez.
I'm joined again by Sam Popkin, Democratic pollster, and Bill McInturf, Republican pollster. And while we had a little downtime, Bill, you were working the phones. Anything you can share with us?
Yeah, before I was a pollster, I used to run campaigns, and that's what we're down to now. In Florida, I think where the Bush folks feel they're at is one of the networks is reporting there are missing ballot boxes in Broward County. I mean, that's a very unstable situation. But as well, tomorrow there's going to be 30,000 absentee ballots counted from military personnel. And so this is just very, very close. And I think Bush is a little weaker in Iowa, but looking okay in Wisconsin. And again, as we've been saying all night long, it really comes down to Florida. And right now, Florida is still leaning, but again, I'm sure a happy guy if it comes down to too close to call with all the votes in and you got 30,000 absentee ballots from the military.
You know, we haven't talked much about the vice presidential candidates all night, and the exit polls actually suggest that despite the initial bad press, Dick Cheney has been overall a stronger vice president than Joe Lieberman. But if in fact Al Gore wins Florida, rightly or wrongly, all the credit will go to the selection of Joe Lieberman and the decision to contest Florida. And of course, it can't be that Joe Lieberman brought in more Jewish votes because Bill Clinton got 85% of the 6% the last election, so it's a very small gain. But I think the fact that they worked the Eastern retirees and all the old Union people, and it's Connecticut and New Jersey, Lieberman country, not just the Jews, that I think made a real difference there.
Can we really tease out from the numbers just how much a difference the vice presidential nominee makes, Bill?
I think that's very difficult. During the controversy about Dan Quayle in 1992, and the exit polls, about 1% of the country said that somehow affected their vote. I think the vice presidential choices in the exit polls tend to be about a 1 or 2% margin. But on the other hand, we're in a race where 1 or 2% counts. And now, believe me, I'm a Tom Ridge loyalist. I worked in his first congressional race in '82. But I have to say, again, looking back, when we used to talk about, gee, guess what? If you put Tom Ridge in the ticket, you carry Pennsylvania. If Pennsylvania were on the board right now for George Bush, we would not be sitting here at 1:30. This would be a George Bush election. And so did it make a difference? Sure, it made a difference.
I cannot imagine that Al Gore would be this close if Tom Ridge had been on the ticket. Having done Gore research in Pennsylvania and seen groups, you know, the fact that Tom Ridge wasn't on the ticket was a loss for the Republican Party. They had their convention in Philadelphia, the single best city in America, because you get New Jersey media and Pennsylvania media. You work 2 critical states. If you pick Ridge, you even have a shot at New Jersey. By giving up Ridge and announcing the fact that you're not addressing choice and a woman's control, you gave the Philadelphia suburbs to Al Gore. I mean, literally, we got the Republican convention bounce in Pennsylvania. It really pretty much settled the state that Tom Ridge wasn't on the ticket.
Well, Sam brought up choice. Bill, the exit polling says Al Gore is winning among women, all women, black women, white women, so on. Is choice a big factor in that, or is it just that that gender split that we're seeing on a lot of issues.
Well, Al Gore's winning white women maybe, or breaking even. Look, George Bush is carrying white men by almost 26 points. That's an enormous margin. And the other thing we need to be honest about is in most every exit poll, when you ask people who vote on abortion, they vote Republican by 30 points. And I think the Bush people, you know, the other side of the Tom Ridge decision in terms of our party coalition was, you know what, they would argue maybe we wouldn't see George Bush this far ahead in lots of rural America and those religious conservatives had there been a pro-choice person, well, I think a reasonably pro-choice person, like a moderate pro-choice like Tom Ridge is on the ticket. So these were very difficult calls. It's always easy to look back. I'm just saying that, you know, the one thing we know for sure from all of the polling we did in Pennsylvania, you know, for all you talk about local politicians, there are very few guys really out of state. And Tom Ridge is the one guy in everybody's polling across every situation where if you put him on the ticket, he delivered a state. Yeah. And that would have been huge tonight. And I still hope, I think George Bush is going to become president. But this would be over right now if we'd added Pennsylvania to this list.
Quickly, Sam?
I think that's correct. I think Tom Ridge would have made the difference for sure.
Jim, back to you.
Yes, 2 more states have now been added to the declared list. Nevada has been declared by 3 television networks to have been won by Governor Bush. He gets those 4 electoral votes. And New Mexico has gone to Vice President Gore. He gets those 5. And so that brings the totals. Bush 246, Gore 241. And let's look at our map now. There are now 1, 2, 3, 4 white spaces left, going from the west to the east this time. That, of course, is the state of Oregon, Iowa, Wisconsin, and Florida. Somebody was just talking to me, yes? Oh, all right. I thought somebody was going to give me some news, but that is the news at this moment. It just keeps going exactly down the same route, doesn't it?
George W. Bush must win 3 out of 4. He must win Wisconsin, then one of either Iowa, then either Florida, or he has to win Wisconsin, Iowa, and Oregon. So it's very.
So he could win all 3 of those. Al Gore could win Florida,
and it wouldn't be enough. And it wouldn't be enough for Al Gore.
Wouldn't be enough for Al Gore, but it would be barely enough for
George W. Bush. It looks on the popular vote, he's trailing in Iowa, so that's going to be a difficult state.
Who's trailing in Iowa? Bush is.
Right. Yeah. So it looks like he might have to win Wisconsin, Oregon, and then prevail in Florida as well. It is just a spectacular finish. I mean, you could get literally the closest electoral college race we have ever had in American history.
Amazing, Mark.
It truly is. I mean, you just wonder what these 2 guys who are physically spent, emotionally exhausted, what they're going through. I mean, are they? Al Gore doing the Macarena? I mean, is George Bush, reading scripture? I mean, you just wonder what they're doing at this point. It's got. I mean, the nails are long bitten.
Well, I think you know what they're doing. They are in full proactive mode. Let's get out there and make sure where the absentee ballots are. If there are absentee ballots, how we're going to make sure they're well counted and safely counted. I agree with Bill McInturf. This is now in both sides, very much a vote counting exercise and a vote protecting exercise, because they don't want this thing, either side, to be stolen. Or to go with something untoward happening.
Let me just say,
untoward's a better word than stolen, right?
Yeah. No, I have enormous respect for Bill McInturf, and I just disagree with him. I've been in an awful lot of campaigns, and I think this is the stuff of B-movie scripts. I really do. That somebody's holding out votes, and I mean, it looks good in a screenwriter's imagination, but there's just too many. There's too many people watching, and at the core, Americans take this process very, very seriously. They really do. And I mean, to say this about Florida, is the same thing going on in in South Dakota? I don't think so. I don't think it's going on. I really don't. And I don't think there will be boxes missing or whatever else.
Well, that will all come out in the wash. But also, let's look and see. Margaret's got an update on just where these races stand in these unresolved states. Quick update, Margaret.
Okay, Jim, we're down to 4 states in the unresolved category, and let's look. Florida, now with 95% of the precincts reporting, we see the margin narrowing further, Bush 49, Gore 48. In Iowa, 94% of the precincts reporting. As you can see again, this is a 1-point margin for Gore, 49-48. In Oregon, 74% of the precincts reporting now. Bush with a 3-point margin over Gore, with Nader at 4%. And the state of Wisconsin, with 79% of the precincts reporting, still neck and neck, 48-48, with 4% for Nader. Next update, 10-15 minutes, I think.
Thank
Jim.
you, Margaret. Well, that certainly clears it up, doesn't it, Paul? All right.
Just,
you know,
yeah, we're going to be going home in 5-10 minutes.
Sure, absolutely. Meanwhile, while we get our cars warmed up, there's been a lot of discussion about the Electoral College. Earlier this evening on the NewsHour, Kwame Holman did a little piece that kind of summarizes the history and the state of play on the Electoral College. Let's take a look at that.
For millions of voters, there's a good chance their ballot today included a disclaimer like this one from Florida's. A vote for the candidates will actually be a vote for their electors. Curtis Gans of the Committee for the Study of the American Electorate says choosing electors is what all voters did today, whether they knew it or not.
You are voting for, the candidate, but you're also voting for a number of electors who are pledged to the candidate, who are selected before the election by each party and approved by each candidate. These are the people who actually elect the president.
Electors from each state have chosen the president since the beginning of the republic. Gans says the system, known as the Electoral College, achieves exactly what the framers of the Constitution had in mind.
Their basic concern was not to have a president stronger than the Congress. The president was going to be seen as an administrator and an executor of the Congress's will, and therefore the president should not have a popular mandate over and above Congress.
Under the electoral system, today in Florida, for example, a group of pro-Bush electors competes against Gore electors. Winning the popular vote means all of that candidate's electors also are chosen. In Florida's case, 25 electors, each representing one of the state's 25 electoral votes. Across the country, there is a total of 538 electors or electoral votes up for grabs today. 2 electors from each state correspond to that state's U.S. Senate representation, for a total of 100. Then there's 1 elector for every member a state sends to the House of Representatives, 435 in all. Washington, D.C., which is not a state, chooses 3 electors. To get to the White House, a candidate must win the popular vote in enough states to collect 270 electoral votes. The system corresponds to population. California is the most populous state, which gives it the most congressional districts and thus the most electors, 54. At the other end of the spectrum, each of these least populous states has just 3 electoral votes. The electoral system process begins at the major parties' summer conventions every 4 years. For most states, party leaders nominate the electors, usually reliable party loyalists. Weeks after today's election, the winning candidate's electors will gather in 50 state capitals.
They cast their votes in December. The votes are kept and unsealed in January, and then the president is officially elected. In reality, whatever happens this night, determines what happens in both December and January.
But the electoral system includes a few variations. First, no federal law requires an elector to vote for the party's candidate, and over the decades, a handful of electors has strayed. In 1976, for example, an elector pledged to Gerald Ford voted for Ronald Reagan, who'd lost to Ford in the Republican primaries. In 1988, a Democratic elector flipped the ticket, choosing Michael Dukakis for vice president and running mate Lloyd Bentsen for president. A second variation, exceptions to the state winner-take-all rule. In Maine and Nebraska, the winner in each congressional district wins that electoral vote. And what happens if there's an electoral vote tie? Again, Curtis Gans.
If the ballots that the electors cast ended up 269 to 269, then the selection of the next president would go to the U.S. House of Representatives, the new House of Representatives, which would vote by state delegation, with each state having one vote. So whoever had a majority of more of the state delegations would be the next president.
But of course, in 53 presidential elections leading up to tonight, that's never been necessary.
And at 1:40 a.m. Eastern Time, we go to Gwen Ifill.
1:40 a.m. Eastern Time. Thanks, Jim. Richard Norton Smith, Haynes Johnson, Michael Beschloss. Richard, how tight is this? I mean, is this as tight as historically as we think?
Yeah, this really is. The historical parallel is 1876.
1876.
1876, the centennial election. Rutherford Hayes, governor of Ohio, Samuel Tilden, governor of New York. Tilden won the popular vote by 250,000, which in those days was a pretty significant figure. He lost in the end by 1 electoral vote in the disputed election, and the electoral vote came from Florida.
So
deja vu all over
Florida's
again.
done this before. Okay, Haynes, we heard our colleagues earlier talk about the Nader factor and pretty much say it didn't add up in the end. But let's add it up.
Well, as of right now, we're sitting here. Let's look at the clock. 1:45 in the morning, and we have 4 states outstanding. Put Florida aside because we know where that is. You've got Iowa with 7 electoral votes, Wisconsin 11, and Oregon in 7. That's 25 electoral votes right there. And those states could be decided by the Nader vote. I mean, they really could be. Small though it may be, if you have 4% or 5% of that electorate, it would probably come out of, most people agree, out of Gore. So we can't say that he is not the factor yet.
Michael, how unprecedented would it be to have a third-party candidate actually not just make a statement, but decide the outcome of a presidential election, essentially?
Wouldn't be unusual at all. For instance, if you go back to 1912, Theodore Roosevelt ran as a third-party candidate, the Bull Moose Party, after having lost the Republican nomination to William Howard Taft. He managed to split the Republicans, allowed Woodrow Wilson, the Democrat, to slip through in a way that he otherwise would not have done. But you know, there are even other odd ways that this can bounce. For instance, 1976. No one remembers it, or very few people remember it nowadays, but Eugene McCarthy was running as a third-party candidate of the left. He was on the ballot in New York State against Gerald Ford and Jimmy Carter. He was running fairly strongly. The Carter people were desperate to get him off the ballot because they felt that those were all Carter votes that McCarthy was taking away. In the end, they were able to get McCarthy off the ballot. Had he remained, had he gotten the vote that he was getting in the polls, he would have thrown that vote to the votes of New York State to Gerald Ford. Gerald Ford would have won the 1976 election.
Richard, we have heard Al Gore and George W. Bush and most of these members of the Senate, including Trent Lott earlier, talk about bipartisanship. How real is that, and how possible is that given what we're seeing tonight?
I don't know if it's possible. I think it's what the voters want. I also think it's in the interest of whoever is president politically, both in the short and long term, almost to maneuver Congress into a position where they have to at least to appear to be cooperative. The American people want this campaign to end. If they believe,
and so do we tonight.
Well, if they believe that this war is being carried on in another form, if they see a Congress of either party acting in an obstructionist way, I think it will redound to the disadvantage of that party.
Haynes, in looking at these results, as incomplete as they are, can we draw from them any kind of sense about what the American people think about the Bill Clinton time, about whether can Al Gore look at this and say, gosh, that would have been a walk for me if it hadn't been for Bill Clinton, or vice versa?
When we step back and write about this period, you start about these are the Clinton years. You have a Democratic president for the first time since Franklin Roosevelt in 1936 that was elected back-to-back in the White House. And in these years, you have unprecedented prosperity and all these wonderful things that have happened in the country, and yet you've also had this utter divisiveness, bitterness, scandal. And so you see the disconnect we talked about earlier in the polling, exit polling. People think the country's on the right track in this way, except we're morally decaying, or those are my phrases of interpretation here. And so, but in the backdrop is Bill Clinton. And here's Bill Clinton. He ends this 8-year term right now, and he loses his home state of Arkansas. The boy from Hope lost his home state tonight. I mean, this is almost fiction. This is almost a novel.
Well, not to mention the fact that Vice President Gore lost his home state of Tennessee. Michael, what is your sense of the verdict on Bill Clinton to be drawn
I think
from
it's
tonight?
not Clinton fatigue. I think we're seeing a Clinton undertow. People have said that Bill Clinton's scandals would not have much of an effect tonight. All I could say is, would you have a situation in which a governor of Texas for a little bit more than one term, but someone who is running on character, would succeed over, if this happens tonight, a vice president who'd been in politics for 25 years? Go back to 1976. Jimmy Carter, the one-term governor of Georgia, was able to defeat Gerald Ford, someone with similar experience in government, mainly because he said, I promise you a government as good as its people. Carter would never have been elected in 1976 if it had not been for the Watergate scandal and Gerald Ford's, I think, proper role in pardoning Richard Nixon. So it's hard for me to say that if George W. Bush wins tonight, or even if he doesn't and comes very close, it's hard for me to see how anyone could say that the undertow of Bill Clinton was not a significant factor.
Oh, I agree with that absolutely. I don't think there's any doubt about that. And that's been the disconnect all along. And on the one side, the good times, and the other side is the sense of dismay in the body politic. And we're seeing it playing out tonight.
And then what?
I think, let me just say, I think, though, if it's any consolation to the man in the White House, I think too much attention has been focused on the ratification of Bill Clinton's legacy through the election of his hand-picked successor. Twice in our history, American presidents have set this test up, and they have succeeded only to find it a Pyrrhic victory. Andrew Jackson installed Martin Van Buren for one very unhappy term, and Theodore Roosevelt gave us William Howard Taft, and neither president has been treated particularly well by their history.
And Ronald Reagan gave you George Bush.
Richard, Michael, and Haynes, hang in there with me a little bit longer. Back to you, Jim.
Yeah, speaking of hanging in there a little bit longer, let me tell you what our intention is. This is for the benefit of you, the audience, and also you public television stations around the country. We are going to hang in there a little bit. There are, first of all, let me recap where we are and then tell you what our intentions are. With 270 electoral votes needed, George W. Bush has 246 to Vice President Gore's 241. And those are the states that have yet to be resolved: Florida, Wisconsin, Iowa, and Oregon. What we're going to do is stay with this at least until 2 a.m., see if some of those states can be resolved. The expectation is that Florida may not be resolved tonight. We don't know that for a fact. Who knows? That's 25 electoral votes, and depending on who wins these other three, that could decide this whole shooting match. So we're going to stay until we believe, rightly or wrongly, at that moment that this is not going to be resolved tonight, and we will go away and come back at another time. But right now, we're going to hang in there and until we at least have a good picture as to what we are going to know tonight before we all do finally get in our cars and go where we need to go.